How about now? Can you hear me now? You can hear me now. Chat, let me know. Woo! Okay, sorry, not off to the best start. What would this channel be without tech problems? This channel is basically held together with Scotch tape. Anyway, I've said thank you to my friend Jenny, who I live with, because she's screaming from the next room, but she's basically now the MIKEroaggress'd complaints department. She was very upset on your behalf that we're starting late, and now that I've been muted, she was like, 8:14, people aren't going to wait for you. So thank you, Jenny. Also, I should mention, as we're going to find out tonight, Hawaiian shirts are a symbol of Nazis. So I've tried to make myself look like the gayest possible Nazi possible. Also, thank you to Jenny for this lovely ensemble. Y'all can just call me fucking Tutti Frutti tonight. Now that we can actually, yes, we do, Millie. We love Jenny. Now that y'all can actually hear me, let me say hello to our beautiful friends, Carmen, Millie, Ramiro, Beer, B, Jeremy, Maddie is finally here, Ash, Alec, I don't want to miss anyone, Esteban, all of you. We got some new faces too, Snafu. So glad to see all of you. Oh my God, this is probably the earliest I've ever had a super chat. So thank you so much, Tracy. I'm from Appalachia and I approve everything Mike will probably say. Well, you're just a racist then. You're just, out to get the coloreds. So yeah, let me tell you guys what we are in for. We are going through a journey into the mind of leftism. And I got a big drink ready just in preparation. In preparation H is what we should call this, because that's really what this experience will feel like. Oh yeah, it's also apparently Pride now. Yay. Looking so forward to it. Hey Chelsea. Hey Granny. So yeah, let me tell you guys what we are in for. So for a while, I've been subscribed to this YouTube channel. I feel like I came across this before most people. I'm just gonna take all the credit for it. So I've been subscribed to this channel for a while, and I think I subscribed because he did a video essay about like kids horror from the 80s, 90s, and that was my jam growing up. So I was like, ooh, subscribe. But then I start watching some of his videos and they get a little nutty. And they start getting increasingly nutty. Just to give you guys a taste of what we are in for. So this guy, his name is In Praise of Shadows. So a while ago, he came out with a video about the Scream franchise. So I'm watching this video thinking it's just going to be about the Scream movies. And this is what it turns into. Let me share my screen.
In reality, conservative grifters under no circumstances should ever be argued with, because they know more than anyone how fake and ludicrous their positions are. They don't believe in anything that they actually say. They never do. It is all said to deflect from their actual positions, which are much more evil and clandestine. That is part of the thing that makes them fascists. And to argue with them on their fake beliefs is to legitimize them, both as people and as a political ideology. And so for me personally, Scream falls apart in its final messaging at its end, because it is fighting a battle that is both fake and not needed to fight. A self-imposed one over art and morality that hits my ears as someone shifting up their glasses and going, well, actually. In reality, conservative grifters under...
I don't know how we got from Scream to... and that's why they're all fascists. But if you think that's bad... So this guy comes out with this video called Bad Conservative Horror Movies. And like I said, I feel like I saw it before most people, so I'm glad that it kind of blew up and he got such backlash he had to delete it all, which I think is kind of a good sign that the tide is turning. Also, I should mention, we've got a very special guest in chat tonight. So I'm kind of like old and stuff. Like I don't really watch a lot of YouTube. So all these people that he's going after in this video, I had never heard of them before. So I needed to call in the big guns. I needed to get somebody who knows all these people and knows everything. So tonight, throughout our stream in the chat, we have got special correspondent, our lore whore for this evening, Mr. Cody Ghost, who will be telling us all the lore, all the backstory on all of these people that I had never heard of before. So thank you for being here, my love. Jeremy, thank you for the super chat. Hey, Tennessee, we got a new friend here. Thank you. Welcome to the Crazy Train. So glad to have you, dude. Jeremy, you're the best. The Trump verdict came down just in time for Pride. Guess that makes us a banana hammock republic. Yes, it does. I'm like, I don't even know what to say about it because it's just so depressing and miserable. Anyway, thank you, though. If you guys feel so inclined, send in your super chats. As you've heard, I am conservative grifter, so I got to be the best conservative grifter I can be. So anyway, let me just tell you guys, the reason I wanted to show this video is I feel like it is the perfect case study. Everything that you've ever wanted to know about radical leftism and the effects that it has on people can be found in this video. The paranoia, the victimhood, the whining, just the toll that it takes on a person and how that manifests into leftist brain rot. It's all here in this video. So it's a long one. We're going to watch it all. Like I said, he deleted it from his channel. So I saved it though. I should tell you guys, so I tried to cut it down a little bit because it was like 4 hours. I got it down to like 2. But I kind of gave up at a certain point. So there's some things that I like skipped out of in the first half, but I just couldn't listen to him anymore. I couldn't take anymore. So who is ready to go on the crazy train? Ramiro said, honestly surprised you're covering this one considering a lot of the YouTubers slandered here seem to be outside of your circle. That's the thing. I had no idea who any of these people are except Shuan had. And the thing is, so all these people have made response videos and stuff, but nobody has covered the most insane parts of it, which are the actual ideological parts. They're just talking about him slandering basically half of YouTube. But the cool thing is I've kind of found a bunch of cool people from all the people that he's calling Nazis. Like I made friends with a bunch of them. So Mikey has receipts. I love you, Sherry. All right, Bobby. Ready, bitch? Let's do it. I should say, should we play? I don't want to be a bad influence on the squad. I was going to say we could do drinking game every time he says fascism, every time he says far right. If you were to do a drinking game and take a drink every time he says the words I or me, you'd be dead. So let's begin. I will say this is the, oh, by the way, let me know if the volume is okay. I will say I like his title part. That's the one thing I like.
Over the weekend, February 16th.
So just remember, by the way, the video, I'm already pausing to bitch. Remember that this video is called Bad Conservative Horror Movies. And notice the lack of talk about conservative horror movies. Everybody also welcome to the chat, our beloved Mrs. Jen Wilson. Glad to have you here. Oh, Maddie, you're the best. I hate that it doesn't let you. Okay, wait. The tone of the guy's voice makes me want to stick thumbtacks into the roof of my mouth. You are the best. Thank you so much. Yes, like I said, feel free to send in your super chats.
I traveled to Concord, North Carolina to attend this year's Mad Monster Party, which was far and away the most redneck and unprofessional convention that I had ever been to in my life that was operating at this level of scale. The only thing that I could really compare it to for you is that it felt like something that was being run by that guy at your local small-town comic book store that had somehow gotten out of hand. The reason for my visit was due to a large amount of
How exactly do comic book stores get out of hand? Just out of curiosity.
That the convention had received surrounding their headlining guest of honor, the alleged rapist, Kevin Spacey. But before we get to that, I think that we should talk about the convention itself, because once I arrived there, I realized very quickly how these conditions resulted in a Spacey invitation, as everything in the way that this was conducted is like the epitome of a misguided and mismanaged mess. Now, booking Spacey is, in any sense of public optics, a very dumb idea. You could try to write these people off as just straight-up morons. But
So to give you the backstory, there was a horror convention that invited Kevin Spacey. We'll get into it. Monkey! I love you!
Understood what they were doing. First of all, I arrived to the convention and their small main parking lot was already filled. and they gave me directions to their overflow parking area that upon arrival, I realized was well over half a mile away from the event, and that they had arranged no shuttle services whatsoever.
Oh, I'm so sorry that happened to you.
A dirt trail that had large rocks in it. And
okay, where are my New York bitches at? Because can you imagine, like, the apartments I have lived in New York, if only I had to walk just half a mile to the train every day. I wish. And like I said, this video says everything there is to say about leftism, because talk about privilege that you're complaining you had to walk half a mile to your car. I'm so sorry that happened to you.
February cold to get back to their main building, which, you know, was fine for me. I'm in relatively good health, but you can't expect all guests who want to attend your public event to be able to physically do that. At night, I then had to walk the same trail back to my car in pitch black darkness, which is just a lawsuit waiting to happen. When I finally got inside to purchase a weekend ticket at the front desk, they tried to put a paper wristband on me. I tried to clarify, saying that I didn't want a day pass, I wanted the weekend pass. And they said that that was the weekend pass. I asked if they didn't have any security badges, which are the norm for essentially any con of this size.
You want me to wear paper? What?
And they said no. They instead expected me to wear this paper wristband at all times for 3 days straight. I didn't eat before I got there the first day and expected to buy a snack at some point while I was there, and was very upset to learn that there was only an alcohol stand in the convention floor, and no food whatsoever. So I didn't end up eating until about 10 p.m. later that night. The next day, I did actually learn that there was a food area—
Talk about white people problems. Yes, Sam, this is so true. He's not really gay. Your half a mile is like walking 3 minutes in gay walking. My pass should be made of solid gold and baby seal.
For the con set up in the lobby of the hotel next to the convention center, but there were no signs telling you of this, and it was very much hidden. People were lined up for hours over the course of 3 days to pay Kevin Spacey, whose assets are estimated to be worth between 16 and 20 million.
Hi everybody, it's Kevin Spacey here, your mad monster.
The vibes of this place were truly awful.
Also, thank you so much, Maddie. Walking half a mile in the dark in a paper wristband, this dude suffered worse than Anne Frank. But this is the thing. The people who throw these terms around like privilege are often the most privileged people on the face of the fucking earth.
Horror YouTuber Cody Leach was actually also at the convention and made his own videos on his experiences with it. He's a guy that I have not historically agreed with on most things. He listed Midsommar and The Lighthouse on his worst of list of 2019.
First of all, Cody Leach is a national fucking treasure, bitch. Secondly, so this is the first person. We should just be keeping track and make a list of all the bad people. So number one on the list of the bad people is my beloved Cody Leach right here, who is amazing. And I will tell you exactly why he hates Cody Leach, because this is one of the few people on YouTube who is very apolitical and doesn't bring all of that into movies and is kind of a movie YouTuber of the people. And so, but I love Midsommar, so I disagree with his review on this. But this is why we have to hate Cody Leach. He didn't like Midsommar.
Complaining that horror shouldn't be this pretentious and snooty, his words, not mine, and should focus instead on being entertaining and not trying to be cute by using art house aspect ratios. Again.
Exactly. Worse. Cody is a centrist. The only thing worse than a Nazi.
His words, not mine. He also did not appreciate the homoerotic basis of the movie and complained that it was just weird for weird's sake, and to me just didn't try to appreciate the film on its level.
This 100% Cody Leach and Drum Dum's best in the business. You know who's amazing too? Have you guys ever watched Rockland Graves? I don't know that he goes that way, but I'm just saying, if I got a YouTube crush, he's kind of my YouTube crush.
In my personal opinion, he is a deeply unserious critic and can actually be, to an extent, a symbol of what I want the message of this video to be about. Because if you watched his video about Mad Monster Con, you would think it was a great time, a wonderful convention.
Oh yeah, I should let everyone know, by the way, if this is your first time watching, the chat are the true stars of the channel. They are Diana Ross, I am the Supremes, so I'm really just here to facilitate the hilarious, amazing people in chat.
There is a clear dichotomy between our two experiences, and I think there's something interesting in that. And this ties into this theory that I've had for a long time that is kind of the thesis of this video, and that I think there's actually not one, but two distinct horror communities that do not overlap. one that is more concerned with writing and thinking about how our own experiences and world are reflected through art. A group that overall is less concerned with how much a movie makes at the box office and more with what it is trying to say as a work of art, and how it relates to ourselves and culture as people. And then you have another that is more conservative and traditionally capital A American, and is...
So you'll catch on to this theme throughout the video that anything bad, anything, is conservative. Rain is conservative. Clouds are conservative. Death is conservative.
Based more in basic consumerism and viewing movies strictly as entertainment and nothing else. A group that often gets angry at the very notion of subtext existing within a work of fiction and views art.
Have you ever heard anyone say that they're angry about subtext in a movie? The issue is when subtext is no longer subtext and it's being shoved down your throat, especially when it's the same point of view in everything that comes out. And let me say, horror is the one thing today that's mostly untouched by that. You get some things like the Candyman reboot, but by and large, horror has been mostly woke-proof up until now.
Not as a means to express what it means to exist, but instead that sees the value of creation just within the context of how fun an experience that product is. And product is the right word here, as this side of horror is obsessed with money and defending companies, and even when putting on a mask of pretending to be left-leaning, everything that they do is in the service of capital and big business. I hate to put it in terms like this, but
pot, meat, kettle. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get
within
there.
the heart of horror at the moment, and the country as a whole, there's a problem of anti-intellectualism raging at people who want art to be more, or to stand for something important.
This video
I
is
think that people
the
who,
epitome
in my
of
line
it.
Work have a certain level of responsibility to appropriately cover the things that we choose to talk about. So in my opinion, making a glowing half-hour-long video about how cool Mad Monster is in the wake of them trying to publicly rehabilitate Spacey's image into a...
So this is so true. I like that he basically says conservative horror is concerned about making good movies and liberal horror is obsessed with their messages even when the movie suffers.
A right-wing personality at a convention held in the South, which happened within weeks after he appeared on Tucker Carlson's show, is not a very responsible use of your platform.
Did you catch that? Wait, sorry, I kind of talked over that. You need to, wait.
Experience that product is. And product is the right word here, as this side of horror is obsessed with money and defending companies, and even when putting on a mask of pretending to be left-leaning, everything that they do is in the service of capital and big business. I hate to put it in terms like this, but I think deep within the heart of horror at the moment, and
Sorry,
the
I think I
country
went back
as a
too
whole,
far.
there's a problem of anti-intellectualism raging at people who want art to be more, or to stand for something important. I think that people who are in my line of work have a certain level of responsibility.
He thinks he's a
to
damn coal
appropriately
miner.
cover the things that we choose to talk about. So in my opinion, making a glowing half-hour-long video about how cool Mad Monster is in the wake of them trying to publicly rehabilitate Spacey's image into a right-wing personality at a convention held in the South, which happened within weeks after he appeared on Tucker Carlson.
A right-wing personality. Kevin Spacey is a right-wing personality. So this, like I said, anything that he doesn't like, anything that is bad is conservative. Kevin Spacey was a Democrat fundraiser his entire life. He's best friends with the Clintons. Here, let me pull it up. Yeah, this is your right-wing personality and his best friends. But yes, anything bad is conservative, of course.
Is not a very responsible use of your platform.
Thank you, my beloved Tracy. I always go to horror for moral lessons and high art. Yeah, right. Which it can be sometimes, but we all need escapes, for fuck's sake.
I don't want to make presumptions about Leach. I had the opportunity to talk with him that day. I saw him walking around a few times, but decided against it.
Oh, so you were a coward. I'm shocked by that. Just floored.
So, we've never actually met, but in his video, there are a couple of red flags that really scream out at me.
Jane and Elizabeth, one of the objects of my youth.
If you like really crass comedies from the 2000s before everything got all sensitive, definitely check out Sorority Boys.
So to me, He is one and the same with Mad Monster.
He is the one and the same with Kevin Spacey. Cody Leach is literally a rapist.
For money, while ignoring the potential harm that the event itself might cause. And I'm really not trying to harm Leach's image by comparing his experience to mine. Again, I don't know the man. And to be honest, I don't actually really think that he would be that bad of a guy. Just painfully centrist, seemingly leaning a little towards liberal. Like he tweets pro-LGBT stuff, anti-racist stuff, but then he says things like, said it before and I'll say it again. Right or left, the extreme political people are fucking nut jobs.
See, that used to be known as a common sense opinion, but I think this really illuminates something that it will never be enough for these people. And this is why, you know, I know a lot of people who don't actually believe in all of this bullshit, but try to capitulate to radical leftists and go along with it. And right here, you have living proof. It will never be enough. It is never enough. It is never good enough for them.
And I despise a review being a political statement. And I have no clue why politics has to work its way into literally everything, but I despise the fact that it does.
First of all, Cody Leach is awesome, and that's just further proof of it, but how dare he?
So, you know, a bit of a mixed bag there to me. I don't want this whole section of the video to just be about him. He's a small...
Seb! Watching Hostel for the criticism of capitalism subplot or something.
Example of a greater problem that I think is an issue within horror, which is that the existence of centrist and liberal views, mixed with a love of genre, acts as a shield and breeding ground for right-wing harm within our community. Because as we will see time and time again throughout this, people who hold these liberal stances will side with conservatives over progressives at every single given opportunity.
Where?
And will not criticize horror unless it is art house, and also will not stand for other people to criticize horror.
So he's just pulling this out of his ass. He's just lying. For example, Cody Leach, go on his channel. There's constantly negative reviews about it. He just did one of The Strangers, which are honest reviews. That movie sucked, but he's just flat out lying, saying that people like him don't criticize movies unless they're art house.
You know, I myself have never once in my life described a woman as an object. I think that he should put more thought into the words that he says.
And there it is.
And how he uses his plan.
So these alphabet people have this whole spiel about they're fighting norms and all of that. But you see the true disdain and the hatred that they have for anything that falls outside of their norms. That is someone like Cody Leach. That is his true crime, is that he is a heterosexual man. And he called a woman the object of his desire. How horrible. God, yeah, you should hear the things fucking gay people say.
Platform. The slow creep of conservatism within all forms of art and every aspect of life is marched down a road that is paved by smiling friendly liberals. A centrist view of this event didn't even think that it was worth mentioning the act of harm that was being done here, because we were just all there to have a good time after all.
The act of harm.
We need to learn where...
By the way, is it just me? Is this irony not lost on anyone else? So he's going after Cody for attending this convention that had Kevin Spacey. He attended the convention that had Kevin Spacey, paid for a ticket, got the paper wristband. Am I crazy?
Where to actually direct our anger in constructive ways based around unity that will result in actual tangible good. The Daily Wire in this time ran a piece defending the convention and their booking of Spacey. And you know, just my opinion here. But no horror event should ever fumble the bag so badly that you get the Nazi news force coming to bat for you.
So the Daily Wire is the Nazi news force, a company run by Jews, hated by people who actually hate Jews for that very reason. So I wanted to see, wait, I'm gonna look up the article. So he said Daily Wire wrote a piece defending the convention having Kevin Spacey. Let's see if that's the truth. Kevin Spacey attending first ever comic book fan event. Announced he will appear. He said this. He appeared in promotional material. Sounds like it seems like this is just an objective news article. Other than appearing in a few strange videos, he's avoided the he pled not guilty. The accusations. Yeah, where are they defending him? I don't see that. It sounds like you just lie a lot.
That's like a shining example of how badly you have failed your community.
The community. So, first chapter down, we've yet to hear anything about bad conservative horror movies.
I'd like to talk to you about the worst week of my life. So,
look at the Pillsbury Doughboy has joined the village people, ladies and gentlemen. He looks like a fucking chotch.
January of 2022, okay? I made a video about The Hills Have Eyes that went very badly. In the time since making that video, very often it is the case that when conservatives want to criticize me, they will go back to that and use it as
Honey, it ain't just conservatives. First of all, these are the same people who talk about cultural appropriation. That seems like a kind of Native American sort of jacket to me. That's the thing, though. These people, their rules apply to everyone except them. Oh, by the way, I should have told you guys, I invited him to come on tonight. Shockingly, I got left on red. I'm floored.
Words in very bad faith to make it look like I said something that I obviously did not intend if you had watched the video. Usually in an attempt to make me either look crazy or cartoonish or racist, or that I don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh, so you don't like being falsely accused of racism? What?
And I'm unqualified to have this job. A recent example of this happened in this past January.
I see we're using the term job loosely.
When Mark After Dark on Twitter said, IPOS himself has said some really racist shit towards Native First Nations people in his Hills Have Eyes video too. He's not one to talk. In fact, Mark After Dark has been slandering me pretty consistently now for years in relation to the Hills Have Eyes, often getting hundreds of likes every single time.
Hundreds.
Either saying lies about me or really taking my words in completely bad faith. And
just remember this for later, by the way. Remember, we're going to have to remember a bunch of things that he says because he's, of course, going to totally contradict all of it. But he doesn't like being falsely accused of racism, and he doesn't like his words being twisted and taken out of context. Good thing that this is our moral superior who would never do such a thing.
every time that he does this, it hurts my reputation just a little bit more. These things do have a very real effect, because if people say things enough times, then other people will believe it. It doesn't matter if it's actually true. He was the first that I could tell.
Remember that also. If you say something, people will believe it, and it doesn't matter if it's true. But again, he would never do such a thing.
Tweet something negative about me in the fallout from that video's release, when he said, YouTube film...
Aw, thank you, old guy gamer. I love how many new people we got here. Welcome to the crazy train. Hoping to see you on Ranting Monkey's show again. Yes, he needs to come on here. I need to go on there. I love that freaking monkey.
Essayist. The cannibals in the Hills Have Eyes are actually the good guys, because they're poor, and the family is everything wrong about America. They're middle class, and one is...
So two things. First of all, this is... You'll see, any mild criticism that he gets, he's going to blow up and make a huge thing of. So it just really goes to show the victim mentality and the thin skin that leftists always have. But also the backstory on this. So he made a video about the Hills Have Eyes. If you guys haven't seen the Hills Have Eyes, this family, their car breaks down, the dog runs away, they get stuck there, they try to find the dog and, you know, get attacked and raped and eaten by a tribe of cannibals, who are, of course, just like Native Americans fighting back against the white cisgender patriarchy. Jeremy, my love, thank you. Repeated enough times and it becomes true is straight out of the communist playbook. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, I have seen it. Nut job.
A retired cop cuts to footage of January 6th storming the Capitol.
Also, yes, listen to our lore horror Cody Ghost. Click the like button or you're an In Praise of Shadows fan.
He got 370 likes with that one. Another time, to 867 likes, he said, I like IPOS videos for the most part, but this man has brain worms. His Hills Have Eyes video is the most schizophrenic far leftist ramblings I've ever heard. He said the family deserved to be raped and killed because they represented colonial USA and the hill people are native. Essentially, every single time implying that I think rape violence, and cannibalism is literally a good thing, and that I'm also a racist. Around that same time,
which is exactly what he's gonna do to a
crackhead Clyde said to me, "I don't get how you can show more."
Oh no, not crackhead Clyde. Like, why do we care what every little person says on Twitter? Like, this is how thin, and this is why I don't understand why people are always so fearful of leftists and always capitulating to them, because this is the thin skin that they actually have when you stand up to them. God, also, this guy, I don't think he can exist on the internet. Like, you have to be kind of tough. You have to have a thick skin. I mean, do you want to know the names people call me? Let me pull this up. I got the greatest tweet the other day. You have to see this. Wait. Okay, I'm sharing it. Wait. I'm screen sharing. So someone lit themselves on fire at Publix, and I said, I'm going to light myself on fire if they're out of popcorn chicken. So Jamie they said, please let them be out of popcorn chicken, which made my day. But if I were in Praise of Shadows, that would be like a 5-hour essay on how terrible.
For the violent cannibals in The Hills Have Eyes than a kid who is defending himself during a riot, or a competing YouTuber who has different opinions from you, which we're gonna get to all this in a little bit, but the kid that he was talking about defending himself was Kyle Rittenhouse. Posting that video.
No further context there, but you'll see throughout the video, he has got a bug up his ass about Kyle Rittenhouse. We'll get to that.
Video was a huge negative turning point in my life, and the way that that one video was received has really impacted everything around me. Before that, I was relatively comfortable financially. I could make the kinds of videos that I wanted to, and have honestly struggled very badly ever since then. If you want to know why I make so many franchise videos now, it's because I still need to eat, and those are the only things that ever gain any traction now. Everything else I do.
And there it is. So he's going to go on and on throughout this whole thing about, oh, these people, they just do things for money. He just admitted that he only makes videos about franchises for the money.
Dies as soon as it's
leftist hypocrisy in action.
Released. For transparency, this is a graph of my total lifetime views on my channel, and this is the point where I posted The Hills Have Eyes. There is a clear delineation.
So, you know, I don't have the best eyesight, but it looks to me like he only had 2 videos people liked, which he did. I think there were 2 videos of his that I liked, but views were going way down before that. So it kind of looks like you're just making excuses and trying to blame other people for your own shitty content.
Before and after me making that, and at least from my perspective, I'm not really sure if that response was entirely fair or justified. I don't think that as a person I deserve that based on my performance in that one single video. I understand that I am not entitled to your time whatsoever or anything like that. I'm just a guy on the internet. But if you stopped watching me over the public reception to that,
you obviously do feel entitled to it though.
A little bit here. Because there's not an insignificant amount of people who frequently say untrue things about me. And in the long term, it is kind of
oh, so he doesn't like people saying untrue things about him. Again, just remember that. Keep that, you know, in your back pocket for later.
Ruined my ability to make a living doing what I want to do with my own work. But before we get to that, let's take a look at some other movies made by Wes Craven, so that we have proper context to actually talk about The Hills Have Eyes.
He better not take the name Wes Craven in vain.
Undeniably an extremely left-leaning filmmaker, who infused
I don't know about that.
all of his work. He is probably about the most leftist mainstream horror filmmaker that was ever working at his level. Take Nightmare on Elm Street.
I don't know where he's getting that from. Hey, dude, thank you so much for the super chat, dude. Good to see you here. Mikey, I watched Atlas on Netflix last night, and it was horrible. J-Lo should just stop with these movies. I was just talking about J-Lo the other day. So, by the way, let me just say, shameless self-promotion. If he can grift, I can grift. You guys should join my locals, because we do movie nights, game nights, Zoom hangouts. We have a Discord. It's a good time. We're a fun squad. But I was just thinking the other day that for one of our movie nights, we should do the J-Lo movie, Enough. Have you guys ever seen Enough? The J-Lo movie about domestic violence where she's a battered wife. It is so good. It's amazing. Thank you for the super chat, my darling.
Who the government let go on a
oh wait, this is sorry, let me roll it back one little second.
was entirely fair or justified. I don't think that
he is already taking Wes Craven's name in vain, and I don't approve of that.
I understand that I am not entitled to your time whatsoever or anything like that. I'm just a guy on the internet. But if you stopped watching me over the public...
Also, I think the political statements that Wes Craven has made were mostly back in the 80s, 70s, and the landscape was quite different back then.
...perception to that one work, then I kind of want to talk about that a little bit here. Because there's not an insignificant amount of people who frequently say untrue things about me. And in the...
See, by the way, I didn't shave tonight because my facial hair is even worse than his, so I kind of, kind of wanted to make him feel better about himself. I feel like homie could use a little self-confidence over here.
Long term, it has kind of ruined my ability to make a living doing what I want to do with my own work. But before we get to that, let's take a look at some other movies made by Wes Craven, so that we have proper context
Let's
to
do
talk
it,
about
bitch.
The Hills Have Eyes. Because Wes Craven was undeniably an extremely left-leaning filmmaker, who infused that...
Jenny, you've seen enough. I was just talking about it with... Oh my god, we have to watch enough. Also, she's never seen Single White Female. We need to watch Single White Female. I am all about... I love the crazy bitch genre. Also, sorry, tangent, and then I'll shut the fuck up. Have you guys ever seen Mother's Boys? It's kind of like Fatal Attraction, except she's their mother, and she's Jamie Lee Curtis. It's amazing.
Into practically all of his work. He is probably about the most leftist mainstream horror filmmaker that was ever working at his level. Take Nightmare on Elm Street, a movie about a child killer who the government let go on a technicality, where the system failed them so badly that the parents of the victims have to band together to form some sort of frontier justice lynch mob.
That is why we have the Second Amendment! Bitches! He was just bashing Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse is a real-life final girl. He just said the police could not be relied upon, so they had to take justice into their own hands. Congratulations, you're a conservative. That's what the Second Amendment is. Kyle Rittenhouse is a final girl. See, but they hate him because he committed the ultimate heresy. He was supposed to just submit to the authority of radical leftists and allow himself to be killed, and he didn't die like he was supposed to. So there is no way that you can support, make this political statement in support of Nancy, but then rail against it when it's the same thing. Oh,
because the government is so useless that they have let him slip through the cracks. In the end, a teenage girl has to take down the rapist herself while the cops stand right outside on the front lawn listening to her screams, watching and going...
Sorry, I just wanted to answer this. There are many reasons through the Second Amendment, obviously also government tyranny, but, in my experience in New York, we could get into the reasons for that, but the cops were quite useless and not anyone that could be relied upon in any sort of emergency. There's a lot of overlap between the sort of populist right and, I want to strangle this guy.
Oh gosh, oh gee, whatever are we gonna do? Which is something that is still happening in real life. And in that light, a running theme throughout every single one of Craven's Scream films is how the cops are incompetent, and never once in any of the movies do they actually catch the killer. And that's not even to mention the criticisms of Harvey Weinstein in Scream 3. So,
Harvey Weinstein, a diehard Democrat fundraiser, and also his video about Scream was going, oh, how it's fascism, that the thesis of Scream would be that movies and fictional violence does not create real life violence. And that was a transgressive thing for the day, because the original Scream was really going against the moral panic of the day, which is, video games and movies, they're turning the children into murderers. Which is why I had an issue with Scream 5, because it kind of took the side of the current moral panic of the day of, toxic fans are creating killers.
If we go back to my original video, okay, my basic argument was that the Hill people and the Hills Have Eyes
far right Harvey Weinstein. So Kevin Spacey and Harvey Weinstein, two of the biggest Democrats in Hollywood, they're now conservatives.
Any type of person who has been marginalized by the American imperial machine, Native American.
And by the way, that's how badass Wes Craven was. That in Scream 3, he made a movie going against Harvey Weinstein and calling out Harvey Weinstein in a movie produced by Harvey Weinstein. Freaking king.
Any non-white people, really, queer people, poor people, anyone who would stand in opposition to the family. I'm not even saying that I agree.
So, The cannibal killers of the Hills of Ice. He's like, guys, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean what I said, that they were like the Native Americans. They could be black people too, or queer people. He would defend Jeffrey Dahmer. Yes, thank you for the super chat, darling. He would defend Jeffrey Dahmer. Yeah, well, he was, you know, a queer person.
With everything going on in the movie. I also certainly did not write the movie. And
see, the funny thing is, I don't consider myself conservative either, but I sometimes just go with the label just in the interest of saving time. Did you hear what he just said, by the way, though? I don't agree with everything in the movie. This is what they want. They think that everything has to be a sermon. It's not there for you to agree with or disagree with.
truth be told, I also think that Wes Craven is a little overrated, and I'm somewhat mixed on his filmography as a whole. Thematically, I think he's great, but on a basic filmmaking level, he was at times fairly weak. Still,
Bitch! He was weak? This guy is saying Wes Craven was weak as a filmmaker. You know, if you could do it better, if only he would have been more like you. And this is the narcissist. I've only been drinking this much, but it makes that word a little difficult to say. This is the narcissism of leftists.
I started
See, Cody Leach is very centrist. I, however, am not.
to receive comments like this. I can't imagine watching this film and coming away with the conclusion that the cannibals
We're
are
now going to
simply
go
the
through
good guys,
every
and the
mildly
biggest
critical
tragedy is that they
comment he
didn't
has
eat
ever
the people
received.
passing through. He stabs him in the heart not to kill him, but to remind him of his
Brian. He didn't know who No Doubt was. He doesn't know who Wes Craven is.
Or maybe it was
How
just
are
to
we
kill
friends?
the cannibal who attacked him and his family. I don't know. Just my interpretation. It's edgy takes for the sake of engagement. Love this channel, but I don't think it was actually fine that these cannibals killed, raped, and ate people who just crashed
Things
their
that you
car
never
in the
thought
wrong
would need
spot
to be
because
said.
Capitalism is bad, and actually they are the good guys is the take that I would have gone with. You can defend your home without eating people. You have an extremely warped moral compass. Class this, class that.
I love the serious, concerned voice that he's reading these in. First of all, for critical comments, these are all very respectful. These are just people disagreeing with you. And he's like, look what this person said and look what this person said. It's like, do you want to know the names I get called?
Blah blah blah. I like your videos, but the commie talk is distracting and arrogant.
I love that his own audience is calling him out. See, I sped it up for you guys.
Not just the victims.
Like I said, by the way, I edited it down a little bit. This goes on 10 times as long with every comment that's ever criticized him.
Your metatextual want for
You
what
just
you
make
think the
strong
movie should
drinks,
be. The Carters
Jenny.
win because good
Greg
should
made
triumph
this
over
one.
evil. Jesus, Wes is spinning in his grave for an hour and 25 minutes. Woke Overthinking presents a woke critique of a B movie lacking any intellectual heft. If I had a nickel for every
That's
time a
true,
horror channel assumes
Brian.
something in a film is an allegory or a metaphor, I'd be rich by now. So tiring. I think this dude is gay or some. He can't go a video without mentioning disrespect towards them folks. Also, the hillbillies are cannibals. How are you gonna sympathize with them? Had to stop watching at 15 minutes. I think you're viewing the film through a modern woke lens, and you're really stretching the themes to fit your personal bias. Really hard to take you seriously now.
Can you
Just because-
imagine caring this much what people
Your
said about
comments
you?
doesn't mean that every movie is about class struggle or social inequality. Holy cow, you make it sound like the cannibal rapists are the good guys. Gross, dude. Typical liberal garbage.
Okay,
Every time I think
we
I watch
get
this
it.
channel, this guy spews some
People
overthought lefty
disagree.
garbage that takes me right out of
We get
So
it.
what I have gathered from this video is people who commit tragedies such as mass shootings are justified because they have been wronged by society, and society should expect innocents to suffer.
No, see, this is a very good point. Does he address the comments or just read them? No, he just reads them to show hate speech or something. How terrible that people would say this to him. Here's the thing. Let me tell you guys, if you want to like exist on the internet or exist making videos and not lose your mind, don't believe anything people say about you. You can't believe the bad shit, but you also can't believe the great shit when people are kissing your ass and blowing smoke up your ass. So if you're not going to believe one, don't believe any of it.
Because of that. Oof. The overinterpretation of
But this
capitalism
guy is
by
sniffing his
literally
own
raped,
farts,
murdered, and eaten victims
so-
into the bad guys of the movie was my cue to unsub. Sorry, bud. You lost
Whenever
me.
someone
You went
disagrees
way
with
too off the
them-
mark.
I've enjoyed several of your videos, but damn, you seem to be a bit lost in this one. Your stances just seem a bit warped. And why inject politics into a movie anatomy?
These are the most respectful ass comments in the world. Like, can you imagine if he came here, the shit that we're saying about him? It's like, you want to see some hate speech? Like, come to my channel, bitch.
Social justice? I was rolling my eyes throughout. I mean, come on, man. LOL, I
Did you
watched
see
a few other
that?
videos of his and didn't notice his political leanings.
He's like,
And here's the thing, I don't actually care what they are. It's just
He's
pretty silly to
hard.
inject social justice into a review of The Hills Have Eyes, LOL.
Get
Yeah, I
on
can't
with
help
it,
but
a
disagree with this
fungal.
video. This might be your worst yet. I despise your political analysis of this film. Calling police officers, people who put their lives on the line for a job, a symbol of oppression, shows a huge
You
bias
too, my
on your
darling.
end. People are a lot more than their political affiliation, but I don't
Harley.
think you showcasing yours is very much appreciated by your audience. Would really appreciate it if you tried to be more impartial. 18 minutes in, and I had to stop because it really is an unwatchable video.
Get on with it.
Incredibly
This is
sad
an
because I
unwatchable
enjoyed a lot
video.
of the in defense of
Sorry,
Nicolas
dog opened the
Cage.
door. Let me
It
shut
really
it.
feels like night and day in terms of quality of the essay. While everyone is free to think what they
Marley
want,
knows
and
how
I
to
really
open the door on
appreciate
his
and
own-
enjoyed
on her
some of
own.
your other
You
videos.
keep
Here
misgendering
you're
the
basically
dog.
justifying that people should be assaulted, raped, cannibalized based on their socioeconomic status and, dare I say,
Oh, I
skin
love
color.
this.
Would you have reacted the same
I
way
love
if
Matt
your family was
Christensen. He's
black or
very
came from
underrated.
another racial background? Or is it only okay because the rich family was white? You are such a talented writer with an impressive ability to digest a movie, but
So these are examples of the harassment he's getting. You're a talented writer, but I disagree. Like, God, I wish my
unfortunately,
haters were
as
this
so
nice.
often these days, your politics tend to ruin some parts of your videos whenever you put your postmodern lens on. Sadly, you seem to be lost in a pretty bad. Sadly, you seem to be in a pretty bad place right now.
Get
your
on with
so-called
it!
anatomy is full of hate and cynicism. I hope you'll get better soon. Buddy, maybe leave out the half-baked race
He's
bait
trying
and
not to
focus on the
cry.
movie. Yeesh. I thought I was going to watch a
You can't
movie
be on the
retrospective,
internet if you're
not
this
be morally
thin-skinned, buddy.
grandstanded at LMAO. This was honestly exhausting.
Yeah, these are all constructive criticism. And you guys, by the way, like I said, I cut like half of this section out. It goes on longer. That's Talking, my love, soon to be coming to my channel. I was on his the other night. Barley.
You know, you do this long enough and you kind of develop this weird, broken, detached mental thing that I'm convinced that everyone who works long-term
Have
on the
you,
internet
though?
has.
Have
And
you,
I know
though?
that was a lot of hateful comments to read back to back to back, but I'm just trying to communicate what it
Hateful
is that-
comments! Hateful comments! Those are the hateful comments. Those are the hateful comments. And the thing is, you know that if he were getting comments that were like, die faggot, like, he'd be showing them. So those were the most hateful comments he could dig up.
The never-ending
We got some
barrage
better
of the
ones for
internet
you, though,
saying
if you wanna
bad
come
things
here.
to you on a daily basis that are not founded in reality. What was really distressing to me, though, in this time, is that I slowly started to watch it leave my comment section, and just became an accepted idea about me outside on the internet at large. Someone on Reddit in this time said, I like In Praise of Shadows a decent bit for horror analysis, but his video on Hills Have Eyes is such a wild case of tunnel vision that even his normally receptive audience calls him out on it across the comment section.
I love
he
it.
digs into this interpretation of the first film as a critique of modern society, where the
I really
incestuous
think
cannibals
this is a good sign. I think that
communicate exactly how in this situation I said one thing, and then it got misconstrued as another that slowly
So you don't
eroded
like when
people's
people
view
do
in my
that.
writing and their trust in me, which has made the past 2 years a very dark time in my life. Now people are openly making fun of me about The Hills Have Eyes to my face, in spite of being totally
I'm so
detached
sorry
from
that
the-
happened to you. This is the living embodiment of privilege. If these are, I want your life. I want this to be like my life problems. Not that I've got it so bad, because, you know, things are pretty stellar right now. But
reality of what was even said in that video.
a lot
They
of
don't
people
even
would
treat me
love
like a
this.
person.
be.
Recently, I said something related to the Cherokee on Twitter near where I live, which is something we are going to get to here in a little bit. And somebody said to me, "Hi, I live in Oklahoma and am a Native American. Go fuck yourself." Like, what do I even do with that?
Another example for you is when
Maybe you could like go fuck yourself. Just a thought.
one woman last year said, he is up his ass and has been for several videos now, and he apologized rape in media as art. What do you expect
Hey,
of someone
Joseph.
who calls himself an artist on every video? And now, you know, I normally have a rule for myself of refusing to engage in purposefully combative comments, but this one made me really mad.
I used to hit 200 to
whoa.
400,000 views per video. And
You
now
wouldn't like him when he's mad. he can get quite testy.
Hitting 50 to 100,000 most of the time, saying the exact same message that I used to say back then. If you go look, literally there is a hostile comment on every single video now within maybe 2 to 3 minutes of posting a new video. Say if you were to go back and look at,
I mean, show me one channel that has hundreds of thousands of subscribers that has no negative comments. I mean, what do you expect, bitch?
my recent video on blood tea and red string. Within a minute of the video coming out,
I love this. I concur with that native from Moki. Oh, he does, Sarah.
And had posted, "I'm just here to see how long it takes him to whine about the racist patriarchy." To which someone else said, "This meme of an idea has directly impacted my work, my sense of self, and the videos that I am able to make. And I don't really think that that's fair. There was a month last year where I only made $500 in ad revenue. I can't live off that. The amount of time..."
Get a job! Get a job! Get a job! Get a job!
Times that I've almost had to stop making videos since then has been almost monthly. I've barely been able to keep this afloat. I've paid my rent late most months for the past year. The cruel
Get a job, you deadbeat!
That you say about another person do in fact have direct impacts on them, and the way that
the cruel and untrue things you say about other people do have direct impacts on them. Just keep all these things in your back pocket for later in the video.
Culturally see them. If you look at the hard data, there really is a clear line here with the Hills Have.
There really isn't.
I had just come off of one of my biggest hits ever with In Defense of Nicolas Cage. And then my next video after Hills, still to this day, only has 73,000 views.
See, we're so much more mean here than his comment section.
Something that caused that kind of shift. I think it is within my right to talk about this on my own channel. And if you have said,
of course it is, and it's within people's right to unsubscribe and not watch your commie ass.
Me or to me, that is totally within your right to do. But I do want to ask you to consider why you're actually still saying them to me still 2 years later. What point are you trying to make?
Because you've been talking about it for an hour.
Are these your own genuine original thoughts and criticisms that you have based on my actual words and things that I have done? Or maybe did you read something about me 2 years ago that you thought was funny and that was not actually true, and have latched onto a meme that was not based in fact? That said that I'd become some kind of racist, pro-rape, pro-cannibalist extremist. I have always and will always speak on the idea that horror is about love, and that this is all about love.
Horror is about love? I don't know about that. But yes, you'll see how loving he is.
If you somehow took away that I actually think that it's a good idea for people to be eaten alive, then I don't know what to tell you. We are just on
this exactly. Oh my God, Frank! Dude, I miss you. Happy Pride Month. Came to say hi and support my favorite gay. Oh, I love you. You're my favorite hetero, bitch. I miss you. I hope you're taking care of New York for me. You guys gotta come visit here soon. Aw, thanks, dude. I was gonna say, ranting monkey. This is so true. This is such a 2016 argument. Any criticism is met with, I have a right to say it. Sure, and I have a right to respond. These people are mentally trapped in 2016. And the thing is, what I was going to say before, I think this is kind of a good sign, not just the stuff that he's showing in this video, but the reaction to it. The tide really is turning, because back in 2016, you could say shit like this and put stuff like this out, and they were in enough of an echo chamber to not really get any pushback. He has gotten such a pushback, he's deleted everything. So I really do think people are getting sick of this shit. I really do think the tide is turning.
Operating in totally
I love you,
Frank.
Frank.
People often say to me when talking about my Hills Have Eyes videos that I used
if
to
they're
not
white
be like that, and that they liked my older work before that, often citing my Return to Oz one, which is always very funny to me because I talk about Gilded Age capitalist rot and the benefits of communism and the tragedy of the genocide.
Totally agree with this, Carmen. The horror community, the horror fandom is loving and accepting space, which it can be sometimes. It really is. Horror fans are the most awesome people in the world, which is why I hate these motherfuckers trying. I'm like, and I don't give a shit who agrees with my political views, who doesn't. I don't care. Just keep it out of it. This is like my escape. This is my one enjoyment that I'm like, keep politics the fuck out of horror. We don't have to agree on things. We don't have to have the same beliefs. Let's just enjoy our horror movies. Keep your politics out of my fucking horror movies, please.
of the Native Americans in that video. All of my most popular videos back then were just as leftist as the type of content that I do now. The only thing that has changed is the conversation and culture around them, where now I get comments like, yeah, this channel is really good, but the wokeness is all over most recent videos.
The hateful
Really
comments
super
need to
distracting
stop.
and yes, disappointing. Can you make
Keep your
anything
hate
without
speech
going
off
on
this
and on
campus.
about irrelevant modern social justice shit? I was sitting in a doctor's office 2 years ago now, mentally dealing with everything that was going on, believing that my career was over.
He was sitting in a doctor's office because he got very respectful, critical comments on a YouTube channel. He was in a doctor's office. Y'all sent him to the doctor.
Reading comments about what people were saying about me.
Just remember when you want to capitulate to radical leftists, this is who you are capitulating to. People who are so weak and so fragile that they're sent to the doctor's office if someone disagrees with them.
Generally, feeling pretty bad about myself when I read something by a Reddit user going by the name John Latour, who made me so happy that I actually cried sitting there in public reading that, because I felt like it was the first time that someone had publicly seen
because
and
somebody
understood the situation that I was in.
kissed his
And
ass.
saying that
Like,
they
God,
understood
I
what was
cannot
going for and my
fathom
treatment had not been fair.
caring this much what strangers think about you. Aw, you guys, thank you so much for the super chats. Y'all are the best. Friches, love you. One thing true about leftists, they always identify with the villain. For them, cannibalism doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens at the dining room table. That is so true. Miles, thank you, my love. Hey, Mikey. This era haunts the left. Democrats for all time. God, they are insufferable. They are the religious right of our time. 100%. That's the thing. The enemy that these people are raging against is in the freaking mirror.
Person had said about me. He really is
Thank you guys
amazing
so
when
much.
he can keep from white knighting for women and minorities. When he does that, he starts misinterpreting shit just to shoehorn things into whatever agenda he is trying to push.
I lost it when he was trying to defend the mutants from the Hilltown Eyes as representative of the minority underclass. And
Oh, this is so true, Seb. You try to say something slightly critical about trans
John
people if
called
you
me
want to see real hype.
If you want to watch horror movies for what they are on the surface level of tension, scares, and kills, that's totally fine.
Needless to say, I also recommend In Praise of Shadows, and hope everyone here has a great day. And John, I don't know you, but if you're watching this, I just want to say thank you, because I was in a really dark place in that time period. And what you said there, I know you never thought that I would.
And when I was in the doctor's office and Poopy Pants 6969 said Mike is sexy, it changed my life. Thank you, Poopy Pants 6969.
Actually read, but I did, and your words mattered to me. It made such a difference for me that I still think about it. It is still
And the
one of the
Babadook,
most
too.
important things that a stranger has ever said to me about my work. And it came to me at a time when I was in a really rocky place, and I needed you to hear that. So, thank you.
He vaporized. Finally. Okay, so we are now 2 chapters in and have not heard one word about bad conservative horror movies. Maybe this is where it will happen. Oh, I hate when people do this. He's so artistic. He had to show you him setting up the background.
In March of this
He's
year,
so
Late
artistic.
Night with the Devil was released to theaters, which came with a fair share of controversy. Normally, this would be a film that would make some buzz and then be quickly forgotten about by most non-horror people. But Late Night with the Devil ended up with several major articles written about it in the trades because of its use of supposedly 3 AI-generated title cards that appeared both in the trailer as well as
That
in
movie
the
was
film
awesome,
itself.
by the way.
And I
I've seen it
myself
3
have gone
times
through the
now.
film and would argue that there's closer to an upwards of maybe 10 or so questionable images throughout the movie.
Questionable images. Karen is counting. Karen is watching and taking notes. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake, and he's taking notes during the fucking movie. There were 10 questionable images. This fucking doughboy, you know, this is the bitch who was like the little tittle tattle in school, who was like, teacher, you forgot to give us homework. Oh, and he didn't do the reading. I don't think that's fair. Bitch. Oh, I hated people like this in school.
The purpose of this, we will just say that it was 3 pictures.
You would
As
like that
can
movie,
well
I think.
imagine,
It was really
there
good.
were a lot of people within the horror community who pretended that this was either not a very big deal or wasn't unprecedented behavior, and had many excuses as to why this wasn't good.
So here's the thing. So this movie, they had a couple title cards that were AI. Now, I don't like AI. I think people shouldn't use it. However, it's very telling of what leftists always do, because for all of their talk, their words mean nothing. They're always going after the little guy. So they were trying to boycott this independent film for a couple title cards. Now, where are his videos railing against Disney using AI? Oh, he doesn't have any. Where are his videos against the big studios using AI? Oh, he doesn't have any. But it really is, they go after very specific targets. They go after targets where they think they can do the most damage, because people like him know, oh, they can't really hurt Disney, but they can make it hurt for this independent film that used 3 title cards. It's so fucking stupid.
But also why we should still reward their behavior with our money. BJ Colangelo said, based on the style, the AI was clearly experimented with around the time everyone was sharing their AI profile.
I'm this far in.
Before we had the widespread, hey, this is bad convo. Brett Gallman said, AI-generated imagery, it's not art, is a scourge to creativity that has the potential to harm the film industry. But I'm not comfortable with dismissing all the work people put into
Who
looking
are
at
these
level
people, by the way?
Taylor
Like, he brings up every random person on Twitter who probably has 7 followers that has any opinion that is different than his. It's the most intolerant people in the world.
Actually got shamed into apologizing for suggesting that people shouldn't go see the film when she tweeted, "Maturity is accepting wrong. After having people educate me on the timing in my DM."
Thank you for educating me. Thank you for educating me. I'm gonna do better. Do better. Do better.
For full transparency, I myself did post one single tweet that was positive about AI, which was clearly when it was still in the...
There's always a tweet and there's always an excuse. It's fine when I do it.
I listened to the conversation and realized how harmful this
I
thing
listened
was.
to trans women of color.
Again, and have never excused a large company using it to not pay people. It really is that easy. All of this is about love and community. It's about talking with each other and working with each other and making cool shit.
That's a good
point. The whole
point.
reason I'm making this video is because I want people to think about how they talk with each other and how they engage in art and the world around them, and how to show respect if people have issues with something. I think if we had broad education related to media literacy...
Okay, but do you show respect when people have issues with you? Because you just called very respectful comments hateful.
A lot of these things wouldn't have to happen.
Oh, do you hear that? We need to have media literacy classes. Yeah, that just means indoctrination.
Botox said in response, "I can't stand the art justice warriors who have been crying about..."
He is a cool guy, by the
like
way. Him and his girlfriend. I like them.
Little Leah 78, who describes herself as a one-woman creative agency, full-time smartass, and harlot of horror, said to this on...
I thought I was the harlot of horror. Come on, what is this? Little Leah? Come on, I am the harlot of horror. How dare you?
Honestly, people don't understand how films are even made or the budgets that go into them, or that lots of people use AI in everyday life and don't even realize it. There's a time and a place for the technology. To this,
always,
I would
Ash,
argue that
always.
She herself does not know how movies are made, because in the time before the release, the filmmakers...
She doesn't know how movies are made like I do.
After the backlash,
I who have made 0
and they
movies.
still decided not to. Probably because they knew the movie would get more attention if they left it in and
Aww.
caused a discourse around the film. Movies are getting tweaked all the time in the final weeks
Love you.
up to release. That is just very normal behavior. And it was a deliberate...
100% Cody. The only reason he's making this video is to bully everyone he doesn't like and redefine horror as a queer liberal safe space.
intention to not do that here, probably for the attention that it brought to the project. And if it is a budget thing, again, if you're moving...
Oh yeah, also by the way, Brian said, so what do we need to do? Super chat at you to take a drink or a shot? I should do that. I should do that. That's what Vets Talking do, which is why I got trashed on their show. But feel free to do that. Yeah, I'll do that.
Spare a couple $100, then it either isn't a real movie or you need to fire your accountant. Filmmaker Aaron Kuntz said, "Indies rarely have the budget to hire multiple artists. It's usually 3 or 4 art leads that source everything. They're overworked and underappreciated. If over 2 years ago one of them used an AI image, that's not taking away a job. It's giving them time to breathe." Which,
like I said, I'm not a fan of AI. However, where do you see the, that Disney movie Wish used AI? Do you see any boycotts of Disney? I don't see any boycotts of Disney from them. It is always about beating up on the little person. Yet they're the same people who claim that that's who they stand for. Just in the same way that they claim they stand for minorities and stuff. And then you see that those are the people, minorities, poor people, those are the people who are most impacted by Democrat policies. Aw, Sarah, my love, thank you so much. You will always be the high harlot of horror. Love you, babe. And take a shot for me. I love you. I'm taking a shot. I'm taking a sip. Thank you, Sarah. Poopy pants.
I also think is the wrong way to go about this. Like, let's pretend that we literally don't have any spare money in this scenario. Let's say we're in some bizarre deep hole in the ground in the middle of nowhere where
like you?
no money exists.
Then we would just be you.
Situation on a very small
you are in that
production
situation.
And my art team was overworked. I would either find some free stock images and have some fun in Photoshop, or I would just make the art myself, or I would call in a favor. And if none of that worked out, I'd just scrap the idea if it were, you know,
ooh, I
too
love
much.
this.
There's so
Dangerous Spaces says, as part of my journalism degree, I did film analysis as a major. We debated, disagreed all the time because we weren't little bitches. I love that. Yup. They stand for the marginalized as long as the marginalized do as they're told. 150,000 fucking % this. Brian, thank you, my love. Have a drink on me. Okay, I'm having a drink on you. Woo!
so many options they could have done here, and all of this ultimately was done over a movie that was just okay. I had an alright
It was
time
not.
watching it. There are parts that I would say
It was not
were
just
good,
okay.
but it is a solid 6 or so out of 10.
No, it's not.
If that. A decent but very
It's an 8.
forgettable movie that fails to deliver on its very basic premise, that desperately was in need of at least 1 or 2 more passes at the script before they started shooting.
See
I
if
knew
they would have
exactly
just
what I was
listened to
in for
him.
as soon as the movie started, and I could already tell that the script needed some extra work badly. When, at the beginning of the late night talk show, the host only tells one joke in his opening monologue before he moves on to sit down behind his desk to interview the guest.
That's a lie. They show him doing entire skits. They show a lot of stuff. That's just a straight up lie. This movie was awesome, by the way.
And the reason that is the way that it is because jokes are hard to write. And the writers either didn't bother to come up with any, or
The
they couldn't
point of it
actually
is
come
that
up
he's
with
a
anything that
hack
was funny.
talk
Which,
show host.
if you're
It's
going to be
not
making
supposed
a
to be
horror
funny.
movie about a talk show, then you need to actually have some joke writers.
The
Because
point of
without
this
that,
movie
you are
went
totally
right
failing
over
to
his
emulate
head.
your chosen
Aw, you guys were the sweetest. Thank you so much, Tracy. I'll buy you a real drink when I get to Florida in 2 weeks. I forgot you're coming here. Oh my God. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. We should do a show together while you're here. Thank you, my love. Jeremy, my love. Thank you. To a commie, there is no difference between the state and the little person. Unless the person disagrees with the state. State can be defined to mean anything. Now take a drink. I am. You guys are going to get me drunk and slutty. Okay.
setting.
Ooh, I have
The
cherries
band
in
never
here.
plays music
Forgot.
despite holding instruments. It commits the cardinal sin of
That's
found
the
footage
point,
by
you
having actual
fucking
traditional movie
twaffle.
scenes done with traditional filmic style, interspersed while they're on commercial break, that breaks the foundation of the form, stuff like that. Visually, at times, it was mostly fine, but everything else that they're trying to do reads as
Do better!
totally
Do
inauthentic.
better! Make
Compare
make
this
your
to
own
how
movie.
The same setting was achieved in Miss Maisel, and you can see what I'm talking about. And I know that I'm comparing two different productions that had wildly different
Oh, you
but you
went
should really
there,
wait for
monkey.
the money that you think you're going to be able to get. Sometimes shooting for the stars is a bad idea. To me, Real Takes on TikTok had the absolute worst take on this issue, funny enough, when he said, "This type of holier-than-thou bullshit is obnoxious on so many levels. A very particular brand of Reddit bro."
So it's not just anyone who disagrees with him personally, it's anyone who disagrees with his opinion. Like he's literally searching Reddit, Twitter, TikTok. What a pathetic life. Like, God, if I've ever seen a person on the entire internet who needs to touch grass, this motherfucker needs to touch some grass.
throwing a tantrum right now over one AI-generated image making its way into Late Night with the Devil. If you're going to say that this is a reason not to pay to support a movie or to not watch it, then I think what you're doing...
Tennessee, thank you for being here, my darling. Yeah, also, Ramiro, is this conservative horror? What's going on? So yeah, we are now balls deep into chapter 3, and there's only 4 chapters. And we've not heard one word about bad conservative horror movies in a video called Bad Conservative Horror Movies. Fungal.
Is very counterproductive. One of the directors, Colin Cairns, said, "I don't know. If someone higher up thinks that's the thing to do, we'll have that conversation. But the film is the product of a really grueling production, writing, the whole process. And we're very proud of the movie, as is
How
everyone
dare
who
you?
worked on
Oh,
it. And it's resonating.
Ryan.
This huge couple of weeks."
Thank you for the super chat, my love. But y'all are going to get me trashy. I feel like Chucky when he's drinking out of the fishbowl. That's me.
That it's had, we know it works. And to go and change that just because some people have been outraged, and I think outraged by some exaggerated claims and frankly quite a lot of misinformation and misunderstanding, I think no. I don't think that we should start caving into that. The film is a...
I love that. So here's the thing. I don't agree with what they did, and I wish they wouldn't have done it because, like I said, it's like 3 title cards. You know, I hate that it has to distract from what was a great movie. So even though they did something that I don't love, I love that response because that's the response that everybody needs to have to these motherfuckers. Do not cave into them. And it's true. It's like that book, if you give a mouse a cookie, you agree, you comply for one of their demands, there will be more, and there will be more, and there will be more.
Production of its given circumstances. And who's to say in 5 years' time there won't be something else that somebody has a problem with? And well, oh, we've got to change that. I think the film is what it is, and stands on its own 2 feet. Audiences mostly seem to be enjoying it.
Well, now I'm going to wait for the end.
Horror has a
keep you here.
Internal problem with conservatism and fandom-based centrism.
Horror has a problem with conservatism, and the fans have a problem with centrism. Where?
Excuses that conservatism and reinforces its power. We don't have enough time here to do the entire history of the genre. That would obviously take a while. And this video is already quite long, and we have more ground to cover still. But horror is an intrinsically left punk.
No, it is not. No, it is
countercultural art form.
And what says counterculture and anti-establishment more than pushing the beliefs of every celebrity, every corporation, every blue state government, the federal government? How very anti-establishment of you.
Is primarily concerned with social issues and pushing boundaries beyond what is deemed acceptable by traditional, more conservative, polite society. There's no other way.
The only thing that I can even stretch into trying to think of what he's talking about is really looking at the horror of the 70s, where having these ideas was a bit, or the 80s, where it was a bit more countercultural. There's nothing countercultural about leftist movies nowadays. It is the belief system of every corporation, every government,
that you can rationally look at it and still exist within reality. Just about every major work of iconic horror has had a leftist message to what it is trying to say.
No, it has not.
About the human condition. And the people and the tastemakers at the forefront of the genre pushing it forward from the very beginning up to modern day have always been transgressive artists, looking to express something that they...
So first of all, he confuses Republican with conservative, because Texas Chainsaw Massacre, for example, there were themes of it that were against the Vietnam War. There was nothing conservative about, though. It might have been Democrats and Republicans doing it, but there's nothing conservative about that. And today, conservatives are largely the anti-war party, or the belief system, not a party, because Republicans are just as bad.
People of color, women, and queer people have often found a home in the genre, where they otherwise might not have in other art forms.
So why is that leftist? He goes, there are black people, they're women, and they're, you know, I try to not go off every time someone says queer, but go fuck yourself is what I want to say. But why does that make it leftist? Do you think that you own all black people, all women, all gay people? And it's funny because he says later in the video that someone's homophobic because they think that being gay is about politics. You're the one making it about politics.
It is not a place for hateful ideas, and it never has been. Night of the Living
Horror
Dead
is not a
obviously
place
tackled
for
issues of
hateful
race.
ideas.
The Twilight Zone did the same. You could say similar things about basically every big work of horror fiction. Like,
that's the thing, Murder. By the way, glad to have you here. Yeah, most of the people are just responding to the end of the video, but there's so much worse stuff.
this is just basic stuff. Horror 101. All the big names in the modern era of horror film: Romero, Craven, Carpenter, Hooper, Flanagan, Cronenberg, Lynch, Waters, De Palma, Barker, Eggers, Gordon, Del Toro, Dante, and Peele.
These are not leftists.
Many others are all moderately left in their thought processes when approaching story and how they're concerned with social issues within their films.
Did you catch those
Now,
names?
not all of them are communist left, but still, the argument stands that they're all pretty left.
So I only caught a couple names. David Lynch is not a leftist. David Lynch has spoken out for Trump.
Be making mainstream successful movies within America. Mary Shelley was queer, Oscar Wilde was queer, Lovecraft was.
What does that have to do with leftism?
James Whale was queer, Bram Stoker was.
You do not own us, motherfucker! Oh, thanks, Eric. I feel like it looks like puberty just hit, but glad you think so. Peele is a leftist. His movies suck. I like one of his movies. I know you are very anti-Peele.
Queer.
But yeah, he's going the horror genre is leftist because a handful of people in it were gay. And a third of gay people in America voted Republican in the last election.
The very foundations and grammar of the art were constructed by queer people about queer people, and as an art form, it really only works when being used as a mirror to reflect social issues, about how people of lower class are being affected by those with power. Horror can't really function when it's being bent into a tool that punches down. Horror is intrinsically designed to question authority and critique power, and doesn't.
And who has the power today? Who is the authority today? Who considers themselves the moral arbiters of America? Who has power in every government and every corporation? You are just, that's the thing. Like I said, it might have been different 30 years ago if there was leftist subtext in a movie, because maybe that would have been semi-countercultural then. Today, you are just spouting the same belief system of every celebrity, every corporation, every powerful entity in this country, because they know that this ideology is a very good delivery system for brainwashing people and consolidating power.
Cruelty. Horror is an unabashed.
Tracy, my darling, I love you so much. I will see you in 2 weeks. I can't wait. Aw, monkey. Mike pretending he doesn't know he looks good, a little scruffy. As hetero as they come, and even I can see it. False modesty is so gay. I love you. If I had bananas, I would come get you a banana. Aw, thanks, dude. Wasn't Lovecraft an actual racist? I think he was a lot of things that were not good.
Political genre that is concerned directly with issues facing the current society.
Yup, Murder. I've seen an argument that queer, I can't say that word without gagging, is just a far too wide umbrella to hey, straight leftists avoid cancellation by dressing gay, basically. 100,000%. I've known people who have done this. It's disgusting. First of all, there's nothing more bigoted than the word queer. It is the thing that people who actually in the past stood for gay rights were fighting against. The idea that your sexual orientation means that you're mentally unwell and all of these, the litany of horrible things that word means. But that's how little thought these people have put into their own beliefs. They've never had to think about these things. And that is what he resents the most, is that people pushing back on him is kind of forcing him to second guess his ideology. And he has never put a second of thought into that.
And if you're in the horror space and you don't regularly acknowledge this foundation as a challenge to power.
Also, love you, Brian. Thank you. I'm gonna need a refill soon. Y'all are getting me drunk.
Then I just assume you're in it for the money. or that you don't actually care, or you're just
What's the
really
difference?
bad at your job. And if that makes you uncomfortable or upset that I often do that in my videos,
he keeps calling this his job and his line of work. Bitch, you already said you make no money. It's not a job. It's a dream you have. And you know what? Until you make money, a dream is just a nightmare. Friches, my love, thank you so much for the super chat. I wish I knew how to get this thing off of there when I put the super chats up there. What's a conservative horror film? A film bad enough that the studio can harass it as a tax loss? Pretty much. I'll get to that in a minute. I'm going to go off. Like, to me, and you know, we all bring our own point of view to these things. I would argue that horror is an inherently conservative genre because it is about personal empowerment. It is about self-defense. It is about overcoming obstacles, only having yourself to rely on and not being able to blame other people.
that's probably a good thing. This is the intended purpose of horror as a concept. It is designed to provoke, to question, to hold accountable, to breed and facilitate conversation. It drives me crazy to see anti-intellectual stances from people within genre spaces who say, why can't a movie just be a movie? Why does everything have to have meaning or stand for something?
No, we don't want it to have meaning. We don't want it to not have meaning. Most people are just tired of the exact same message and the exact same agenda being shoved down our throat. Like, have you ever seen how they force feed geese when they're making pate? That is what they are doing to all of us with leftism. And most people are sick of it. I love movies to have meaning and subtext. And the thing is, even if it's leftist, great, keep it as subtext. There, as long as there's some type of interpretation. Like, for example, the Halloween 2018 had subtext about women and Me Too and all that, but it was subtext. It could be up for interpretation. Halloween Kills. Leftists would say, and I think Jamie Lee Curtis gave interviews saying that she interpreted the mob as in the movie as being representative of BLM or Antifa or something. I forget which one she said. But the thing is, I would view it as that like they're delusional in that movie. So it kind of is BLM. So that's the good thing about subtext, is that there are different interpretations that can be had. We just don't want stuff, the same point of view, the same agenda shoved down our throats. And it is not just subtext.
You are far right and think that I'm wrong. Genuinely your favorite horror filmmaker.
You don't have to, you're a lore horror.
You stand for, but chances are they probably also made a movie about it. And often it is the case too that conservatives produce works of horror as well. It isn't something that only the left does. There's this dangerous myth that has been cultivated by the left that conservatives can't make art, that they don't understand people on a very basic level, that they're not funny. Norm Macdonald was a staunch conservative. David Zucker, who made Airplane, is a Republican, and has specifically made films for the Republican Party.
You think he's
John
being a little
Hughes
objective.
was a Republican and made Ferris Bueller's Day Off as a show of his idealization of what the freedoms...
Yeah, John Hughes was a Republican, and geez, things are so much better now than they were in John Hughes' time. God, if only we could go back to that.
...could do for us all. Milos Forman, who made One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and Amadeus, was staunchly anti-communist. Sam Raimi, the director of the Evil Dead films and the Spider-Man films, is a Republican who don't...
Wait, but I thought all horror filmmakers are leftists. Kind of contradicting yourself, buddy.
Campaigns, and has been alleged to support Trump very much in private, but just doesn't talk about it because he knows that people wouldn't like it.
Why does he not talk about it then? Because he's claiming that everything is conservative. If that were the case, then he would openly talk about it. Why is it? Because we know that the dominant power structure of authority, of corporate America, of government is all leftist, is all Democrat. And he is proving that point.
Tarantino is a Zionist and lives in Israel. Roy Francis, who wrote the film Street Trash, has been accused of sexual harassment directed at his students for decades. I mean...
So that's his evidence of why the guy is a conservative, because he was accused of sexual harassment, because only conservatives sexually harass people, like Harvey Weinstein, of course. Like I said, he thinks conservative means anything that is bad. Sexual harassment is conservative. Harvey Weinstein is conservative. The clouds are conservative. This desk that I stubbed my foot on, that's conservative desk.
David Lynch said at one point, Trump could go down as one of the greatest presidents in history. A statement that he would later...
He named David Lynch in his list of leftist filmmakers. You moron. This is how little thought that they put into their own bullshit.
To retract, but arguably, as much as I love him, a great deal of his work does have some conservative values to them, even though he clearly believes in the spiritual
Then why were you just claiming that he's a leftist?
nature and goodness inherent in the average human. Something that Alan Moore famously argued once that
He's conservative even though he believes in goodness of the average human. That's the thing. Conservatives can tell you what liberals believe. I can tell you everything liberals believe. I know these motherfuckers better than they know themselves. However, liberals cannot tell you in an objective, reasonable way what conservatives believe. They think it's, oh, hating people, you're racist, you sexually harass people. They're delusional. And this is half the country that he's slandering. It is not some small minority. And I am so sick of right-leaning people acting like they're this marginalized little minority. We are half the country. That is more than every other minority group combined. So start acting like it. Grow some balls. A fungal.
people really did not like. Trust me when I say that conservatives are
Yeah, remember when Zionist was a term used by literal neo-Nazis to describe their conspiracy theory that Jewish people were in control of everything? Yep. See, the same people, though, who see Nazis everywhere they look are the same people now leading anti-Semitic tirades across the country.
Are perfectly capable, just like anyone else, of being funny and learning how to produce art. Those things are skills that anyone can do. To think otherwise would be hopeful at best, but in practice is dangerous, and allows the slow infiltration of conservative beliefs into places that they should not be allowed, because it creates this shield that allows us to ignore their red flags. The idea that conservatives cannot make good art needs to be abandoned, because it leaves us in a position to where we underestimate their potential to spread their messaging. I would argue that despite the face
We need to not assume that conservatives can't make movies because they'll infect us. They'll infect us with their conservatism.
Horror journalism and horror authors being more diverse than they ever have been. On the side of horror cinema, we are living through the past 20 years being some of the most conservative in the history of the genre. And within horror cinematic fiction at large, this is...
Wait, the last 20 years are conservative in horror film, but you just said that it's all leftist. Like, he can't keep two thoughts in his head at the same time.
Slow creep, as there's always been some figures producing art within the medium, obviously, who hold right-wing beliefs. But more and more, I will sit down to watch a horror film and be blindsided by what it is actually trying to communicate to its audience. A mindset of consume, 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 without even thinking to question how the sausage gets made, just lacking any sense of moral fiber in their bones. A lot of them just genuinely have zero conviction most of the time. Horror is a mirror. It is countercultural.
Everyone who's not him has zero conviction.
It is that way, and it always has been. But
I can't keep saying it. There's nothing punk when your views align with every big corporation. Just go look at every corporation that drapes themselves in rainbows in the month of June. There is nothing punk when your views align with the federal government, every corporation, every celebrity. You are not
if we are using punk as an
countercultural.
example, then to further that example as a subculture, they have always had to deal with Nazi punks trying to infiltrate their spaces and co-opt their style and language to try and distill a message of hate through their mouthpiece that it was not designed for. As a community, they have worked for decades to build a set of tools and understanding to deal with those issues internally. And I'm here today to argue that we should be doing the same thing within our horror spaces. But there is this psychological issue that we have to get over first, which is that people are not willing to criticize others within the genre space when they are doing wrong, and are not willing to criticize aspects of horror films either out of social politeness, because it is a small community, or
this is the arbiter of right and wrong,
allow their values to take second place behind their love of genre, or out of financial benefit. All three of these are an issue that we need to address because they allow active harm to be transgressed and to be continued.
Oh,
to explain
harm.
this, I think it would help.
There's so much harm, guys. You might have to walk half a mile to your parking spot. You might have to get a paper wristband. There is harm here. Is this guy AI, by the way? It's right. Thank you, Brian. I'm gonna need my refill soon. I have snacks too, by the way. I'm gonna have to start breaking out my snacks.
The film Abigail, that is not a conservative horror film, but the conversation around it helps to demonstrate this point. Now,
this is a very good point. He keeps asserting conservatives make horror films, but he's yet to define what exactly a conservative horror film is.
I promise that this video is not going to turn into a list of people who annoyed me on Twitter, but to explain this concept, we're going to have to talk about Twitter for a short while longer. But Bloody Disgusting Podcast...
here are more people who disagreed with me.
Talking negatively about the film, because fanaticism means that every perceived attack on the genre must be quickly snuffed out. Saying, gentle reminder that the trailer gave away the whole movie isn't a valid critique, even if it is true, #Abigail. And this supremely got on my nerves, and I said, I mean, it's definitely a valid criticism if it makes the first hour of the movie feel completely pointless.
Okay, here's the one and only time I will agree with him. The marketing for Abigail really sucked. They did give away the entire movie in it.
Because you know all of the things that's happening on screen revolving the crime family don't actually matter because you know it's actually a vampire. No. To which he said, that only matters for your first viewing. Do you like all movies less on a second viewing because you know what's going to happen? And I just want to ask, what the fuck are you talking about? I only rewatch movies for one of two reasons. Okay, so the first is for work if I need to revisit something for the channel.
Work!
But in my free
you make
time,
no money!
I only do that if I really like a movie in the first place. And if an advertising campaign is so bad that it ruined the initial watch and put a bad taste in my mouth, why would I ever then go back to experience that again? 20 years ago, when I was a kid, I loved the series of Unfortunate Event books, and my mom took me to see the movie when it came out, and kids were yelling so loudly in the theater that you couldn't even hear the dialogue, and it ruined the experience for me, and I never watched it again, despite loving the books.
And that is his villain origin story. 20 years ago, he went to see a series of unfortunate events and people were talking in the movie theater and he shook his finger at them and he never watched that movie again. And that is how this guy became this guy. I told you he was a little tittle tattle in school. First of all, I love when people are talking at the screen. You know, when they talk about the black women in movie theaters, I am that black woman. So that is the only thing that made the new Strangers movie watchable. I went to go see it with my friend Josh. We got drunk and just like talked to the movie the entire time. It was great. Horrible movie, but good ass time.
I still today remember what a negative experience it was watching that movie in the theater.
I never saw it.
This happens just about every time that you publicly make very light criticism of a horror movie. When the trailer for the new Strangers movie came out recently, I tweeted that The Strangers was never particularly good in the first place, and that we didn't need to keep getting these things that are essentially just remakes every single time. To which...
First of all, The Strangers is awesome. I don't care what he says. Second of all, remakes every time. This is the first remake of it. The sequel was completely different. There are no remakes every time.
Francisco Garcia,
you just got bad taste.
We have talked about before here said, the OG film is a masterpiece, to which I said...
Those are more hateful comments, I'm guessing. Oh, the original film is a masterpiece. How could somebody hate speech him in such a way?
The word masterpiece pretty liberally. Also, why comment on my post? I've literally seen you tweet that you think I'm an idiot before. It's not like I'm going to play nice with you. To which he said, I have literally no idea who you are or any memory of prior interaction with you. But it's funny to me how you have
this guy
no
self-owns like he's just stepping on rakes.
By someone disagreeing with your public post.
He must be Italian. I mean, we don't claim him, but he's got to be part Italian because only the Italians can hold a grudge like this.
And I wasn't wounded. I really try not to take things like that personally, but I'm always curious about the psychology behind why people talk the way that they do. Nothing is allowed to be criticized by these people who subscribe to this kind of mindset. And this fanatical pattern...
Carmen, I will not recognize these hateful comments full of hate speech because The Strangers Pray at Night is awesome. You got to see it. You got to see it. It's so good. The scene in the pool and they're playing Total Eclipse of the Heart and there's neon everywhere. It is amazing. And then where is it? Where is it? Still got, you got to check out the original too. They're kind of like, I'd compare it to original Suspiria and 2018 Suspiria, that they're kind of like mirror images of each other, that one is very slow and the other one is very loud. It's so good. It's so good.
Of blind worship needs to be interrupted because a healthy media relationship can only be achieved on a cultural level if we all acknowledge that nothing is beyond basic criticism. Going back to that Abigail example for a second, the weekend it hit theaters, the most hated...
Zadie, thank you so much for the super chat. This guy dresses like a slob and tries to impersonate Rod Serling. Point and laugh. Ha ha ha. Unless you're talking about me, I'm a point and laugh at myself. Ha ha. I don't want to drink. Thank you, darling. Yeah, God, if I had this dude's mentality, I'd curl up into the fetal position. I would never be doing this. God, it's so funny. Imagine if he had to actually live a day as people who take a stand against the left. The hate that we get. I mean, I've had stalkers. I've had dead animals put on my front door. I've been chased by angry mobs. I've had people spitting in my face. He would fold like a card table.
Hollywood Joe Russo said, "Horror fans, it's important Abigail beats Civil War this weekend. Industry analysts have been sharpening their pencils for weeks, ready to write that horror is out. But we know
Murder, I knew I liked you.
Don't let them
Paisan.
trick execs into taking the gas off horror. Plus, Abigail rips." This is the kind of language that fundamentalist Christians use, and we are subjecting people to listening to it in relation to a moderately decent movie about vampire children eating people. I hate to make this comparison because it is so overdone, but it really is that kind of Orwellian fascist idea that there needs to be.
Fascism has entered the chat. Everybody drink. What's fascism this time?
A constant enemy to fight to keep morale high among the common people. That every new horror movie is a strange battle to be won that is fought in secret for esoteric reasons. That there is a clear winner and a loser. Okay, so keeping with Late Night with...
There is a winner and a loser. That movie didn't do well. And I think the directors lost the next movie that they were doing. Like, this is welcome to reality.
Devil. Tananarive Dew said about the film, "Late Night with the Devil is immersive and irresistible. It's the kind of horror movie that climbs into the car with you for a ride home and slips under your covers." And David DeSmolchin, his
also, by the way, it was mostly Hamas hoes and radical leftists, one and the same, who were saying that about Abigail, because Melissa Barrera, which we'll get into that later, he'll go on about that, was fired for being a Hamas hoe. And so all the Hamas hoes, all the Palestine people were like, everyone needs to go see Abigail. It has to do well because Palestine or something. And it didn't, of course. But look at your own people, buddy.
Star turn horror fans have been waiting for. Not once does she mention any of the conversation happening around the movie itself, because that would go against the general narrative that horror is thriving, needs protecting, and does no wrong. Just like Cody Leach ignoring the Spacey situation entirely in his review of Mad MonsterCon. Within hers, she's totally sidestepping the important conversation about AI being used, which is bigger than the movie itself. She tweeted this.
You know, it was like I said, it was a thing that Disney was using AI. They used it on one of their most recent movies, Wish. Where are the videos going after Disney? Where are the videos going after people who support Disney? Oh, you won't do that because it's a leftist corporation.
Same day that everyone was having this conversation about the film's use of AI imagery. And not mentioning it is a deliberate decision on her part. Centrism that is being done in the defense of horror, that is allowing conservative harm to be perpetrated. MIKEroaggress'd did
conservative harm is being perpetrated. So anything that this guy doesn't agree with is either centrism or conservatism, which is one and the same. It's all just fascism, of course.
As well, posting essentially the same thoughts.
Not boycotting this movie over 3 frames.
Surrounding it as a work of art.
Is conservative harm.
That's surprising to me because his
AI is conservative
NFT
too,
sponsorships
of course.
During the heyday of all that, and even had NFT trading cards featuring pictures of him sitting at the microphone recording the podcast on OpenSea. Something that I think will
someday I'll need to explain NFTs to me because I don't get the point. It sounds like a giant scam to me, but people have tried explaining it. It goes over my head. I don't get the point of NFTs.
Otherwise, very impressive and interesting legacy. For one last example of this, Mike Flanagan in this time did the exact same thing. When someone asked him his thoughts on the AI issues surrounding the film, and all he said was, "My thoughts are that I think that this is an excellent movie." He deliberately ignored what their question was asking, but still responded to them so that they understood that he was deliberately ignoring them. Everybody who's watched me for a while knows that I love Stephen King and respect him deeply, but there's something that we do disagree on. In his article, Why We Crave Horror, he famously said, "We go to reestablish our feelings of essential normality. The horror movie is innately conservative, even reactionary. And I flat out think this is wrong." It is a quote.
I'm shocked that Stephen King said that. I would guarantee you that's probably 20, 30 years ago. But it is true. Like I said, the themes of horror are having to be self-sufficient, having to defend yourself, personal empowerment, self-defense. These are everything that the left hates.
Often gets taken out of context and used in bad faith, as you could imagine. If you read the entire piece, he's essentially arguing that horror is often used to set and reinforce the standard of what is seen as normal versus abnormal. We have the idealization of suburban white homes, and we have the representation of evil that is attacking it. That is essentially something that is based in tropes, and in that, based in stereotypes, which is an argument that can definitely be made, especially at the time of writing that.
He only speaks in stereotypes.
Getting killed over and over again in slasher films. On a base level, you can see what he's trying to get to, and it isn't as radical of a take as it may seem on the surface, but I still mostly disagree. I do find it funny that around Halloween, conservative outlets will publish articles talking about horror movies that conservatives can enjoy without conflicting with their views, and I love reading those articles.
Without conflicting with their views, this entire video is against anything that conflicts with your views.
Because it takes a particular kind of skill to bend something so wrongly that by the end of the conversation it feels like we're talking about something completely different. I love art. And I particularly love how many different people can watch the same thing and come away with conflicting feelings and inspiration and ideas about certain works.
You don't love that. This entire video is about not loving that.
That's what, makes all of this fun. But these are clearly so far off the mark they aren't even in the same ballpark or playing the same sport.
Thin white act. Yeah, see, by the way, he's outright saying, oh, I love having different interpretations of different movies, but you need to have my interpretation. Thin white axe, thank you for being here, my love. I see Florida's already working its magic on your wardrobe. No. As you guys will hear later in the video, this is just a symbol of my Nazism. Hawaiian shirts are a symbol of Nazis.
As the rest of us. In their 2014 article titled, "The 8 Most Conservative Horror Films of All Time," The Federalist actually tried to argue that Night of the Living Dead is one of the best conservative horror movies ever made. One of the first mainstream movies to have a black male protagonist that ends with a definitive statement.
Why does he think that being black is a leftist political statement?
About how black people are treated by lynch mobs at the time? Actually,
yes, lynch mobs of your party, lynch mobs of Democrats.
Argue isn't the right word choice there, because if you actually read what they said, no argument is made as to why it is conservative. They just say that it's a good movie, and that's because
they don't actually
have any values, and they don't really believe in anything. These articles in
So half the country has no values and doesn't believe in anything. You can only believe in something by believing in what he believes in. You can only have values by having his values. And like I said, this is a case study in leftism, because this is every leftist right here.
General are pretty unhinged and give you a perspective on the genre that you never see in other spaces, because they're wrong. But it also shows that these people have to force pre-existing art to fit into their ideologies, because there's so
I thought you just said you love interpretation.
Beliefs. Breitbart did an article called 5 Great Horror Movies
that
warned us about the woke Gestapo, that includes They Live, which John Carpenter himself has said is a movie about Ronald Reagan. On another
Yes, then, but as you just said, there can be different interpretations. That movie came out, in the 80s? It's quite apt to the current times we're living in.
They talk about how good Jeepers Creepers was, because of course they do. They also praise Frailty for being a pro-Christian movie about a man who's on a serious mission from God, which, if you have seen Frailty, that is a...
I don't believe that. I'm looking this article up. What was it called? I don't believe that they said Frailty is... Breitbart... horror movies would anger the woke. Here it is. I will make you guys a bet. I'm going to look this article up. I will bet you that he's lying. Let's find out. Okay, 5 great horror movies that warned us about the woke Gestapo. Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Halloween 3 makes sense. They Live makes sense. The Wicker Man makes sense. Oh! Look at that. Look at that. He's lying. Yeah, I don't see a thing about Frailty being a good example of Christianity. What a shock. I'm floored.
A very funny thing to say about that movie. But there's always been this thing that I've encountered more and more in recent years that is becoming more of a growing problem among modern horror releases, that I finally decided I wanted to publicly talk about it.
Are they still making this movie, by the way? They were supposed to be a Dennis Quaid, Ronald Reagan movie. Whatever happened to that? I feel like I heard about that years ago. This is a very good point. This guy legitimately doesn't understand one of the first philosophies of art, and that's the death of the artist. The artist's intent doesn't matter, just the interpretations. Yes. But the thing is, authoritarians only want you to, they don't want interpretation. They want the message. The message, as Critical Drinker would say.
Which is this kind of anti-horror movie, where you sit down to watch a film and you...
Monkey says, read the first line of the They Live part in the Breitbart article. Let me see. At the time, writer-director John Carpenter believed he was creating an attack on everything Ronald Reagan, but if you look at it now, They Live is more relevant than ever. He couldn't be bothered to read the first friggin' line. It has a trailer? I've not seen that. Oh, I love Frailty too, but nobody's gonna say that it's like it's about a righteous quest from God.
Badly that you get the Nazi news force coming to bat for you. That's like a shining example of how badly you have failed.
Shit, sorry, I rolled it back. I was like, he was already talking about the Nazi news force.
Talking about and dignity.
No, we can't rewatch him.
Many times before, and sometimes has been done quite successfully. Most famously, I would argue that The Exorcist has a very conservative bent to it.
Wait, sorry. Where were we?
Seen Frailty, that is a very funny thing to say about that movie. But there's always been this thing that I've encountered more and more in recent years that is becoming more of a growing problem among modern horror releases.
The Dennis Quaid Reagan movie is out soon? I gotta watch the trailer for this. All right, this is probably my last sip, and then I need a refill. Thank you, Brian. I do have a cherry left. I'll have my cherry. Thank you.
I finally decided I wanted to publicly talk about it, which is this kind of anti-horror movie, where you sit down to watch a film and you get tricked into watching basically a conservative propaganda think piece that is cloaked in the cinematic language of a traditional horror film.
Like
but
what?
One that does not align with the values of...
And the ones that I was talking about, there can be conservative interpretations of, but I don't know what these movies are that are shoving conservative messaging down your throat. Anyone want to help me out?
Outsider horror art that you would expect going into it. Anybody who takes the form of horror cinema and then contorts it in a way to trick the audience into being exposed to a conservative theme that they believe in and want to share in their art is being purposefully disingenuous to the very reasons that language exists in the first place and was created. These tools were not made to be used in a way that argues that the very people who created them don't deserve life, freedoms, and dignity. And this has been done many times before, and sometimes has been done quite successfully. Most famously, I would argue that The Exorcist has a very conservative bent to it. It is literally a tale of the American youth being corrupted, and then only saved by the establishments that we are told are here to protect us both physically and spiritually.
But he just said the last 20 years are conservatives infesting horror movies, such as...
That doesn't stop it from being an incredibly well-made work of art, though. It just needs to be viewed, appreciated, and critiqued within the political and cultural space that it was made and exists in. And you can basically say the same thing about any good horror film that has a major cop protagonist character. Near Dark is another example of an amazing work of horror that is at its...
So not just anything involving black people, women, gay people is leftist, but anything involving cops is conservative.
Core, deeply fascist. A movie can be
deeply fascist, everyone,
and very well made, and still have that be true. In fact, spectacle is a huge aspect of fascist art. It tells the story of Caleb, the very picture of the idealization of the American.
What movie was this? I've never even heard of it.
Farmer, and the family live off of the land, until one day Caleb decides that this life is too small for him, and he runs away with a group of nomadic queer punks, who end up being vampires, who turn him into one of them and initiate him into their way of life that is hidden away in the shadow.
The gays are vampires. Okay, I'm offended that there was a gay vampire movie and I wasn't in it as the gay vampire.
He is only cured of his vampirism, which is merely a stand-in for sexual proclivities, when the lifeblood of the symbol of the American conservative traditionalist message is injected directly into his veins, where he then wakes up from this haze of a cloud that he's been trapped within, to realize how wrong he has been. And then he and the farmer team up to go hunt down and kill all the queers. I mean vampires. There are plenty of liberal figures within the pantheon of horror that help to prop up conservative values, or are just outright causing harm that still produce quality work.
They're causing harm.
I love Stephen King. I will always be thankful for him to help me on the path to loving books, but at the same time...
Yes, noted conservative Stephen King.
You know, he sits at home every day for weeks tweeting about Trump in trial. But then the day after the police siege on Columbia, he was totally radio silence. Earlier this year, he tweeted, "I'm not worried about AI because I got my mojo working," which is the epitome of the Republican "fuck you, got mine" attitude. A billionaire telling you that there's nothing to worry about because he is personally going to be fine.
And this is
Francis
the envy
Ford Coppola
of the
made
left.
one of the best horror films of all time with Bram Stoker's Dracula. But also, was the
You guys know I've never seen that, by the way. I need to.
financial backer of Victor Salva's Clown House in 1989, where the star of the film, Nathan Forrest Winters, was raped by the director.
Francis Ford Coppola is a leftist. How is that an example of conservatism? And I mean, if you want to attribute Hollywood pedophilia to one side of the aisle, we all know which side that is.
Coppola would later say, "I didn't know of anything improper going on, although I witnessed
Yeah,
some
I'm
things
sure.
that caused me to raise an eyebrow. Only in retrospect did things really add up."
The thing is, somebody like Victor Salva, it is all of these Democrat-backed corporations in Hollywood that are protecting somebody like that, that continue to protect people like that. But like I said, everything bad is conservative and everything good is leftist.
You have to remember, while this was a tragedy, that the difference in age between Victor and the boy was very small. Victor was practically a child himself. Victor Salva was at the time 29. Nathan Forrest Winters was 12. According to the Los Angeles Times, just before
And these are all
Salva went to
leftists
prison,
doing
he
that.
spoke to Coppola, who told him that the experience would have value. Francis said it will make you a better artist, Salva recalled.
So this
He
is an
left out
example
one
of
important part,
conservatism.
if you survive it. After prison, Coppola gave Salva a
A
loan to help
leftist
him get
pedophile being
reestablished.
protected
And I've
by
read multiple
leftist
times that he has
enablers
been alleged
and
to have
leftist
personally
corporations.
sued Nathan Forrest Winters, the 12-year-old who was raped under his watch as a producer, for breaching his contract and publicly talking about the incident which harmed the box office returns of Clown House. After prison, Disney would famously hire Salva to direct Powder for them in 1995.
Yes,
And the Tampa Bay
noted
Times
conservatives,
reported, "A company
Disney."
insider said Disney was concerned because a beautiful movie was being overshadowed by the controversy, adding, 'We don't do witch hunts. We're not the CIA. And we don't do security clearance on people.
Yeah. When it's a pedophile, we don't do witch hunts. But when it's somebody speaking an unapproved right-leaning thought, then all the witch hunts.
People here are judged by their talents. We're not judging their personal lives. There are lawyers and courts that do that." Salva was allowed to make 7 more films after this, most of them horror, because of the
By
industry
who?
support provided by Coppola. And then, you know, there's the whole recent story of his behavior on the set of Megalopolis. But the thing is...
And there's also a recent story of him saying how his new movie is a cautionary tale about Trump and fascism.
Either despite their conservative leanings or connections...
We've
to
really
public
yet to hear
figures
much
who have
about
caused harm.
bad conservative
Some of these
horror
movies
movies.
can range from being pretty good to great iconic films. If we look at it in a vacuum, I do have to admit that at least the first act of Jeepers
Oh, we'll
Creepers
get to
is
that.
technically well made. I think it is fair to say that The Exorcist is objectively a culturally revered film.
Hey,
it is also
Millie.
quite good. It stands for an artistic merit in cinema beyond just what its baseline is saying. But the same cannot be said about the later exorcism subgenre that would spawn from this movie's success, that all to some extent have that lingering conservative leaning established and canonized in The Exorcist, with the worst that I've ever seen being the recent Pray for the Devil. Everything about this film is awful. I think it is my least favorite horror movie that I have ever paid to watch.
Has anyone
It
ever
tells the
even heard
story
of
a
this
nun
movie?
named Sister Anne, who is given the rare blessing by the church to assist in exorcisms.
Thanks, Monkey.
And uses the vague visual language of feminism to actually tell a story that is strongly anti-women's rights, as it uses the monster and metaphor of the devil as a
Because
means
it
to
doesn't
preach an
include
anti-abortion
trans
story,
women
as the
of
demons
color.
are able to enter these women who either had abortions or gave up their children for adoption by literally moving into their stomachs and making them appear as if they are pregnant, using their sin of abandonment and killing their unborn children as a catalyst to infect them with evil. The devil in this film is only really interesting.
Is Bryan Singer conservative? Is Roman Polanski? Was it the conservative Oscars that gave Roman Polanski an award not very long ago, and conservative celebrities that gave him a standing ovation. You've Whoopi Goldberg defending him on The View. Another noted conservative, of course.
Interested in women who made these decisions for themselves. And this movie is very goofy. From one of the male priests in the few shots having a clearly visible neck tattoo.
That's the thing. He can't make up his mind because he said that all horror is leftist, but now he's saying, oh, but now it's conservative. I don't know. I can't keep track of what he's saying. There are a lot of, again, it's about what interpretation you bring to it, but there are a lot of horror movies that have positive conservative subtext. It Follows would be one of them. The message of It Follows is basically, don't be a hoe. It's probably the message of a lot of horror movies. I should maybe listen to it.
Down to the girl boss kind of ending, where she doesn't have to wear her nun's habit anymore and gets to wear robes like the men. Everything about what it is doing on a narrative level is extremely conservative coded. And
the pictures of him and Hillary Clinton tell a tale, let me tell you.
that was a deliberate choice. You don't have to do that. One could look at this year's The First Omen.
Oh, we'll get to that.
To find examples of demon possession movies about nuns and about pregnancy that are both
Immaculate was very overrated, by the way, I thought.
The setting of being in a church does not necessarily dictate conservatism and is something that should be dropped from future exorcism movies. The Dead Don't Die is an example of the kind of film that
religion should be dropped from future exorcism movies. And by the way, I don't know if you guys saw The Exorcist Believer. Just compare the original Exorcist to The Exorcist Believer, and that's what happens when woke leftism infects filmmaking, because they decided with this new movie, The Exorcist Believer, that they weren't going to have any religion, anything. They didn't want to upset. They were so afraid of upsetting a single person with this movie. So they said, who does the exorcism? Which religion is going to do the exorcism? All of them. All of them. You're going to need every religion to do the exorcism. Exorcism fails, by the way, but it's just like the United Colors of Benetton in the new fucking Exorcist.
Can become conservative by being misguided in how badly it is handling its writing. I actually do like this film a lot more than the average person, I think. As you ever really only hear
you
negative
get The
things about
Exorcist
it.
Believer.
It is a folksy kind of horror movie set in a small sleepy town that gets attacked by zombies. I actually
Jeremy. Wait, what if the real bad conservative horror movies were the friends we made along the way? Yes, they were, Jeremy.
The film suffers because of the zombie stuff, because it is much better before they are actually introduced. Before we start, though, it should be said that Jim Jarmusch is obviously not a conservative in any way. To prove this for the sake of the video, I'll include this here, where he said in 2019, "The lesser of two evils does not appeal to me, and I don't like the two-party system anyway. I don't know why people aren't all over the Electoral College and this nonsense."
The first part,
well,
most conservatives would agree with.
Because it's the corporate media. What disturbs me now is that
the corporate media that pushes which party?
My friends who don't like Trump spend more time talking on Trump than the people who like Trump. Trump sets the content for the corporate media every day. And by corporate media, I mean MSNBC and CNN and Fox. They're all the same. It's just the Trump channels. I like some things about Elizabeth Warren. I, of course, like Bernie Sanders.
Of course.
I like what's his name? The governor of Washington State. Who's the only really environmentally conscious one? Jay Inslee. And of course, I like AOC.
Of course,
She's too young,
of course.
But I'm trying to stay away from it right now because the Joe Biden thing makes me deeply depressed.
But you'll still vote for him. You'll still vote for him.
What he is trying to say is kind of so vapid that it ends up playing into conservative talking points. He's doing Romero zombies here through and through, but much more clunky than Romero ever did. When the dead come back to life, the first thing a lot of them do is start playing on their cell phones and mumbling about the shitty Wi-Fi. It almost comes across as if your grandmother's Facebook posts were adapted into a horror film. Steve Buscemi's character, Farmer Frank, is a horrible racist who wears an altered MAGA hat to make sure that everybody knows that when he says "Make America Great Again," he's specifically talking about white people.
He's self-owning.
Included in the film, but is never actually dealt with in any meaningful, specific way. Before he realizes that zombies are attacking his property, he impulsively shoots a black one in the head on his porch without...
I thought this was supposed to be bad conservative horror movies, but he's kind of just showing the leftist Democrat agenda being pushed in every movie.
But then
that, the evil
the
racists
the
are
film has no
MAGA
interest
supporters.
in actually dealing with this outside of the basic presentation of who this person is.
Oh, and it's not good
ends with
enough.
the
What a
scene where Tom
surprise.
Waits' character, Hobo Bob, who is a hermit who lives away from society because he dislikes us, and he's narrating about the empty-headed consumerist culture of America, while our main cop characters, who are the only survivors left in the town, are callously shooting people in the head that they've known for decades. And in a way, it is maybe trying to say something negative about the police, but to me, I think that is kind of a generous reading, and my experience with it was that it was a sad and depressing film where we're watching a 70-year-old artist kind of flounder while attempting to and failing to write anything helpful about the current political climate, while at the same time...
That's the thing with these people. You can capitulate all you want. You can say, oh, Trump supporters are racist. You can do whatever they want you to do. It is never enough. It will never be good enough. They're pushing the agenda that he wants pushed in whatever movie this is that he's talking about. It's not one I've ever heard of, but not good enough. Still fascism.
I'm kind of misunderstanding how zombie stories traditionally function. They Slash Them is a movie that I am fully convinced was only made because it had a clever name. Because everything about this to me is
not good enough.
And is another example of a film that might have had good intentions, but is so weak in its delivery that it wraps back around into being a conservative horror film in my eyes.
It's conservative horror film. They Them is a conservative horror film.
Almost making fun of people who put an emphasis on pronouns. It might not be deliberately trying to, but it certainly skirts that line. It is a slasher film that takes place at a conversion camp and basically does everything that you would expect with that concept. As a queer person, I don't really need the reclamation of gay conversion camps in films and works of...
As a queer person, let me just tell you something. This is a good rule for life. Whenever somebody says the words "as a," you know some bullshit's about to come out of their mouth.
Horror. It has been a strange recent trend to me. There's been a lot of dramatized conversion camp works in the past decade. I don't really think that we need to depict people going through that and then standing up to their own oppressors in that kind of direct way. It worked once but I'm a cheerleader, but only by the skin of its camp 90s teeth. It is to me too on the nose as a setting for horror writing.
Not good enough.
You can build a horror monster that represents hate against gay people that isn't literally depicting the horrible things that have happened to us for decades. To demonstrate my point,
there were only 7 trans women of color in They Them. There were supposed to be 17 trans women of color.
I'm talking about metaphors here. If we look at another similar group, I think what Jordan Peele did in Get Out by building metaphor that stands in for different kinds of actions done by white people to and around black people is far more interesting in its ability to analyze small social actions than if he had just made an outright movie about the Klan or neo-Nazis that was much more direct and heavy-handed in its messaging. The metaphor that he creates builds a distance from the real-life events to where we can talk about these things in a way that just works better most of the time, both in an abstract academic sense, but also as entertainment within horror itself.
Thank you for the super chat, Frisias. I call those people assholes. Oh, I love that. I'm stealing that. Can I steal that? Because I'm so stealing that. That's amazing.
Tried to think about these concepts.
By the way, first of all, they're liberals in Get Out, or at least pretend to be. I would argue that Get Out is not a woke movie. I actually really liked Get Out. My definition of what a woke movie is that it replaces character with identity and story with ideology. And this did neither. It was complex. It told a story first and had a point of view second.
More abstractly. We could come up with better material than just evil conversion camp man. Even from its base core concept, this is
not good enough.
Mistake that ends up being the kind of movie that straight people would kind of expect gay people to make and enjoy. It more or
Dangerous, you're hilarious. Gather around, everybody. He's speaking as a queer. No, he was only speaking as an asshole before. Now he's speaking as a queer. Oh my god.
Less places us in their box and ends up playing in territories of their language instead of our own, if that makes sense. I think a movie like Evil Dead Rise having casual trans mask representation that doesn't
most
even
overrated movie
treats it as normal
of the decade.
And even goes so far as to allowing that character to be kind of a bit of an idiot instead of handling them with kid gloves does so much more good than the simplicity of a...
Okay, so he claims he does not want trans people to be handled with kid gloves. Criticize one then. Go on. Let's see what happens when you don't handle one with kid gloves.
movie that has the obvious message that conversion camps are really bad and shouldn't exist. This one is not a huge offender, obviously, but has somewhat bothered me since it came out, specifically because it was made by Blumhouse, which we will get into here in a bit. It is another example of Jason Blum profiting off of minorities while
This
working
guy loves
against
the
their
sound of
values
his own voice so
simultaneously.
much.
And overall, it just feels like the kind of useless statement that a politician would put out that says something that everyone already
This is
knows
making
and
me
agrees with
stressy.
and does absolutely nothing in any radical way like a horror film dealing with these issues should. You also have horror movies that argue that the very act of making horror is a bad thing and should not be done because of its real harm in the outside world.
The
which
harm
can be done in films that otherwise are good, such as Scream, or can be done very badly in bad movies, like Random Acts of Violence, a 2019 film by Jay Baruchel about a comic book artist named Todd. He has created
Another
the
movie, I don't know.
#1 selling comic book in America called Slasher Man, which honestly should really tell you about how badly this is gonna
I wish I loved anything as much as this man loves the sound of his own voice.
go if they're trying to pass off that a book called Slasher
But yeah, he told us earlier that Wes Craven is the most leftist filmmaker ever in horror, yet he did another 3-hour video railing against Scream for saying that movies don't create psychos. That's fascism. Make up your mind. That's the thing about leftists, though. They do not typically have universally applied principles. It is always situational. It's whatever they need to say at that moment. There's video proof of
is
that.
going to not only sell well, but also outsell
Yeah.
titles from Marvel and DC. Which, you know, it's ultimately a small thing, but I hate when a film has so little respect for an art form that it is trying to depict, that it doesn't even do basic research on how this fictional work of art would fit within the actual landscape of our world and the industry that they're talking about. Jay Baruchel got relentlessly made fun of online when this came out, because while doing press for it, he was insinuating that this was going to be his big turn into directing full-time, and that most horror movies are bad, and that he was here to make one of the really great ones. And then the film
Sounds
comes
like
out,
another
and it's just
leftist
about
movie,
how horror
though.
is awful, and anyone who likes it is a degenerate. And now he's hardly worked since then. Basically,
Where are
the
these
film
bad
is about how an
conservative
obsessive
horror
fan
movies?
begins to kill
Aw,
everyone in
baby.
Todd's
Puppy.
life who is important to him, in ways that characters are brutally killed in Todd's comics, basically arguing that these horrible things that came out of his mind have come back to haunt him, and that the horror community is filled with mentally ill freaks. Todd hates interacting with all of his fans because it disturbs him how much they are into the gross things that he creates.
Wait. Scream was fascism because it says that movies don't create psychos, and this movie is fascism for saying that they do. Like I said, no universally applied principles.
And, you know,
It is
in
whatever
general,
it
is
fits
a
their
very dumb
agenda in
business
that
idea
moment.
to make and then try and sell a movie to a group of people that you are arguing are mentally unwell individuals who are not properly socially adjusted. That seems like a bad move to me. And you know, sometimes
it's
this happens
problematic.
where a certain movie is done so poorly that we just have to laugh at it. Never Feed the Troll from 2010 is easily one of the most inept horror works ever made, and is also one of the best experiences I've ever had in the theater. And it's a shame that it is basically unwatchable lost media now. It is up there with Birdemic for its confidence and how awful it is, and how often it stumbles in trying to deliver its message. which
So that's
is
the
also
leftist
I saw
movies
this at a
that
film
it's
festival
so
and had literal
bad it's
tears
good.
rolling down my face. Everyone in the audience had an amazing time. Genuinely, one of the best theatrical experiences of my life. It is a horror film about a preacher's wife being stalked in very funny ways online.
Ooh,
because someone
preacher's
learns
bad,
that she
boo.
once cheated on the preacher and is going to be killed because of her infidelity. The IMDb reviews
She's
from
a
the time,
whore.
obviously written by themselves and their friends and family, declare it to be a return to Hitchcock suspense and thriller. If you manage to track this down, please preserve it somehow, because I really don't know if it even exists anymore. The footage that you're seeing is from the trailer that is still online. It is a classic of bad taste waiting to be discovered. I haven't seen this movie in almost 15 years, but I distinctly remember that there's
What's
a
the
really
point?
good bit
Just
where the
get
hacker
to it.
powers her computer back on even though she unplugged it from the wall.
Get
at which
to
point
the
entire
point.
audience howled with laughter.
So funny, when I make a video that's like a half hour, I'm like, oh, it's too long. This guy. Like, come on, we got things to do, bitch. I mean, clearly not, because we're all here watching it, but in theory, we have things to do. We could have things to do.
Dashcam in 2021 was probably the most mask-off modern conservative horror film to receive a release this wide.
I can't believe he's going to make the point that he's about to. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this movie, Dashcam. If you haven't, don't ever watch this movie, Dashcam. It is truly probably the worst movie I've ever seen in my life. The entire movie is trying to make conservatives look horrible. Like, the main character is like crazy right-winger, and they just make her look as sane and horrible as they can. And I guess he took that literally.
Coming off their success in 2020 with Host, filmmakers Rob Savage and Jed Shepard partnered with a larger company to do a theatrical, spiritual successor to their low-budget streaming feature about a found-footage COVID lockdown ghost story.
We need to hear more
conservative
tweets.
Media personality and conspiracy theorist Annie Hardy.
All right, I don't buy for a second that this bitch is actually conservative in real life. There is absolutely no way. What's her name? Annie Hardy. Let's look this chick up, because I will bet you he's lying again. Far-right conservative Annie Hardy. Let's see. She's a musician. Sang in the choir. I see nothing about politics. She was on a bunch of TV shows. I think I said COVID. I was like, oh, did she speak out against lockdowns? Nope. She's been in a bunch of movies, other works. Oh, she sounds like a junkie. Oh, she is a junkie. Oh, she's a junkie on other things. Yeah, you know, she's a begrudging Christian. That doesn't sound very far-right conservative to me. Yeah, he's lying. There's no way this chick. Yeah, absolutely nothing about politics on her social media. There's no way that any conservative would have made a movie to make conservatives look this bad. He is just a lying sack of shit.
Herself.
Yeah, Jewish ancestry. She must be racist.
In the United States and their insane restrictions to the COVID pandemic, only to be dismayed when she finds that England is in a very similar situation as America and how they are handling the pandemic. The film took advantage of public spaces being mostly empty and was shot in a very guerrilla-style method on real locations in.
So this movie basically, it's just her shrieking for 2 hours, and it just tries to make anyone who questioned COVID policies look insane, anyone who isn't a leftist look insane. Worst movie. And, you know, I can separate politics from film, but truly, just objectively, the worst movie I've ever seen in my life. But he apparently took it literally.
2020. When forced to wear a mask indoors, she writes "slave" over it in protest. As the film's story unfolds, we see Annie show off her favorite hat, mocks people by jokingly calling them essential workers in sarcastic ways.
His video is almost 4 hours. I cut it down to 2. We're in the home stretch.
Refuses to wear a mask in almost every situation, and gets into a confrontation with a restaurant worker when he asks her to.
I would have cut it down more, but I couldn't take
listening. She goes into a fit and starts breaking things that they own while yelling QAnon bullshit. The film presents him,
and he thinks that's serious.
In the situation. The comment section.
The entire movie is trying to make her look bad and make her look crazy, and they do a good job at that.
On screen at all times, constantly uses slurs, including the word faggot multiple times. From what I can tell, neither Shepard
and he
nor
thinks
Savage
the movie is on her
queer,
side.
But I can't find conclusive evidence to say that 100%. But if
yeah, we'll get to that in the next chapter, but he got such pushback, he deleted first he started editing it, and like every time you would look at it, it would be shorter and shorter and shorter, so I saved it immediately. But yeah, he deleted the whole thing, which I think is a really good sign. The tide is turning. The days of being able to slander people and make outrageous claims like this, I think, are coming to a conclusion.
If they aren't, they really shouldn't feel comfortable.
He talks about having media literacy.
The hosts that she is staying with say they don't like the way that she is acting, and she calls them libtards and leaves. To the camera afterwards, she makes several negative racial remarks about her own friends. A stranger asks Annie to use her car to drive a very sick older.
And he thinks this movie is to make her look good?
Medical help. Annie refuses to do this and calls the woman a human trafficker. She only accepts when she takes advantage of the situation and charges the woman a lot of money to drive. she casually mentions that the elite are using children to harvest adrenochrome. And believe it or not, this is all in the first 15 minutes or so of the movie, before
Worst
the
movie I've
horror
ever
even
seen.
actually starts. It is an exhausting experience. For a popcorn horror movie, Hardy's void of a personality.
It's the kind of
really
movie
does
he
take
would
any
have written.
possible enjoyment that could have been found here. I never really use this kind of language, but in her case, it is warranted. Annie Hardy is a legitimately stupid person, and giving her a movie or platform to showcase her views from is dangerous.
Where is there any evidence that these are her views? You know that if these were her views, there would be an entire section on Wikipedia about it. She probably wouldn't be shy about sharing them on Instagram. I haven't found one thing that these are her views. So bitch is lying again.
She is genuinely stupid, hiding behind an aesthetic, and should not be given a platform this large.
No one should be given a platform except me.
When everybody hates someone this much, I automatically like them, because people are idiots. Plus, people all kind of hate me for no reason. I think I'm good. I try to embody the teachings of Jesus. People hate Jesus though, and they hate me, and they hate Trump.
It's like the most superficial
now
statement.
I look like I'm comparing myself to Trump and Jesus. But I mean, I'm not and I am. I just want
That's
everyone
it?
to be happy.
That's
even
all
though
she
they
said?
don't want to be. The major problem with Dashcam as a work of art is that it presents Hardy as a person with no criticism at all, similarly to Farmer Frank in The Dead Don't Die. The eventual problems that face her have nothing to do with her being forced to confront her dangerous ideology. The sick old woman ends up being
dangerous.
a monster for
What's her
largely
dangerous
unexplained
ideology?
reasons, besides some slight insinuations that the workings of a cult are at play, and Hardy and her friend have to kill it and escape. But at no point are these events actually tied thematically at all to the inclusion of her own personal hateful beliefs. There are times where they are seemingly presenting her views as foolish, or that we should think all of this is funny. But there's no effort placed in the filmmaking or writing to demonstrate that this is supposed to be a work that is lampooning Hardy as a
it's a shitty leftist movie.
rather than reinforcing her beliefs.
Hey,
As
did
the
you?
old adage goes, satire requires a clarity of purpose and target, lest it be mistaken for and contribute to that which it is intending to criticize. If you have a movie that is depicting a fascist, starring a real-life fascist who is basically playing herself, who is
How is she? You have shown nothing to show that this is a real life fascist. You're the fascist,
making a lot of money from
bitch.
this project, with no clear substantial criticism of her views within the film, then by that logic,
he is.
have you not just made a fascist movie that both reaffirms her views, as well as giving her a megaphone to say them from? For some reason, people really loved Host, but this movie was a total failure in all regards. Funny that. I think that with the rise of social media, we have had the unintended
It was agenda-pushing bullshit that sucked.
within the genre,
Which
of
is what
people
you would
who
want
report on
everything to
horror
be.
and write about horror, becoming closer on a personal level with the people who make horror media.
And by the way, it's funny how probably what would you say, maybe 90% of movies nowadays put out by big studios are pushing the same agenda, and these people can't handle that. That's not enough. It's never good enough. That's not enough. It has to be 100% because communists demand total conformity.
Often take sponsorships and advertisements and free screens and gifts to talk positively about the things that people they know personally have made. Some might call these things bribes. And I think that is a very gray area, where my personal position on the matter is that as a reviewer and critic and journalist, it is unethical to review the work or report on the doings of people that you have become familiar with on a social level. Now, this has always been the case to some degree. Film interviewees and journalists have always had a certain rapport with people in the film industry. Things wouldn't get done.
Hey, Gaycon!
But rarely before the past decade has the line between professional respect and personal friendship been so blurred to this degree within entertainment publishing. And it is even worse within horror because the community is so small. It is a fraction of the pop media landscape.
I never thought
And in
that
a
something
world
would make
where
me
your
miss
own
watching and
average
just
film
like that.
journalist or critic can become an online
this might be worse.
celebrity in their own right. You have this dynamic where the media becomes a shield to those with power and money who may do things that are ethically questionable, or even if they don't.
The media is an extension of those with power and money. And if you're truly bothered by that, then why don't you speak up against them instead of parroting their talking points?
Do anything necessarily wrong, and they just put out a lackluster film. I'm not trying to be a dick here. I hate giving anything a bad review, genuinely.
You're doing quite a good impersonation then of someone who would be a
Just as an
dick.
example of what I'm trying to talk about here. Everyone in these spaces online tried to gas up It's a Wonderful Knife last year. It was even the cover story for
Oh,
Fate
that
Glory,
movie
and
sucked.
that thing was mid at best, barely passable, and
Yes. If you guys really want to be tortured, go watch a video on my channel where we watch season 1 of And Just Like That. You think this is bad? Whew.
Only saved by Justin Long giving a total weirdo performance. But if you listen to the buzz online around it,
I don't know why you guys watch me. Like, I just torture you guys.
Classic, only for you to sit there and worry that you must be the one with awful taste. But the writer, Michael Kennedy, is well liked.
Feels like being waterboarded.
He used to be popular on Twitter before he left. And at least from my perspective, I just got to wonder that if this film existed
another
in a
leftist.
vacuum of its own, would the response have been what it was? And this happens near
It's
monthly.
leftist
There
movies.
are probably at least 24 other examples I could have picked to talk about this concept with. I like and respect MIKEroaggress'd a lot, but back in 2018, people would look you in the eye and tell you that this movie with this effect, that is intended to represent a message given from the afterlife, was well done. It is a pattern of regular online behavior, and to find the actual good stuff, you've got to kind of train your ears to fine-tune out all the bullshit that people say.
Not able to sit still
I
through
really
this
do
shit.
love places like Fangoria. I need that to be clear. I have a stack of them next to my work desk, but also
But
it
now
does
I'm gonna
have to be
slander them a
acknowledged
little.
that their primary goal before anything else is to sell you new horror films, whether they are good or not. And
That is called a free market. Let me explain it to you. We'll get more into this the more he rambles. However, it is called a free market. If horror movies don't do well, horror movies don't get made. So if you enjoy horror movies, you should go see them. You should buy a ticket, and that will ensure that more get made. But he's unhappy about that.
are legitimately comfortable lying to you about
Gaycon, I'm sitting here with you rather than going to the WeHo Pride. You made a good choice, buddy.
the quality
Although
of the
this
film
is-
for money. Places
this
like
is
that should
worse
be seen
than
as
WeHo Pride, I
advertisements
think.
first and foremost, and not as legitimate critical pieces most of the time.
A point,
And I don't think that should
motherfucker!
even be
Do
a
you
huge
have
controversial
one?
statement to say. They spent one of their 4 yearly issues last year telling you how good Exorcist Believer was going to be. I purposefully have never made close friends with people who actually make movies or
Can I tell you guys something, by the way? So I got invited to a test screening of The Exorcist Believer like a year before it came out, and I had to sign this NDA where they could sue you for millions of dollars if you tell anyone. I had to keep it to myself for a year what that movie was like. Which again, if you don't like it, that's what happens when you inject leftism into movies.
with many people in the critical horror space, to be honest, because in a lot of ways that would compromise an integral part of my job. If I knew MIKEroaggress'd on a personal level, I would have probably not been shameless enough to say that about his movie just now. I think to be a critic, you have to purposefully distance yourself
He thinks
from
he's
the
a
thing
critic?
that
You
are
don't-
criticizing.
you
And
don't
to
make
not
enough
do
money
so
to be
in
a
some
critic.
circumstances is questionable. There must be a clear delineation between you as the critic and the subject of the criticism.
I'm sure it
just
was
a
his
little bit
choice
ago
to not
when I
make
was
friends
talking
with
about
certain
Mary
people.
Dew, completely sidestepping the controversy of Late Night with the Devil in her short tweet.
It's
review.
like an endurance
What I
test.
neglected to mention about that, which ties into this, is that about an hour later she also posted a picture of her on a couch with David DeSmulchin at an event for the film that was funded by
Zane,
Shudder,
you
who
didn't
distributed
wash
the
your
product.
hands
When I
after
see
using
that,
the
how am I supposed
bathroom.
to believe anything that she ever has to say as a cultural critic if she is not engaging in good faith with the active conversation happening around a work of art, while also
So funny,
showing
by the
that
way.
she is close or at least friendly with the people who made that
It's so funny how these leftists always talk about
were upset
good faith are the ones who show none of it. I've never heard a right-leaning person use the words good faith.
with it, but said that she still liked the movie despite that, then that would have at least been somewhat
he
respectable.
does.
I've done that tons of times.
That
and I
movie
always try to
chapped
acknowledge why
his
an enjoyable
ass.
work of art is also at the same time a harmful one. If I'm aware of the things that people are taking
It's
issue with,
harmful.
but she doesn't do that. She pretends it simply isn't happening. And taking a centrist, money-based position compromises her current and future credibility, at least to me.
It's not a
And
centrist
it is
position,
okay
it's
to be
just not
friends with
your
people who make
position.
art. I'm not saying that. It isn't a crime that she knows David DeSmulchin. But I do think it is ethically
I need to
wrong to
eat.
engage yourself in an ongoing public conversation as a public figure if your own public position has been compromised by your personal connections. And every time this happens, I feel like I'm going a little bit crazy, especially because nobody ever really talks about this groupthink social media journalist and creator relationship psychology phenomenon at all. But everybody's got to kind of think about it sometimes, right? Like, Brandon Strusnick is the only person I've ever heard talk about this, in at least a roundabout kind of way, when he tweeted about the controversy surrounding Late Night with the Devil.
100% this. Yeah, wasn't this what Gamergate was about?
I feel like I'm losing my mind seeing the level
Me too,
of this poor
watching
little
this.
movie towards a film currently in wide release with distribution.
We've been
on a pretty
over this,
sizable
a
streamer in month, because
fungal!
people are saying it sucks that it used AI. Just say you dug the movie, LOL. I love and respect all of you, so I'm really not trying to be a dick.
I dug the
I
movie.
just don't understand being mad at folks not wanting to support it. Cast and crew are paid. It's out there for the rest of
Folks,
the not
please
terminally
tell me he
online to
spelled
see.
folks, F-O-L-X.
I think it's going to be okay. I feel like we give special exemptions for shit we like,
The
made by
transphobia.
people we like, and I'm not sure I'm into that. Again, I'm not subtweeting any one person. I'm just saying I, Brandon James Strusnick, disagree with the approach, but I'm sure we'll agree on lots of other stuff. As you probably well know, Spyglass Entertainment refused to pay Neve Campbell what she felt like
Bring
she
it on,
deserved to
bitch.
return for
I've been
Scream
waiting for
6,
this.
and as a result, she walked from that project and did not appear in that film. In her statement, she would publicly say, "As a woman, I have had to work extremely hard in my career to establish my value, especially when it comes to Scream. I felt the offer that was presented to me did not equate the value I have
Go,
brought to
girl.
the franchise. It's been a very difficult decision to move."
By the way, let me just say, we all need to be a little bit more like Neve Campbell, because they wanted to put her in the worst Scream movie, Scream 6. They wanted to pay her nothing for it, give her a shitty role, and she is Sidney fucking Prescott. And she was like, nope, screw you guys, I'm not going to do it. And now they're paying her. They made her the lead character for Scream 7. So it's a good example in knowing your worth.
Move on to all of
Because
my
she's
Scream
worth more
fans,
than all
I
these
love you.
hoes.
You've always been so incredibly supportive.
Yeah, I know, chat, but the only person who gets a pass on an Asa is Neve Campbell.
I'm forever grateful to you and what this franchise has given me over the past 25 years.
She's
The new
not
star of the
wrong,
series,
too.
Melissa Barrera, put out a statement at the time that said, "We are all heartbroken, but
Oh,
we
she
totally
put out a
understand and
statement.
respect her decision, and hopefully if we get to
Hell
make
yeah.
another one, we
She
can have her
always
back."
does.
Cut to Scream 7, and Spyglass fired basically their entire cast and crew because Barrera posted something on social media in support of Palestine, which is something that gained a lot of media attention, as you probably well know. Neve Campbell did not pay Barrera the same professional respect, and said nothing publicly in support of her, as far as I can tell.
And if she did, that would have been enough. That would have been enough. Okay, let's say Neve Campbell puts out a statement, we love Melissa Barrera, blah, blah, blah. That would have been enough for you, right?
Then, on March 12th, Neve Campbell announced that she was coming back to Scream 7, taking Barrera's job as the lead in that film. I hope that we can all at least agree that this is an objectively wrong thing for her to have done, both to her own legacy as well as to her peers.
It's a wrong thing for her to have done to not quit her job for Palestine. She's Jewish, by the way, so she should come out taking her job that's been her job for what, 25, 30 years is a wrong thing. So for those of you who don't know the backstory, I'm sure most of you do. However, Melissa Barrera, the star of Scream 5 and 6, was making she's kind of a Hamaso, which, you know, it's a free country. You want to be a Hamaso, be a Hamaso. I support you, whatever. And so she got fired for it from Scream 7. She didn't actually get fired because she wasn't contracted for Scream 7, but they dropped her from it. Now here's the thing. I'm completely against them doing that, even though I disagree with her. We should be allowed to have different opinions in a free country. However, that principle and that standard is only ever applied in one direction, because leftists made this bed, and this was one time that they had to lie in it. This was the standard that they created. I don't hear anything from you people supporting Roseanne being fired, Gina Carano being fired. So if you think that we are allowed to have different opinions and people shouldn't lose their jobs for it, then you have to support Roseanne, you have to support Gina Carano, you have to support Melissa Barrera, or you're just a fucking hypocrite, which you are. And someone like him, his response to that would be, oh, well, Roseanne said racist things, even though she, of course, did not. Well, funny, that's the same excuse they're making to fire Melissa Barrera. Oh, she was anti-Semitic, which I don't agree with either. But like I said, these people have no principles that are universally applied to every situation. So I don't like anyone being fired from their job for expressing an opinion, even when it's not mine. However, this is the monster that y'all created, so you reap what you sow. And if it allows us to have Sidney fucking Prescott as the star of Scream 7, where she belongs, not as some fucking cameo, not as some side character, where she belongs. Great. Kick the Hamas toe to the curb. I don't care.
And that she would have just been better off to let the Scream door shut behind her and move on to new things while still being loved.
I love this guy's refiring Jewish people for Palestine. It's so ridiculous, too. It's like Nev Campbell is, what, 50 years old? You know, it's quite often that Hollywood and the entertainment industry kind of just discards older women. So at 50 years old, she should quit her job from the franchise that she built over 25, 30 years as a Jewish woman on behalf of Palestine. The delusions. I can't with these people.
Loved and remembered fondly. And that we also should not financially reward Spyglass by going to see their new Scream film, where they will absolutely be weaponizing nostalgia and goodwill.
I will be there front row, bitch.
So in the weeks following, Barrera has since unfollowed Neve Campbell on social media, and it is clear who is deeply in the wrong in this situation. And I want to look at one tweet.
Love you, Sarah.
Here that got a lot of attention from the day of this announcement. They came from John Squires, the editor-in-chief for Bloody Disgusting. And I want it to be painfully clear, I am not mad at him necessarily. I don't like what he said here. I think it's wrong. But everything that we're talking about today is
totally
done with
agree.
the purpose of being constructive and looking at how we discuss these kinds of things. I want us all to do better and to be better as a community, and that is why I'm taking the time to say all of this. Do not go harassing him on my behalf over this. If there's one thing that I want to
Ain't nobody harassing nobody on your behalf,
I do not want to publicly destroy someone with nuclear hellfire anymore just for a single thing that they said that we didn't like. If they have a
I don't want to destroy someone because they said something I don't like. Like I said, put that with all our back pockets are quite full at this point. However, if we got any room left, let's put that in our back pockets because there is another chapter coming.
A history of at least trying to have good intentions. One perceived misstep, as long as it is not, hyper egregious, should not lead to the destruction of someone's professional life. We should
really ask Roseanne. What did Gina Carano do that was so horribly egregious? Where are your videos in support of them? Oh, there aren't any. That's right.
Be engaging with everything a person has said over their entire career and treating them with empathy. And John is one of the most positive constant forces within horror. And I think ultimately he meant well here. I've not said this before, but John is actually arguably the person who gave me my start here.
Get to the point!
Really know that probably. Okay, so my second video that I ever made was that one on Goosebumps and 90s horror media for kids, if you remember. And
oh,
John
the one that made me subscribe. How I regret it.
On Bloody Disgusting, which got the attention of R.L. Stein, who then soon after tweeted about the video saying that
so whoever he's about to bash,
getting my first huge boost in subscribers.
This is the person who gave him his sham of a career, and he's about to stick the knife in, I bet.
It is not normal for your second YouTube video that you ever make to get picked up by the algorithm. Or
it's the final one. It's the final chapter.
Tweeted about by the person that is the focus of that video. And the fact that it did, I think, can largely be attributed to John writing his article in support of me. And so
now let me stick the knife in.
I feel kind of guilty about his inclusion here. And I really don't want this to be read as an attack.
Now he's going to give him
more so just as basic. Like I've said for everyone else in this video. Things that I would say about anybody, no matter who it was. And I include it here because this one tweet, I think, is emblematic of a lot of issues around entertainment and horror at the moment. What we're talking about. He said, just to get ahead of this overly simplified discourse. No, Neve Campbell isn't a bad person because she's taking a deserved paycheck that she spent her whole career earning. Life is complex. 10 things can be true at once. If you're upset at Spyglass, take it out on Spyglass. But the problem in this is that the situation actually is quite simple. On one side of the issue, you have people openly supporting a colonialist genocide, who are making a movie and a popular horror franchise, who also just got done making a film with Eli Roth, who is a Zionist and an all-around garbage human being.
Garbage human being. He's a Zionist. It's so funny because the person who would call anyone racist, transphobic, homophobic over the slightest little things throws that around quite loosely when there are a lot of people who say Zionist just means Jew. But everyone's a Nazi. Everyone's a Nazi. But he's talking about, is the genocide in the room with us right now?
And on the other side, you have people who think this is a problem. Sometimes, life is actually quite black and white. Any underlying shades of gray get overshadowed when it comes to things as extreme as what is happening in Palestine. When that many deaths have happened, nuance isn't really allowed. It's one of the few times in life where you do definitively have to pick one side or the other. And in this instance, Neve Campbell chose money tainted by the death of children. I think that any actor who willingly took a paycheck in the 1940s...
What about the death of Israeli children? Zane. Do we care about them or no?
Was funded by the Nazis should similarly be branded as a bad person by history, who helped to propagate their values. Neve Campbell is a 50-year-old woman. She makes her own decisions and doesn't need to be shielded from the bad ones that she makes by journalists. She is fair game for her actions to be talked about, even if she did play Sidney Prescott. Her decision does make her a bad person, and more than that, a coward. And this stance...
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you. Sidney Prescott is a bad person and a coward. You know, Neve Campbell, she just can't have the bravery of this guy. Ugh. She's a bad person because she, a Jewish woman, did not quit her job that she built for 30 years for Palestine. Fuck you. Fucking Hamas hoes. Fuck you. Fuck you. I hope someday I can get a job that a Hamas hoe will be kicked to the curb in favor of me, and I'll rub it in your face.
Instance that Squires is taking is a fundamentally liberal centrist one, where consumption of product and the generation of money stands in front of any actual held values. And time again, we see that when this is done, centrism has to stand with the conservatives on practically every single issue. And when that happens, the real effects of harm are ignored, and the people perpetrating...
I don't remember this ever being a liberal conservative issue. It's just like, wasn't it always... I always thought it was like the actual far right that hated Jews and was so against Israel and all of that. But now it really is just kind of the mainstream left.
Treating that harm.
She's a bad person for not quitting her job.
Their harm.
The entitlement. Screw you. Imagine being Neve Campbell. You've played this role for 20, 30 years. And this little Hamaso comes in and they push you to the side. They marketed the whole movie, Scream 5. They marketed the movie with Neve Campbell's face right there. They know that's the reason we all go to see it, because we want to see Sidney Prescott. And then they bring this little Hamaso in and push Neve Campbell to the side. And then they offer her a pittance and probably 3 lines for the next movie. And so she should then walk away from it and not be in it for the Hamaso. Fuck you.
More power and money and are seen with more public legitimacy. If you notice, money is
such a good point, Joseph.
All of these problems.
YouTube sells ads on videos in Israel. Why doesn't he delete his channel in protest? Quit your job, Zane. It doesn't pay much of anything anyway. It ain't much of a loss. Yeah, delete your channel or you're supporting genocide.
And the reason that they are able to continue is by people saying that there's no harm in taking that money, no matter where the source of it may be coming from, because they themselves are not actively holding the gun with their own hand. Neve Campbell is not directly shooting anyone, but is making it painfully clear that she has no issue working with the people who are helping to hold the gun, and has no respect for any of her peers who were stomped down into the mud for having issues with the gun's presence.
Paramount Pictures is committing genocide. They're holding the gun. The gun is pointed at you. The gun is pointed at the children. And Neve Campbell is behind the gun.
And the fact that a lot of horror personalities still embrace Scream 7 after everything that has happened is a clear demonstration of this mental phenomenon of genre.
See, this is why I have the most hilarious, amazing, wise chat in the world. This is such a good point. We don't hate Jews, we hate Zionists. Is attacking Jews who don't live in Israel a coincidence? I forget who it was, but somebody on Twitter made the point, which is so true, that the left hating white people went so far that it consumed Jews. That's so true.
Fanaticism and money,
and it will next consume. You know, it's starting to consume gay people as well. It's going to start consuming black people. It will consume everyone because it, you know, like I said, communists demand total, absolute submission and conformity.
thing that they value in life, such as horror YouTuber Zach Cherry, who posted about how he got to meet the cast of the upcoming
Who's a
Scream
leftist?
7 and how he was
He's
excited
just not
to make
insane.
content about that. And Creepy Duck Design, who largely became famous for their Scream.
By the way, you know what's so funny? A lot of these horror YouTubers who I've watched for a while that you could tell were kind of lefties, I think all this insanity has kind of pushed them away from it. All the little lefty things they would say, they don't anymore. I know one in particular that I've talked to that was always a leftist, that this insanity caused him to walk away. I won't name names, but...
fan posters that they made that were so good that they just became actual official posters, which is pretty cool. But they have continued to make posters for Scream 7 to build their online brand, ignoring everything about the ongoing issue. I actually have a lot of respect in this regard to Dead Meat, who are
So not just FKO, the person making fan art of Scream 7 needs to quit his job too.
Physically in Scream 5 playing themselves, but have come out against the franchise because everything that has gone down.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That was before Nev Campbell was even announced for it. That was at the beginning. And I said the same thing, that I don't think she should have been fired. I think it kind of all worked out for the best because we're getting a freaking Sidney Prescott starring movie directed by Kevin Williamson. They just need him writing the script. I'm not thrilled with the fact that the writers from 5 and 6 are back. I wish Kevin Williamson were just writing it as well and directing it. By the way, parentheses, Teaching Mrs. Tingle is a very underrated movie. You guys, local squad, we should have movie night and watch Teaching Mrs. Tingle. By the way, I forgot to update my description. However, if you like the insanity on this channel, subscribe to my locals, become a Hamaso, become a harlot, become a harlot. We're not Hamasos, we're harlots, because we do movie nights, game nights, Zoom hangouts, and lots of things. So join the crazy
not hard
train.
To do. And I love that they were among the ones who did the right thing.
We got to watch
even
Teaching
though they
Mrs.
have
Tingle,
personal
though. It's
and professional
amazing.
ties to the franchise, like Creepy Duck Design, who made the wrong decision. In connection to this, probably one of my most radical opinions is that the horror community has become way too reliant in
I'm your
the
harlot.
presence of the funding of Jason Blum's projects, who is probably the single person that I dislike the most within the gravity of horror film culture.
Jason
And
Blum
nearly
is literally
every horror
Hitler, too.
podcast and outlet over the past 6 or 7 years has been sponsored by whatever upcoming Blumhouse movies that are being released. I think that puts us all in a weird situation where this guy is at the center of everything that we do financially. Because he has to me shown through his actions that he actively holds values against what we should be
I'll be your
standing
harlot,
for.
Jeremy.
I'm not trying to call anyone out in particular at all, because at this point, it is a very widespread problem. As a community at large, we are way too financially hooked to this guy at a level that frequently makes me very uncomfortable. I immediately question anyone's ethics and legitimacy when I hear them do an ad read for a Blumhouse product. I genuinely can't say for sure.
Always the
because I get a lot of
collectivism.
emails like this, and honestly, I don't read most of them. But I am 99% sure that I have been offered money by them at several points in the past for an ad read for upcoming films. And essentially,
for Mongols.
Everyone who works in horror has as well, or gifts or what have you. And a great deal of them have accepted that offer. I, as a blanket rule, have never accepted gifts or sponsorship for my work, even though I get a constant stream of email offers about them. And if I ever...
So wait, let me get this straight. He makes no money, but he won't take, but he's complaining about that, but he won't take sponsorships. And by the way, I think people know at this point that a sponsorship is a sponsorship. I don't think anyone thinks that they're just, you know, doing it out of the goodness of their heart.
Then I hope you will take that as a sign that I genuinely endorse that company and that product.
Duh, Brian.
I have also never accepted a gift in any form from any company that makes horror media. I think that kind of transparency is important there, and I would always disclose if I accepted something. The most that I have ever accepted is from individual authors working independently who have offered
so he has taken sponsorship
because they like my work. But if I ever thought that taking that would put me in a compromising situation that might stand in the way of my own honesty, I would always say no in every single situation.
What honesty?
The only thing I have of value left to me in this world is my writing and my perspective. And I would never do a single thing that compromised that, even if that meant I occasionally had to do something that was not the most socially nice thing to do. If the worst thing that you can come at me with is that I'm not always overwhelmingly nice in every single situation, then I can live with that.
Oh,
Because
honey, we got so much
there
worse.
is a difference between kind and nice, and I'd like to think that I deliver on kind where it counts.
The first truth
Most of
that you
us
said.
who work...
Aw, thanks, Gaycon. I would love to come on your podcast. You gotta come on mine too. And that's why you're not making money, dumbass. Most content creators don't make money from ad revenue. They make it from merch and sponsorships, for crying out loud. Tell him, Millie.
Here for a living have either had contact with Blum or his company, and almost every one of those interactions have been financially motivated. It just all too often to me feels like we have
What do you think? They're contacting you for what? Hand jobs? Hugs and cookies? What? You stupid bitch.
Agreed to this deal with the devil, and everyone is kind of
devil,
afraid to
he's the
even
devil.
talk about it or acknowledge that it's a thing.
Ooh.
Because, to a degree, everyone's hands are kind of dirty from being in the pot. Again, I'm not trying to make accusations against anyone on a personal level. I understand why someone would feel like they needed to take a sponsorship from them. But I hope that after saying this, everyone who is in this position from now on will consider if that money is actually worth it. Because as it stands now, everyone from horror TikTokers and freelance writers on up to the largest horror publications like Fangoria and Bloody Disgusting pose to make a lot of money every single time Blumhouse puts out a large movie. And I'm just here to ask in the politest way that I can for everyone to consider if that is the most ethical thing that we could be doing in this moment. And I hope to stand as an example to show that a horror content business can be run without platforming things like that.
But you said you make no money. What business? What business?
I've operated for years at this point basically without reviewing a single Blumhouse movie, and that has been intentional. If I ever do platform something from them or something else that I similarly view as
By the way, I bet you he was lying
I always
that he makes
address
some
that
money.
before I even start talking about why I want to talk about the work itself.
Ooh,
As
I
critics,
like that.
as journalists, as fans,
I like
think
your
we owe
username
it to each
too.
other as a community to be forthright with these things, because ultimately, it is within our power what companies we decide to give our voice to. I view Fangoria as being kind of the cultural steward of horror, and they've kind of held that position for decades now. And with that does come a certain level of responsibility in relation to what they decide to publish, because their voice matters. And in my opinion, sometimes they have not been the best about that when it comes to Blum and his movies. I think they often will do great work, and if they hate me after this for saying all of this, that would actually make me tremendously, deeply sad, because all of this comes from a place of love and professional respect for their position within genre history.
He is the devil. There's nobody I hate more, but I hope he doesn't dislike me after this. That would make me very sad. What? That's the thing about these people. They run their mouths, but they don't have the courage of their convictions.
And I want that all to be said up front. But for the emphasis that they place on gathering people from different backgrounds to show their own perspectives, from all the great queer writers that they have, the non-white writers, the women writers, the industry legends, just the general professionalism that they typically will show in producing a horror magazine that is managing to thrive in 2024. I just think it's a shame how much their brand relies on.
He's looking for the horns.
Because since the rebranding, out of 22 issues that they have produced, by my count, 8 of them feature a Blumhouse movie somewhere on the cover, with 4 of them being the full-blown cover story. And each time that they get a cover story, usually that means there will be multiple articles on the interior dedicated to
envy. This is, like I said, this is the perfect case study of leftist envy. And you'll see that in the next chapter.
We all know that 9 times out of 10, these movies are either going to be garbage or just barely passable. The Blumhouse system of rushing things out the door made for $20 does not produce great work most of the time, to the point where they have really started to lose their cultural footing by falling into total self-parody. Like Night Swim, about the haunted swimming pool that features a Major League Baseball playing protagonist who is suffering.
Okay, let me say this. So first of all, it is true nowadays Blumhouse puts out horrible movies. They had some good ones in the past. Now they just put out shit. However, let's be honest. We're sort of living through this renaissance of horror film. It is because of Jason Blum. It is because he revolutionized the film industry when it comes to horror film. He created an entire new business model of making movies on a low budget and then making a shit ton of money that nobody was doing before that. The 2000s era of horror was all big budget, CGI, and there really isn't a lot of that, at least in the early Blumhouse stuff. So all of the things that followed it, we kind of have him to thank. And if it weren't for that, even though, yes, they make terrible movies now, a lot of those things would not be getting made if these studios didn't see you can spend $4 or $5 million on a movie and make a big return on investment and take a chance on these films. Horror is really the only place right now where lower budget films and mid-budget films are even getting made. And it is thanks to Jason Blum, even though Blumhouse kind of sucks nowadays.
From Lou Gehrig's disease. Out of their movies that have been on the cover of Fangoria, I would argue that Halloween 2018 and Megan are the only ones that are just okay, with the other ones being genuinely outright bad. And as an
Wait, dangerous. Thank you. I thought I was the only person alive who loves Teaching Mrs. Tingle. Okay, squad, we are totally having locals movie night and watching Teaching Mrs. Tingle because that movie is so nuts. It's so great. That is underrated. This is so true. No wonder he put all the shameless slander at the very end. Who could put up with this nonsense?
Organization, they should not be stooping to sell their audience on total garbage movies that they know full and well are absolute pieces of shit. We don't need to be giving Blumhouse and their lazy anti-art system this much publicity and attention when there are so many other better and more interesting things made that don't get the mainline spotlight that they deserve. And to their credit, Fangoria does work hard to spotlight smaller films in every single issue.
You just said they
are
don't!
Among the best at getting people excited for little movies.
Then what are you saying?
They should stretch that talent more to really embrace and lift up the smaller side of horror.
It's never enough.
Has always been our most interesting work and the backbone of what we all do. To me, I see Blumhouse at their absolute best as the MCU equivalent of horror movies, and I do not mean that as a compliment. I think they are bad for horror.
No
I think
spoilers.
They are a bad company that makes mediocre, uninspired, ugly art 9 times out of 10. And when they accidentally let a good one through the cracks, it almost certainly is not because they were helping the filmmaker in that process. They famously use market research a ton.
See, that's the thing. Leftists believe that they are Miss Cleo. They know what everyone is thinking. They know what everyone's intentions are, what they really mean by what they said, what they meant by what they said. They know it all.
In deciding the final cuts of their films. And as I've said before, as someone who used to work in film market research before becoming a YouTuber,
and she got some
process only hurts
lingerie showing in
opinion,
it. No spoilers.
Once made a single movie
Illuminati.
They might as well just be hiring a team of carnival psychics to tell them what to do. And I also don't think that just because they are one of the largest public entities of championing horror, that they shouldn't be criticized. In fact, the opposite is true. Their motives absolutely should be evaluated on what they are doing and also what they bring to the table. The business of making movies is a business. Profit is always the goal. Movies are made to make a profit, obviously. Movies are art. But all art and how we have structured our society, for better or for worse,
oh, boo, capitalism, boo.
And they need a roof over their heads. But there is a difference between being successful to the point of sustainability and being a Silicon Valley-style tycoon who doesn't even really seem to care all that much about movies other than the capital they can generate. I absolutely hate that one of the largest public faces of horror for the past decade or so looks like if you type CEO into an AI image generator. And on that note, one of his newest
look like
movies,
if you
Imagine,
type soy boy into
accused
it.
by some of feeling as if it had been written or at least influenced by an AI, which is what the magic of market research will buy you, by the way. It is an industry of people who are severely depressed that are slowly going insane. I had to watch the trailer for the 2016 children's film Monster Trucks. I 500 times. It is hard to describe what that mentally does to a person when you do that all day long for weeks upon weeks.
It's so funny. He thought his comment section was hateful. Like, come here, bitch. We're so much more hateful.
To a new unbearable horror. Unless people are talking about Get Out, then historically when they are talking about Blumhouse as a company on social media, they are talking about how cheap their movies are or how much money they make. Like that should even be the point of all of this. Ever since Paranormal Activity,
ooh, we got some naked
Helen how he can make a film for under $10 million and sometimes spin it to generate hundreds of millions at the box office. But I think more than that. His legacy should be defined by the seemingly toxic work environment that he has created, the boys club that he has built around himself, as well as the repeated backing of conservative films and filmmakers.
What are the conservative films?
Money, which he
such
as being more important than any values that he actually holds in this world. You know me. You know I want good original horror to thrive and to be successful. I am always happy when movies do well, but at the same time, the cartoonish reaction that people had on Twitter to Megan making $30 million in its first weekend was a little gross to me. All I heard about was how much it made and how they cut the violence and blood and kills out of a slasher movie to get it down to a PG-13 rating to make more money.
Because again, free market. If you're a big horror fan, you like when horror movies succeed because that means more of them will get made. Because there was a long time where we there weren't many horror movies getting made, and there were almost no good ones
and how that
getting
was
made.
a good thing that the studio cut up a movie to make it worse because we have to worship the dollar just to see how rich Jason Blum can possibly get. Genuinely,
Oh, how terrible.
Almost no one was actually talking about whether Megan was actually good.
Megan
or
was
not.
written by
Nobody
a
was
black
talking about
woman.
the movie itself, just the environment around the movie.
What is he talking
The
about,
product
Boys
itself
Club?
is second to the money. Listen to any conversation about a Blumhouse film, and it's always the same. Oh,
Five
yeah,
Nights at
Five
Freddy's
Nights at
was
Freddy's
directed
sure
by
was
a
big
woman.
piece of shit. But did you see how much money it made? The conversation is always entirely
And maybe that's why women shouldn't direct. I'm just saying.
surrounded on
Kidding,
celebrating
I'm
Blum's
kidding.
profit, and how horror is
But that movie
supposedly back,
sucked.
even though it never went anywhere. And in the case of Megan, when I saw it a few weeks into its run, I
Do
felt
better,
a resounding
Megan!
feeling of, that was fine, which is what I feel when I watch their work almost across the board. So I tend to kind of avoid them, because they aren't actually
I'm
even
jealous, Thin
really
White
full
Axe.
movies. All art
need
is
a
product,
lobotomy
but
after
we can
this.
agree that some art is more of a product than others. I don't think that anyone would argue that Ubisoft or EA games are more art than they are money-making ventures. Blumhouse movies are polished to the point of not possibly offending a single person who has a dollar in their pocket. By lacking any perspective or artistic goal other than to minimally entertain. Blum, who started as a sub-executive, reporting directly to Harvey Weinstein at Miramax, which is something that he has to me kind of tried to downplay in the years since, is in my eyes the symbol of everything that horror should not strive to be. Here are just several
What does that have to do anything with his own actions? So his boss was Harvey Weinstein, and he said he tried to distance himself from him. Is that not a good thing? Should he have quit his job too? Everyone just quit
things
their
that he has
job.
done since he started his company, and positioned himself at the center of horror as a business. During the height of the strikes last year, he casually posted a picture of him holding a shotgun with David Zaslav, the most hated man in Hollywood.
Oh
with the
no,
caption,
not guns.
Suns Valley Soldiers. He wants
I don't know who
tweet,
that is.
I got feedback from my team at Blumhouse, and pictured below are my room for improvement categories. I am tweeting this to help remind myself to do these things and improve. The list included the following.
Ugh.
Stay present, listen, slow down, be
Ugh,
compassionate,
someone trying to
create a
improve.
safe space for ideas, don't yell, be less impulsive, share information, say thank you, and hire diverse. And I'm honestly kind of astonished that he willingly tweeted that the people in his circle told him that he had to stop being racist, stop belittling the people who work for him, to stop verbally abusing them, and to just be decent around others.
Aren't you glad you pander to these people, Jason Blum? Look what it gets you. He put every leftist checkbox on there, and what a surprise. It's not good enough.
Because that is basically what that list said.
Illuminati,
He was
we
asked
love
by a
you.
fan on Twitter in 2020
I'm jealous for
about
all of
his
y'all
film production's
getting out of
relationship
here.
to COVID. With the surge, is Halloween Ends going to start filming and be released on schedule? To which he said, so far, yeah. We're like the only ones shooting. My views on Omicron are extreme. If I shared them, my PR team would most likely burn down my house with me in it.
Maybe you should have spoke out a little bit more. I mean, it's nice to see that someone saw this as the biggest scam of our lifetimes, but you know, would have been nice if you spoke up a little bit more about it. Jacob, thank you so much for being here. This dude's just moral figging left and right, as I'm sure you've seen. Just wait for the Wendigoon segment. The bitches about false allegations and lies on a dozen creators. Also, where did you find the archives? As soon as I watched it, I was like, I just downloaded it. I was like, I have things to say. I downloaded it before he started editing it all and then took it down.
Not trying to put words in his mouth, but at least to me, when I read that, it seems that he is implying that he did not care if his employees got COVID under his command and possibly died, so long as the product.
Oh, they're gonna
continued to get
die.
made,
Everyone's
and that he
gonna
could get
die.
even more
People
wealth.
are
And then
dying.
on top of
People
that,
are
one of his
dying.
biggest crimes against horror to me is that he sat down to be a guest on the bench.
In the words of Gino Bisconti, COVID is the flu with a better publicist.
Hero show. You know, the old 1940s phrase that roughly goes, if you have 10 people and one Nazi willingly sitting down for a meal together, then all you have is 11 Nazis. So
Ben Shapiro is a Nazi. See, that's the thing. Jason Blum is probably a liberal, but is not a hateful communist like this guy. He can speak to other people who have different points of view. So here's the thing. You hate Zionists. You call Jewish people Nazis. You want Jewish people to quit their jobs. Sound a little anti-Semitic to me. And the thing is, I wouldn't be one to say that. However, there's more legitimate claim to that than all the people he's calling racist and Nazis And he already has, but he'll keep doing it a lot more using this term far right. So to somebody like that, I would really love to know, if everyone is far right, what would you consider somebody who's just conservative, who's just right, who's just on the right, not far right? I would love to hear a name. There isn't one, of course, because Ben Shapiro is, known and disliked by a lot of people on the right for being kind of like middle of the road, white bread conservative. But you're not allowed to even be that. He's Nazi in a yarmulke.
If one film executive sits down with a fascist for a civil conversation, then all you have are two fascists being broadcast over the internet, who are helping to enshrine each other's cultural power. At the top of the interview, he even jokes that he is ready for a wave of hatred just for willing to be seen in the same room as Shapiro publicly.
Yeah, because he pandered to communists like you.
He wasn't tricked into any of this. And in that, he has some pretty wild quotes that I think really shows that his heart is not in the right place. As far as the soulless, empty art that he produces is concerned, and to a greater degree, demonstrates the corruptive effect his legacy has had on how we look at modern horror cinema in general. One thing that I agree with the right about is how a lot of Hollywood, including myself, is out of touch with America, with the taste of America. There shouldn't be red state,
no lies
state
detected
movies.
there.
There should just be good movies. I'd go so far as to say that if you were sitting with a director and they said, you made Get Out, you made The Purge, you made The Hunt, I want to make a political movie. I want to do it about X topic. I want to do it about global warming. That is when I say we're in trouble, because I think it is virtually
go watch
impossible
fucking Fern Gully,
fun,
bitch.
Entertaining movie and think of the topic first. I think you have to think in your heart what's super scary. And if you can fold politics into that, like Jordan thinks about race all the time, clearly. Get Out came from that.
That's probably
but you can't
super
just say,
healthy.
I want to make a scary story about global warming. Hollywood had a red flag list for people Harvey Weinstein was worried about because they were talking badly about him. And I was on the list. And I was happy that I was on it. I wish that it was true what he said about me.
Well, he's a bad person
actually doing
for that.
The most important thing I want to say, and the reason I'm doing your show, is to say that all of Hollywood is not the same. We are different. I can be liberal, but talk to you and be on your show and make a movie called The Hunt. But if there was an amazing horror movie that came to me and it pushed a conservative value, I would make it. So I think that's probably the most important
I don't know
thing.
about that.
At one point near the end, Ben Shapiro says, I get a lot of questions from people in my audience that say, I really want to work in Hollywood. I love storytelling.
He would make a conservative
I was a
movie.
member of Students for Trump. Then now I'm going to go to Hollywood,
Clutch
and
my
that's on my
pearls.
Facebook page, and I'm not going to get a job. To which Jason Blum says, well then, you have to come to our office. We will give you a job in a second. And I hope that you can see that these things are business major brain rot ideas.
I don't buy
that
it, but
violate
it's
the concept
nice.
of how art should be made. Everything that he's saying here is how you wind up with the kinds of bad movies that have no perspective that Blumhouse produces. It is 100.
And his examples of that are movies written by black women and directed by women. Those are the conservative movies that have no perspective.
Reasonable to start a screenplay with a theme.
Also, wait. Did he just claim that a movie written by a stunning, brave woman of color had no perspective? She brought her woman of color perspective, you racist.
You want to express. I would call that good writing. Please, if you want to make movies, do not start writing a horror script based around only the scares that you can think of first, and hope that some thematic through lines will come into your work through divine intervention, because it does not work that way. All good writers know that you need to have some forethought into what you are trying to express, so that you can then build a narrative around that. In fact, in my opinion, the actual writing of the script should be the very last part of the process. That is, following, months of just thinking about your story from every single angle. And also, you should not be concerned at all moments.
I can't take any more of this!
Or not.
This is
torture. If you have produced an intelligent script that is compelling or makes your audience work and to think, then it will be engaging in its own right. And that entertainment is for live sports and social events. Writers should not at all times in every circumstance concern themselves with the idea of the word entertainment, because that is a hole that once fallen down will very often lead to hacky dialogue and art that is not true to the person who is creating it. Basically, I'm saying that if you're wanting to make something, you should never once consider if your audience is actually going to like it while you're working on it. Because the art needs to be made
maybe you should have considered that a little bit more, buddy.
That comes from the act of self-expression, of ideas that are important and compelling to you. And if you do that, if you make something that you are passionate about, then one day you will find your own.
I can barely watch it
And
with you
some will
guys, but
saying
you
that
guys make it more
everything should be art
tolerable.
house, and that is not what I'm getting at all. You can make pop art through that exact same mindset. I highly doubt that James Cameron cares for a second if anyone found Avatar 2 to be entertaining.
Because
He is
it made
clearly
money!
making these for himself. And, you know, I think that's a great thing. We just get the
Would they have made Avatar 2 if Avatar made no money? Zane.
benefit of being able to watch him do this and to make these films that he makes.
And by the way, I'm clearly in the minority here, but I don't know who the hell keeps going to see Avatar movies, because it's obviously just me, but I have less than zero interest.
If you want to learn how to be a good writer, please go watch the Jason Blum and Ben Shapiro hour-long interview, and then take to heart the exact opposite of every single thing that those men say. Oh, and you know, one other thing. Remember Dashcam that we
two
talked
successful
about a little while
people.
ago? That was a Blumhouse movie. You remember They/Them? That was also a Blumhouse movie.
So all far left movies. You're complaining they're too conservative for putting out a bunch of far left movies.
They are kind of the kings of the conservative bent to horror. One criticism of the genre that you
The
could
conservative bent of horror is Dashcam that makes right-leaning people look insane. What was the other one he said? I was only paying attention. What was the other one? They, Them. They, Them is the conservative movie. They, Them, about the non-binaries. Those are his conservative movies.
make is about how it's been done for a long time, in that horror is a genre largely built on the trauma of women, fearing and being attacked by men,
Wimixon.
who often are not actually allowed to voice their experiences through the art that they make, while men make money off of telling their stories. Women are almost never allowed to write or direct major
They're not
films
allowed.
today, which is a huge problem across the entire film
They're not allowed. Jason Blum is just there with the riding crop in his hands going, "Get back in the kitchen, whore."
industry. But it is especially bad with Blumhouse. Almost every single Blumhouse movie stars a woman who is saying lines about how her character should feel that a man wrote for her.
Wait, I thought leftists claim that, you know, the fascists like us don't want to see women in movies, which they use to justify all their horrible woke female characters in modern films. So why is it that audiences of horror films love female characters? It's almost like everything you claim is total bullshit.
You know, just spitballing here, but if I was being accused of being an abusive and sexist boss, who also hangs out with David Zaslav and was just
Abusive and
awful, not
sexist?
just by-
Who when was he accused of being abusive or sexist? Did I miss that part? Like, he just slips that in. These people think that because they say something, it makes it true.
by the people around me, but also by critics for popular news organizations. And I was
torture.
also in the process of basically remaking one of the most famous movies of all time about a woman experiencing violence from a powerful man. I probably would have used that as an opportunity to buy myself some public goodwill and hire some women to make that movie.
Public
instead of me
goodwill. There it is. He just said the quiet part out loud. These people don't care about how something is. They only care about how something looks. So he should do that for public goodwill. It's like how they always say, it's not a good look. They only care about appeasing the collective.
director that was mostly known before this for male-focused stoner comedies, 3 male writers, 15 male producers.
Zaid, you have to... No, I'm being sarcastic. Don't see it. But 2019 Black Christmas, it is just 2 hours of men evil and white men evil and the cisgender patriarchy and men are evil, and it is insufferable. Has absolutely nothing to do with the original Black Christmas.
3 male composers, a male cinematographer, a male editor, a male production designer, a male art director, and basically an all-male
Who
crew,
cares?
outside of actors. The only women who held any prominent positions within
He's talking about
Halloween
Halloween. He said male music. Male did the music. Yeah, the male was John Carpenter. Which woman do you think could have written a better score for Halloween than John Carpenter? I'd love to hear some names.
production manager, the casting director, and the costume designer. And the same could be said for the next 2 movies in the series as well.
And the craft
despite
service
all
whore.
3 of them basically pretending to be about why it is important to listen to women. And then, years later, If I was still having that
Not
same
really.
criticism placed against me, and I was remaking yet another classic movie about violence against women, or at least, women in peril, and also after having publicly said that I had changed my ways and learned because I listened to the people—
Wait, but The Exorcist Believer is everything you claim you want movies to be. There was no conservative messaging. There was no religion. We took all that stuff out, and this is what you're left with. This is what every fucking movie would be if it were up to you.
around me. I would probably surround myself on that project with some different people.
Only if
Instead
they're
of hiring
men.
That same male director,
Men
4 male
bad,
writers,
women good.
13 male producers, 2 male composers, a male cinematographer, a male editor, a male production designer, and 2 male
And that's
art
why the
directors,
movie was
with
bad.
again, the only major production roles being filled by women being casting directors, costume designers, and set
What if those men identify as women? Transphobe?
decorators.
Wow, we
But
found the
that's just
transphobe
me.
here.
Blumhouse have been involved in the production of 152 movies in total, or, according to Dan Aykroyd, a little over 1% of all films that have ever been made, with basically every single film in their catalog either being about women main protagonists or having women hold very prominent roles within the film's narrative. And often very traditional roles for these women characters, such as mothers of straight white families or
Straight
sisters.
white.
Epic game of modern
Woo!
warfare.
Yeah, that's what save buttons are for, pal.
The overwhelming amount of women characters in their films
Male
are
editor.
either this or someone who is younger that is being pursued by a straight white guy. They have—
I agree with you, Zane. I think we need equality. I think we need more women garbage men. We need more women working in the mines. Let's have some true equality here, buddy.
almost no films that are almost exclusively about men, which I think is fairly common for the horror genre, especially popcorn PG-13 horror films, which are very dominated by women protagonists, which is Blumhouse's bread and butter. I did actually recently see a study that said that
He
only
might need- I don't-
44% of horror films actually have women protagonists, which
I don't care if it's a male wardrobe person, a woman wardrobe person. He needs a wardrobe person. Let me just say, with these outfits. Not that I
on
am
the
one to
surface level,
talk
I
this
don't
evening.
really believe, but it very well may be true. And I may think that there are more women protagonists than there are, because the films that star women often just work better on a conceptual level than the ones that star men to me. Horror is about social injustice and an imbalance of power, and people fighting back against that. And it is hard to buy a general horror
Not
situation if
necessarily.
you make the protagonist an upper-class white guy, who has struggled, very little in his life. It is definitely true that if you go through their catalog, Blumhouse overwhelmingly
no white
makes
men
films that
struggled.
have strong feminine presence within their narratives. Now, this is going off of my count, and I might be a little off here because there are just a lot of titles to go through, and I might have missed a couple here or there. But from what I can tell, out of their 152
Yeah, what happened to
films,
gender equality?
Only 25 of them have been written by women, and only 17 of them have been directed by women. 19 of them were written by people
Oh my
who
God,
were
he
not white,
counted.
and 26
He
of them were
counted.
directed by people
He
who were
counted.
not white.
He
Every
counted.
other role on these projects—
By the way, I can't take any more of this. What was I gonna say? Oh, this is so terrible. Somebody leaked his Discord messages, and he was like, "I feel so bad because I don't want to affect the income for my partner." And of course, this is the type of douchebag to call his boyfriend his partner. But can I just tell you the level of rage it fills me with that I am single and this bitch is not? As he's sitting there, because I was going to say, that sounds to me like I would think that's a virgin. I would think he's probably dating a they, them. He's probably dating some kind of, someone. But I can't imagine anybody's getting laid who's sitting there going through Blumhouse and counting every movie they ever made. Well, how many men were they and how many women? And who was the woman an editor, or was the woman a costume designer?
Was filled by a white man. So if we say that's 152 movies, then that is 304 jobs. Although some of these films did have multiple writers and directors. But for the sake of simplicity, we will say that every movie had one writer position and one director position. So by those numbers, that means that Blumhouse historically is only hiring 14%
I
non-white
don't
creatives
care.
and 13% women.
Hey, Giovanni Rastrelli. Grazie per il super chat. Thank you. It's like James Somerton and Noah Sampson gave birth to him. Thank you for being here, my love.
And if you took James
And if you guys feel so inclined, send your super chats so we can continue all the cringe on this channel.
Wan, Jordan Peele, and M. Night Shyamalan out of the equation, their non-white hiring numbers plummet to almost near zero. which makes
Wait,
it
why do you
almost
have to take them out of the equation? If you take their most prominent filmmakers out of the equation, then there's no one else.
When you see that they have movies
Why?
made
Because
about
you
black
said
people,
so?
such as Exorcist Believer and Moth, which were both written and directed by white guys, and that they always advertise their films as...
So if you do put out movies starring black people, you're a racist. If you don't put out movies starring black people, you're a racist. It's almost like there's no winning.
That brought you Get Out, but rarely actually hire non-white people or women for behind-the-camera roles on their projects, unless they are already famous and can be leveraged to generate money for them from that. And also,
we haven't even gotten to the crazy part yet.
All of these hires, both for people of color and for women, come in the past couple of years after people started to realize that they basically exclusively only hired white dudes, and began to criticize them for those practices. Also, I do think that it is very interesting that after the hit that they had with Get Out, that Jordan Peele left the company and distanced himself from Blum. Typically, if you have an iconic...
Yeah, because someone probably offered him more money.
That team that has a proven model for success.
He's a fucking capitalist,
bitch. It is very telling that the two never seem to acknowledge each other anymore, except for when Blum uses Get Out to seem more progressive than he actually is. At one point, when asked about why he only hired white men for top positions in his films...
Yeah, good point, Esteban. They hired a woman for Scream. You didn't seem to like that too much.
He said that there was simply no women to hire, and was quoted as saying, "We're always trying to do that. We're not trying to do that because of recent events. We've always been trying. There are just not a lot of female directors, period, and even less that are inclined to do horror. I'm a massive admirer of Jennifer Kent. I've offered her every movie we've had available. She's turned me down every time."
Yeah, because the woman who directed Five Nights at Freddy's did such a great job.
To say that he's always looking to hire these people, but that they simply just don't exist is so fucking silly. If Blumhouse tweeted that they were looking for young women to make films for them, they would have hundreds or thousands of people responding that they would love to be given that opportunity. I'm just trying to point out a painfully glaring pattern in their structural behavior as a company, which I hope you can recognize is a big issue.
What is a woman
just in
saying?
general, I think the whole company and their output could fall into this category of being bad conservative horror movies, to some degree or another. But for this last one, I'd like to focus on The Hunt. There was a movie that was so marred by false controversy and culture war bullshit that even...
He's gonna hate this movie so much. The Hunt was awesome. If you haven't seen it, it was... I can't think of anything that's come out like it in a long time, because it was a very rare movie that was not just pushing leftism. It completely made fun of both sides and basically allowed both sides of the political spectrum to show their ass. It's a great movie. And the thing is, like I said, if this were 30 years ago, pushing one perspective might have been somewhat revolutionary, but that is no longer the case when it's being pushed by every media outlet, every Hollywood studio, every corporation, every celebrity, all pushing leftism. So something like this, and when they're all people like this fucking communist saying that half the country are just Nazis and horrible people, I think it is quite powerful to have a film that makes fun of both sides and also is very entertaining on top of it. I love The Hunt.
Trump tweeted about it when he was still president, saying, "Liberal Hollywood is racist at the highest level. And
wrong as hell.
And hate."
Yeah, conservatives were so fucking stupid with this. They all were raging about this movie before they ever saw it, and it was nothing like what they assumed.
They like to call themselves
stupid,
elite,
fucking
but they
woke
are
right.
not elite. In fact, it is often the people that they so strongly oppose that are actually the elite. The movie coming out...
They're kind of doing to The Hunt what he did to Dashcam.
...is made in order to inflame and cause chaos. They create their own violence and then try to blame others. They are the true racists and are very bad for our country. So, to generate false controversy, Blum pulled the film from release himself, basically saying that as a work of art, it was just too dangerous to release to the public in the current political climate. Which, you know, considering that he was seemingly willing to sacrifice his employees to COVID on the altar of money, I don't really
he was sacrificing them to a cold with a 99.9% survival rate. Oh, how could he?
Excuse, and instead see this as a publicity.
You know this bitch wears like 7 masks at once.
Move to get people to talk about his lackluster films, because when they later released it, it gave them the opportunity to then advertise it as the most talked about movie of the year is one nobody's seen yet. And then when you watch the movie, it is the most middle-of-the-road, centrist, weak, fake controversial stuff that you've ever seen. They uses 2016 buzzwords like deplorables to incite feelings in the most non-threatening way possible. It is Facebook activism, and depicts...
It is quite threatening, though, when you're so upset by it. It is doing something quite important, I think, by doing that, because it's people like you who refuse to act like there's any sort of nuance, like there is any sort of other perspectives in the world. Giovanni Rastrelli, thank you so much. This isn't a video essay. He's literally ranting in circles. It's just verbal diarrhea mixed an autistic temper tantrum. Thank you so much, dude.
And liberals
it's so true.
I'm harm, but only doing so in a way that reinforces.
Yeah, good point, Ramiro. How many of his employees died due to COVID? Give us numbers. Oh wait, let me know. True, very clever marketing. Yeah, that was the point. Trina, my love, this is painful.
Each other, and ultimately does nothing to challenge any semblance of the status quo. I think that any movie that on the surface wants to be seen as deeply political and as an important work of art, but then restrains itself to only comparing Republicans and Democrats, is not something that should be treated as a serious exercise of social satire that is being done in good faith, and should be seen for what it is, which is a knife to skim cream off the current tensions of the American culture.
Did you hear what he basically just said, though? He goes, oh, it's treating Republicans and Democrats as equals. And there it is.
For profit. They are in this moment no different from the talking heads of Fox News or MSNBC, who get paid to lie 24 hours a day. But I think the biggest argument that you could make about how weak The Hunt actually is as a work of satire comes from something that Blum says to Shapiro in their interview, that I think demonstrably shows how
I think good satire should upset people, and it clearly upset you quite a bit. So I think it did its job. If it's upsetting communists, perfect.
His centrism allows passage for Shapiro's fascism. The Hunt is about how the country is so polarized.
It's fascism.
You know, I did a lot of research on you before I came in here, because I was told of your views. And I looked at what you've said and done, and all you've expressed is a conservative point of view. I believe a lot of things that are different from you. We probably have many more things that are in common, and share many more beliefs than our political beliefs. And the idea that we can't talk to each other, or that I can't come on your show, makes me...
Aw, Murder Alphabet. I think at this point the video might be considered homophobic for harming my favorite gay man. Aw. Love you.
The movie really makes fun of both sides. This movie does not take sides politically.
It's true. Oh my god, we made it! We made it! We made it to the last chapter! I thought that would never end. I need to stretch. I need to stretch because this is ticking me off. I should have maybe worn longer shorts for this if I knew I would be standing. Excuse me, I did not mean to flash everyone. I'm going to refill my drink, and then we will meet back here. While I do that, let's have a very quick word from our sponsors. And by the way, might come back to an empty chair, maybe, I don't know. But I'll be right back. However, if you like the channel, subscribe to my locals, join the squad. We do movie nights, game nights, Zoom hangouts. I'm putting the link in chat because I forgot to in the description. Wait, sorry, my screen froze. Ah, thank you, Giovanni. Okay, I will wait on my refill. So much self-loathing and projection. He's complaining about other people using buzzwords and not being armchair activists. Can a person really be that unself-aware? Thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, like I said, just waiting for this last chapter because the envy of the leftist has never been on further display. Okay, I'm going to get a refill and I will be right back.
It's time for my grifting. Give me all your money. Don't just be a drifter. Help me be a grifter.
Fuck you, pay me.
I'm back. Okay, I knew that wouldn't take a long time, so I brought my stuff in here. Hold on. as I said, if you like the channel, send in your super chats, join my locals, help me grift hard. I cannot take any more of this, but we've come this far. We've gotten to the last chapter. We're going to do this together. They should really welcome back to Chaircast IRL. Yeah, Brian. Greg made me one before. It was like mango fresca, I think. I brought in they got the cherry syrup I like. I love cherry flavored stuff. I thought it was just like sitting here forever. I did run. I'm so out of shape that I'm out of breath now from running to the kitchen and back. Let me pour myself a drink and pause it for a moment. Are you guys hating this as much as I'm hating us? I'm a grown-ass man, Cody, and will drink my second drink. Thank you. Anyway, they should show this instead of waterboarding people. I think it's way more effective. If you're not aware,
Wendigoon is a horror conspiracy theorist YouTuber with several million subscribers that, as you will hopefully come to see, should not be seen as the wholesome, southern-friendly dad persona that he has publicly constructed around himself in the past.
So let me just say, all the people that he's about to go off on... That's me! I'm a drunk, Cody! I'm a drunk! You've come in on my AA intervention. On my second drink. I've had one. What was I saying? Anyway, all the people he's about to talk about, I've never even heard of before. So I will say he kind of, I think Streisand affected all the people he's going to talk about because a lot of them seem quite cool.
Several years. And that, like many people who talk
I
about
dressed
being
up
Christians
like
as
him
much as
for
he
tonight.
does, has a dark past with deep ties to far-right extremism. On a base level, his work has never been of personal interest to me. We share a similar focus on topics that we like to write about, but our similarities basically end there. I have no need or desire to hear 5 hours of opinions on Blood Meridian from a 21-year-old millionaire who got famous around the age of 19. And I know that is probably the most boomer thing.
How old is this guy even? Because he kind of looks like he could either be 20 or 40. Thank you so much, Unit. 24-hour chair stream when, and I hate this man. I would rather watch a chair than this. You are about to see envy in action right here.
That I have ever said. Apologies for that. But I say that to argue that I really do think that there are some works that are really not intended to hit the right way until we are older. There are some works that fundamentally will not be understood by you if you are wealthy and have always been upper class your entire life. And this may all sound condescending.
So you need to be
poor
and old to
comprehend
comprehend
that you
what he
shouldn't be
says
able
you
to
need
say
to.
or publish whatever you like at any point in your life. You're obviously free to do so. And I also don't want it to be seen as if I'm talking down to young people, because I'm not. Politically, they are frequently the most with it, and their voices should be heard on issues that pertain to them. They are looked down upon too often in our culture. What I'm talking about here pertains to the very act of writing itself. And with that, perspective. And I don't know if you can actually really truly be a good cultural critic with a voice that has a definitive perspective, without several years of genuine, independent, lived experience away from the home that you were raised in. And in his...
Rich people can't understand anything, can't empathize with anything. Jacob, funny you mentioned that because, you know, let's see where this goes. I suppose I should kind of give the backstory that I didn't know any backstory. I'd never heard of these people, but apparently this Wendigoon guy is like a very big YouTuber, and I've seen some of his stuff since watching this. He seems like a really good person. He seems very decent and middle of the road, and he's apparently very apolitical. However, he has everything that Zane should have had.
Case, he became exceptionally wealthy by the time that he was 19 or 20. And so if you leave the home and immediately become famous and rich without having to ever actually truly struggle, can you be considered to have ever actually had lived experience at all that would qualify you to give criticism on work?
I think this was actually what Shuna had said in her video. This is like the war on normal guys.
works of art about the experience of average and poor people? I would argue not. And if that is the case, why would your perspective matter as a critic? Not to mention the fact that Wendigoon was raised in a very wealthy family, and with that comes from a wealthy perspective. He himself has inadvertently admitted that his family at one point had millions of dollars. When he said once on stream, "Would you believe me that when my dad was young,
true.
He used to be in an organized crime gang and is now a Sunday school teacher.
Italian.
Very wild life that guy's lived. He was in an organized crime gang that my grandfather ran. A lot of bad things went down. They got investigated by the FBI. My grandpa went to jail. My dad had to testify and tried to take up the business. The business fell apart, and he ended up losing millions of dollars to the state. Lost everything."
So he lost everything, but he also can't understand because he grew up rich, he's claiming. Frisch's, thank you so much. You could go. In the USSR, films have had to have specific quotas for how many Jews, Ukrainians, or Georgians could be hired at one time. Clear where this leads.
Found God, became a Christian, and is now both the best man and the best Christian I've ever met. But also, I'm not even here to criticize.
Thank you, Giovanni. I remember in his video essay on Carrie, he alluded to himself being a tragic victim like Carrie. Are you shitting me? In reality, he's the girls who bullied Carrie and Wendigoon is Carrie. That's so. He did not say that. You're shitting me. I don't know why I'm surprised.
His body of work. I think his videos are very uninteresting, but ultimately that is secondary to what makes him worth talking about. The first of which are the very strong beliefs that he seems to hold as important, that are in my opinion the antithesis of what horror should be about. There are many things that are red flags that we could talk about, from the bizarre gun ownership, the flagrant
bizarre gun ownership. Again, it's exactly what I said about far right. What is normal gun ownership? What is non-bizarre gun ownership?
Religion as a shield from criticism, to the belief that he at one point followed many far-right accounts on Twitter, from Kyle Rittenhouse to Parler, the social media website where the January 6th insurrection was in part planned. People said,
I need to just have a button I can push that every time I push it says there was no insurrection. Who's been charged with insurrection, Zane? He's Carrie's mother. Giovanni, thank you so much. Ironically, Stalin later forced the USSR filmmakers to cut all scenes with the Jews, just as he would do with Zionists. They're not Jews now, they're Zionists.
Oh, he only followed them, but that doesn't mean that he agrees with them. But there are screenshots of tweets that may have been deleted, that clearly in my mind show a support to Rittenhouse. Although, since I did not take these screenshots, they do have to be taken with a grain of salt. But in relation to everything else that we're going to talk about...
So I'm going to show screenshots, and they may or may not be real. Who would put something out like that? Oh my God.
Here.
This is what leftists always do, though, is that they start with a conclusion, and then they work backwards to try to prove it, and reach for anything they can to justify their preconceived notions.
To me, it seems to fall in line with his general beliefs. These have been widespread across the internet, and to my knowledge, I can find no examples of him directly saying that these are not real. So he may or may not have actually followed these accounts or supported them. But I do not believe that he has ever outright said that this did not happen, so take that as you will. We could talk about his past and supposedly being a founding member in an online conspiracy theory group that, according to him, snowballed out of control into being a white supremacist neo-Nazi organization called the Boogaloo Boys. His online username at the time was Boogaloo Boy, and he claims to be the first to have started using it, but that he left the group and became Wendigoon after things started to get out of hand. And this is not a...
So, first of all, he's claiming that this guy started the Boogaloo... I feel like I've been hearing about the Boogaloo Boys since I was in school. Was it not originally the clown people? Because I remember thinking they were creepy. But apparently, I did some research on the backstory, and apparently it was a word that people would use. People tried to explain this to me. It was like a word that people would use to mean something. And so he had it as a handle. And then when he realized other people were kind of extreme on both sides with it, he was like, oh, that's not what I meant. But obviously he is literally Hitler for it. Giovanni, you're the best. I've also seen them refer to Jews as pinkwashers if Zionist isn't subtle enough. But remember, you're a Nazi and I'm a Nazi and everyone else is a Nazi.
Conspiracy theory in itself. Shockingly, he literally has said so in writing. As you'll see, He was just like, oh geez, sorry guys, about starting a violent hate group, guys.
He's,
sorry that people...
How did he start a violent hate group that existed probably from the time he was a child? Maybe he wasn't even born yet. Oh, am I stupid? Those are Juggalo. Are you sure those are Juggaloos? Oh, this whole time. Oh, wow. This whole time I've thought Juggaloos and Boogaloos were the same people. Never mind. Well, either way, he did not start
killed
an extreme hate group.
My bad. I'll do better next time. Also, it should be noted that the Boogaloo Boys are known for wearing Hawaiian shirts. And guess who else always has on a Hawaiian shirt?
You? This is the perfect image of leftist self-awareness. So he's calling him a Nazi for wearing a Hawaiian shirt while wearing a Hawaiian shirt. Am I the only one seeing this? Am I crazy? So obviously, I hope you guys liked my outfit choice for tonight. My gay Nazi Hawaiian shirt. Hawaiian shirts are fascism. Hawaiian shirts are not just racist. They are fascist. I'm a juggaloo. I'm a bugaloo. I am all the things.
Despite the fact that he publicly totally does not share in their beliefs, guys. I'm just saying that if at the very least I, in any way whatsoever, somehow accidentally, inadvertently...
So, first of all, remember, let's take all the stuff out of our back pockets from earlier about how he said you should never misrepresent anyone, you shouldn't call somebody, or he didn't like that people much more justifiably were calling him racist than the justifications that he has for other people. And he also said about Jason Blum, oh, he's sitting down with that Nazi Ben Shapiro. So wouldn't that apply to him as well, wearing a Hawaiian shirt, since it's a fascist dog whistle and all?
Started a hate group. I wouldn't continue to still dress like them if it were me. It would make me look like I still believed in their cause, and that I just couldn't talk about it because people would publicly get mad at me. If I accidentally started a hate terrorist organization, I wouldn't rebrand as a horror YouTuber the next year.
Me
and instead
too.
Would try and fight that ideology as much as I could. And if I didn't do that, then it would...
Who wears Hawaiian shirts? Hawaiians. He is Hawaiian phobic.
Probably be fair for people to assume that I still agreed with their actions. At one point, he posted on his subreddit and wrote, "Someone asked me about my old Boogaloo Boy persona, so
he had to have. There's no way that anybody could lack self-awareness to that extent. However, it's still what he's accusing him of. He's like, well, if you knew that it's a racist dog whistle, why would you wear it anyway? But that doesn't apply to him because their rules always apply to everyone except them.
I made my response and thought I'd share it to set the record straight. Again, I hate being political, but I wanted to clear this up. Love y'all. Thanks." The statement that he included with this read, "Alright, so I'll go ahead and make my official statement here, because better to come straight from me. Over 2 years ago, I was among the first to begin using the term Boogaloo. Originally, it was a rendition of Che Guevara's, not that he was a good person by any means, code word for revolution, and I have always...
He doesn't, by the way, but I was so hoping that he was going to go on a pro-Che Guevara rant, who beheaded gay people.
Been a proponent of freedom and liberty. I believe in the divine rights of every human, and therefore, aspects of self-independence are important to me. So I began using the word in small settings, and then decided to make a meme page using the name as no one had yet done so. To give you an idea, my name was Boogaloo Boy, and several have pointed to me
Exactly this. Thank you so much, Giovanni, for the super chat. These people hate Jews with every fiber of their being, yet are all too happy to hijack and appropriate the Holocaust. Yep. And call Jews Nazis also.
being the original and started the Hawaiian shirt thing, as I've always just worn those shirts. However, as the term became mainstream, more ideas began to come into the group. Everything from Antifa members to fascists wanted in on it. And the original...
Wow, it's almost like there can be extremes on both sides. So it sounds like kind of they're trying to make this into a similar thing as the OK sign when they said that that was a racist thing.
The idea became muddled and broken. I always meant it as a for the people thing, yet it quickly became something else. To give you an idea, I watched the same news station call it a far leftist movement and a far right movement in the same day. It became something I didn't want to be a part of, and so I left.
But remember, like I said, let's take all the stuff out of our back pocket from earlier, that his exact words is that people shouldn't assume things based on one thing he said that was twisted.
Dropped the name, took a break, and decided to talk about things I enjoyed like conspiracies and movies under the new title, Wendigoon. It was something I acknowledge, but am not a part of anymore for what it became. Some of my current followers and friends were with me then, but I'm not a part of that anymore. So, do you remember when armed men were arrested a few years ago for planning the kidnapping of Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmire?
That was the I need a fact check on that. Can we fact check? Was it the Boogaloos who set that up? Wait, let me catch up on chat because I'm a little bit blind. Yeah, Wendigoon. I left it because I don't like fascists. In praise of pedos, that makes you a fascist. Well, this is interesting. Had gay people beheaded. Multiple reports state Che was too much of a coward to do his own dirty work, despite the leftist persona of a strong revolutionary leader. Giovanni, thank you for the super chat. Their only point of reference to Che Guevara is the Flaming Queen narrator in Evita. Oh my god. Wait, sorry. I'm very blind. I'm trying to catch up. Okay, so he left when he stopped agreeing with it. What else was he supposed to do? Kill himself?
Do you remember when white people showed up at the George Floyd protests and caused property damage and violence in the hopes that black people would be blamed for that?
Do you remember that? No. So it was now it was white people who were just causing all of white Nazis on the far right who were causing all of the damage in the BLM riots. Yeah, weird, Joseph. I don't remember that either.
A great deal of their members were spotted in the Capitol during the January 6th insurrection.
Thank you, Jacob.
They killed several police officers in a drive-by shooting in Oakland, hoping that black people would be blamed for the violence, in an attempt to create racial tension. The reason they use the word boogaloo is in reference to a meme that says Civil War II Electric Boogaloo, obviously in reference to the 1984 film Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo. Okay, so let's...
Yeah, it was the white supremacists trying to blame black people. Have to say, I think they were kind of doing a good enough job on their own. They didn't really need the help, let me say.
Let's take a closer look at some of the phrasing of his official statement. First off, I have tried and failed to find any connection to the word boogaloo to Che Guevara. In fact, when you Google Che Guevara boogaloo, you just get things related to Wendigoon. When you type in Che Guevara word for revolution, you get things related to Wendigoon. Che Guevara died in 1967.
Gee, what a shock. It's as we suspected. The Whitmer thing was not the Boogaloo Boys, it was the feds. How many times does he straight up lie in this?
And the earliest example of the word boogaloo that I can find was in 1966.
Yeah, it was white supremacist Antifa.
So I would wager that that is more than likely a lie to cover his actual intentions and sympathies that he held as a seemingly radicalized teenager. According to the Center for...
As a radicalized teenager, where did that enter the chat? Where was he a radicalized teenager? Did I miss that part? Yes, all the people in BLM were white Nazis. By the way, I agree with BLM. Giovanni, you are like single-handedly funding my channel. Thank you so much. I feel like you have given more than this guy makes in a year, according to him. I researched his claim about white people setting up BLM, and it doesn't exist outside Zane's mental illness. What a surprise.
Strategic and International Studies. The word boogaloo began to appear in online forums related to hate content on 4chan somewhere between 2010 and 2012, when, you know, Wendigoon would have been about 10.
It started as apparently, well, no, it didn't even start. It's titled about being about conservative movies, but we are fully in the throes of the envy section right now. I feel like if we consider it, we've probably gone through all of the 7 deadly sins in this. We are up to envy right now. We can see gluttony happened before he filmed the video.
10 to 12 years old. Specifically, I have seen multiple times.
Matt, you're another Paisan? We got the Italians on this stream.
Times that it is believed to have been born on gun-related forums. I can find no evidence that within their organizational structure that they have any allusion to their values starting or being connected to Che Guevara in any capacity. So claiming he was the first to start using it, or among the first, is not true, and is frankly a bizarre claim to make. By the time he would
I don't
have
want to
made
see
his
the lust
Boogaloo
section
Boy
of
username,
him.
the word would have already had a near decade of being entrenched into the deepest layers of alt-right internet radicalized extreme racism. He wants to simultaneously be seen as distant from the organization, but still dresses like them on a daily basis.
Am I crazy? Am I seeing things? He's dressing like them. See, that's what I was saying, though, is that he's a Nazi for that because, oh, he knows that that's how they dress and he does anyway. You're doing that. I can't. This is making my brain bleed. The Hawaiian shirt thing. Murder, gabagool you!
And fully takes responsibility in claiming that he started their movement, that was already in motion at least 7 or so years before his involvement, which to me just kinda seems like he enjoys taking the credit for that. As historically, he
when
already
did that
had an
happen?
out that he was in middle school when it truly actually began. And if he's lying about these things, it just makes me wonder, what else is he lying about? And the difficulty in seeing the lies and between the things that are true is always the point with these kinds of people, who say, for instance, that they do not believe in far-right hate, while doing something else at the same time, such as wearing a distinctly coded Hawaiian shirt that would be understood by the initiated.
I'm wearing my distinctly coded Nazi shirt for you guys tonight. Nazis like Zayn and I, apparently.
As Jared Thompson puts it, who works with the Transnational Threats Project that focuses on the evolution of digital terrorist networks, Boogaloo memes and slang are often deployed in similar formats, and using similar language to more mainstream internet discourse, creating a challenge in parsing the difference between complex inside jokes and memes that are used as a tool of Boogaloo extremism. Then Wendigoon would go on to say that the organization was corrupted by the left and the right equally, but I can find no evidence that the left ever tried to co-opt an organization that actively desires a race war within America.
The left has never co-opted an organization to cause a race war. How about the media? How about universities? How about the federal government? How about the CIA? How about the FBI? The left has never co-opted an organization. Oh my God. See, the thing is, people like this live in such a bubble that they have never heard different points of view. He is living in shock right now at the response he has gotten to this video because he thinks life only exists in his echo chamber. He thinks that the political compass is Nazi, 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 and then me. Brian, my love, thank you. Love you, man. And yes, you are crazy. I know, and I'm gonna drink to that. BLM, we want a race war. boss, help, I've become blind.
Just on the surface, that makes no sense.
Hey, double think. He is an artist.
And on top of this, people who are centrist, or on the left, do not use the phrasing Antifa members. The only people who
because you bitches deny it even exists.
say that are the ones that see Antifa as some sort of homogenous radical left-wing activist group, as opposed to a general term for anti-fascist movements.
Anti-fascist, yeah, anti-fascist, like shutting down speech with violence, Antifa, it's just an idea. It's not an organization. They just have branding and flags and iconography that they all use and costumes that they all use, but it's just an idea. You're imagining the idea. Don't believe your lying eyes.
He is kind of telling on himself by saying Antifa members, as if they are a part of an organized political militia, like many alt-right groups are, such as the Boogaloos. And saying that there was harm and violence perpetrated on both sides is the kind of language that other fascists, like Trump, say to disorient people into not seeing far-right extremism for what it is. He makes the bizarre false claim that he invented the use of the word Boogaloo as a for the people kind of thing, and he doesn't believe in
Where did he say that, though?
Idealization of anti-government ideals, and also wants it to be very clear that he is not a political person. But to my ears,
okay, so here's how inconsistent their ideology is now, he just said it and he's going to say it a lot more, is that anyone who believes in anything anti-government is a fascist. Was he not saying before about state violence and the police and stuff? What do you think that is? Congratulations, you're far right. You're anti-government. Maddie, I'm very jealous. You need to go. This is torture. This is the worst thing I've ever had to sit through. But you guys make it fun, so thank you. Ramiro, you're the best. He should have sent this video to a psychiatrist instead. I need some ibuprofen for this. You and me both.
This is all conservative doublespeak. And I hope that this is becoming obvious to you as well. In my opinion, there is a regular pattern of behavior there.
Yes, remember, by the way, this video is called Bad Conservative Horror Movies. How much has he said about conservative horror movies? Maybe 2 sentences. He said The Exorcist showed religion. And I think that's all he had to say in this whole thing. Oh, and of course, you know, they, them was very conservative. Giovanni, you are the greatest. Thank you. I love how he thinks he has final say over who's allowed in the horror movie fandom. In the end, it turned out he was the one who's getting kicked out.
Supporting Rittenhouse to having multiple ties to other far-right extremist figures.
No, not yet.
A clear picture is painted that he does not mean this as a communist kind of thing, and seemingly more so means people as a very select group. Wendigoon is very publicly friends with Turkey Tom. They have been seen together on multiple occasions, and I've seen online mentions that Tom was either at his wedding or at the very least was
Oh, how could he?
Tom has been accused of using the N-word multiple times in private conversations.
Has been accused of using the N-word. What does that mean? What does that mean? All I hear is a loophole there. And so, okay, I think we need to like get out the red string for this. So, very bad fascist man who used a bad word, wore a Hawaiian shirt. He had this guy at his wedding. So we got 1 string so far who was accused of using the N-word. Accused by who?
Including these screenshots of texts that are alleged to be real. And he's also been accused
that are alleged to be real. Can you imagine showing something in your video that it's alleged to be real? Shouldn't you know if it's real before putting it on?
Of saying that the upper tiers of his Patreon were intended for Jews with deep pockets. Wendigoon is publicly connected to the...
I think anybody who has a Patreon wants some Jews with deep pockets to join. If there are any Jews with deep pockets, feel free to join my locals, join my Patreon, send in super chats.
Internet historian, and has even appeared in his videos. The internet historian publicly said
We
that
got
his
another
birthday
string.
was April 20th. It is not, and has only said that as a joke because that is Hitler's birthday.
Yes, 420, the thing that is associated to Hitler's birthday.
Wendigoon is publicly friends with Donut Operator.
There you go,
Jacob.
Jacob.
A photograph of the two of them hugging. Donut Operator is a gun-crazed, very far-right YouTuber with 4 million subscribers.
Very
whose
far
career
right.
consists of him reviewing footage of police officers shooting and killing people. He was once a cop himself, before he made more money making YouTube videos and retired. His content is very pro-state, pro-cop, pro-gun, and pro-death to people who don't share his beliefs.
People pro-death for people who don't share his beliefs. His example right here of someone who doesn't share his beliefs would be a pedophile. So I suppose you could say a pedophile doesn't really share a decent person's beliefs, but that's the reason that we should hate this guy. So this is it's kind of, you know, I think if somebody is supporting pedophiles more than once, it's a little bit of a pattern where you might want to check your hard drive.
Propaganda. For example, one of his videos is titled, Predator Takes Shotgun to the Face.
Predator takes shotgun to the face. So we were supposed to hate Jason Blum because he worked for Harvey Weinstein and then spoke out against him. But now we're supposed to hate this guy because and all the shit about Kevin Spacey, pretending to be so concerned about that, but now we should hate this guy because he's against predators. Make it make sense.
And features a picture of him smiling in the corner of the thumbnail next to an image of a terrified man about to be executed by cops, with the text that reads, head removal.
Hi everyone, Donut here. We got a couple of shootings for you today. The main shooting just warms...
Head removal of pedophiles just sounds like a good time. Like, it just makes me want to subscribe to this guy's channel.
My heart.
And you know, for someone who supposedly is so very anti-government, Wendigoon seems very comfortable with a man who makes his living worshipping violence committed by the state. He's
against pedophiles, you fucking sicko. Giovanni, thank you so much. I do kind of feel sorry for Zane. He obviously has a festering, untreated mental illness, but is surrounded by enablers who are telling him his behavior is normal. See, I think it's just the ideology. I mean, sort of the chicken or the egg. Or do they have this ideology because of mental illness, or are they mentally ill because of this ideology? But I think that people like this are just in such a tightly constricted echo chamber. They've never heard different points of view. They think anyone who disagrees with them is just a Nazi and a Hitler-worshipping Hawaiian shirt owner. And I think that's really what it comes down to. I think this is the sort of mental instability that it causes in people to live your life this way, thinking it's sort of a fear of anything that is outside of you. It's just narcissism when it comes down to it.
Claiming to be very against the government and for the rights of the people, while at the same time giving a warm embrace to one of the biggest fascist bootlickers on the internet. And the only thing that one could reasonably gather—
Cody, this is my AA intervention. I'm an alcoholic with my 1.5 drinks. Welcome to my AA meeting.
From this picture of them hugging is that he too is a fascist bootlicker himself. He has collaborated with Nick Crowley, who constantly—
If I can't with this guy, he's making my brain bleed. If it's being a fascist bootlicker to enjoy a pedophile's head getting blown off,
makes money through the most morbid and shameful true crime content of showcasing the last minutes of people before they are suddenly and unexpectedly killed. Crowley is similar to Wendigoon in that on the surface they seem fairly edgy but clean enough. But then you notice that he follows less than 200 people on Twitter, and among them are the same circle with names like Wendigoon, Plagued Moth, Turkey Tom, Mr. Ballin, and Donut Operator.
Who is the string gotten to now?
Collaborated with Plagued Moth, a completely shameful content creator who reviewed snuff films on his Patreon before it was taken down, and has been accused of showing genuine gore content to minors on Discord, and whose main YouTube channel consists of reviewing censored videos of horrible acts of real-life violence and death. He is—
Okay, you guys, my mind is wandering. I'm starting to get a little ADD brain. So how many strings removed are we now? So he had someone at his wedding who was friends with someone, and he's friends with this other bad person. How did this guy get involved? He was on a stream with him?
Publicly friends with Shoe on Head, who is a conservative masquerading as a leftist, who has built a career off of lazy anti-woke content, complaining about SJW.
Get the fuck off my channel.
Stuff like Karl Marx rising from the grave, finding out his movement has been taken over by fat, ugly, mentally ill losers. He is friends with Brandon Buckingham, a gun YouTuber who has been accused of threatening rape. He is—
I should have paused it in the right spot, but this guy is such a piece of shit. He showed a video or showed a picture of this guy's grandfather dying in a hospital bed to show what a bad person he is. Yeah, Shoe on Head, far right.
Is friends with Oompaville, a gun-obsessed content creator that has taken advantage of Nakado Avocado's mental decline for fame and for money, and on top of that has made content with the human trafficker Andrew Tate. He is friends with Mutahar, who—
I believe that person makes videos against Andrew Tate. And oh wait,
who argued against Andrew Tate being deplatformed from social media.
He just keeps coming out with different accusations against different people so quickly I can't keep up with it. Yeah, it's funny. So Shoe on Head is just— first of all, when these people, they call everyone grifters who thinks differently than they do. I would love to know, maybe for like a handful of people, but I would love to know what money they think is in pretending to be conservative and making yourself unemployable and making yourself hated by so many people. And I think this really does show a bit of a difference between the left and the right, because I love Shoe on Head. She's awesome. She has— that's, I think, a big difference is that we can disagree with people and still enjoy what they have to say and still enjoy them as people and not just assume that they're these monsters. Giovanni, you are the greatest. When did he even have the time to dig that deep to find all these tentative 6 degrees of separation? Apparently he read it all off of a Reddit list. So I've heard.
Websites, and has recently showcased a great deal of transphobia in his most recent video.
By the way, you guys, I missed the boat on Keffels. He's gotta give me the backstory on Keffels. So that was apparently the transphobia showing a thumbnail. That's his transphobia.
He has publicly interacted in a friendly way with the account Rock Solid on multiple occasions.
Who?
And with just a quick look at their profile, I saw them liking anti-trans posts and neo-Nazi content.
How many strings removed are we now? I didn't think watching this live, like my brain is just— I feel like I have 10 radios playing in my head and they're all tuned to different channels. How many degrees separated are we now? That this is why Wendigo needs to be canceled. Who are we talking about now?
He interacts positively with disclosed
Ramiro.
TV, a far-right propaganda website that uses hate speech, engages in Holocaust denialism, and platforms neo-Nazi.
Have they? Because I'm pretty sure I follow them. I don't think I've seen this Holocaust denial and Nazism. Keffel's hired an artist to make embarrassing artwork. Other people hired the same artist. Not one of them was Mudahar, who was hired the artist for Keffel's art in the same style. Transphobia. Yes, I need your lore. I can give you a whole lore breakdown about Lucas Roberts, Keffel's, if you have the time. Yeah, because I only remember like little bits and pieces, but I forget the gist of it. All you need to know about Keffel's is that they tried to do fart porn and couldn't cut it. Literally faked farts. I don't get the appeal. From what I understand, thank you, Trina, Keffel's was either encouraging or directly involved in helping kids access off-label hormones for transition. I feel like that sounds familiar. Yeah, let us know if we're wrong. We don't want to be a Zane and slander people, but that sounds very familiar. Unit, thank you for the super chat. I want to see him in a freezer. Oh. See, I told you he thought his comments were bad. Ours are way worse.
Mr. Gunzengear, whose Twitter bio reads,
"Who is it now? Who is it now? Are we still on Wendigoon, or is it the other people who were in the video with the bad people? I can't keep this straight."
Dedicated to restoring the civil rights of Americans. But despite that, he's tweeted negatively about trans people many times. He has interacted positively with Garant Thumb, who has said, "The traditional family should be encouraged and strengthened. I see little to no support from..."
That's the truth. That is the absolute truth. What does that take away from gay people? What does that take away to say the traditional family should be encouraged and strengthened? Of course it should be. Giovanni, you're the greatest. I love how trans people completely replaced Jews as victims of National Socialists amongst the progressives. World War II was fought for the transes. It was all about the transes. It is the trans world, and we are just living in it.
From the government or big media. He has said anti-trans statements.
I was thinking that too.
He has called people degenerates, and has said that non-traditional sexual interactions are a disgusting, hedonistic...
Non-traditional sexual interactions. He doesn't want you to look at the actual tweet because he wants you to associate that and think he's saying gay people. Swinging is a disgusting, hedonistic lifestyle and is the breakdown of family unit. Where's the lie? Why are these? See, this would have just been a couple years ago mainstream belief. This would have been the belief of 90% of the population. But now this is far right to think that swingers are fucking nasty.
Lifestyle. That is the breakdown of the family unit. Wendigoon is publicly friends with Brandon Herrera, who has made jokes that implied that he was sympathetic with public shooters who killed leftists, and collaborated with Kyle Rittenhouse, who has posted images of himself with an MP40, which is a gun used by the Nazis.
Who has time to sit around? I'm half Jewish. I've never spent 1 second of my life thinking, what guns did the Nazis use? Giovanni, you're the greatest. You're keeping my channel afloat. Thank you. Zane needs to seriously drive down to Laramie and hug a fence. Oh, disavow. That's terrible. How dare you?
I've also seen people insinuate that Herrera was with Wendigoon in the days of
You know, when he comes back to making his response video, we're both going to be on the shit list.
being part of the Boogaloo movement. But I cannot find substantial proof on if this is...
Yeah, I'm afraid to rewind because I know it's just going to go back like 5 minutes, but that was another pedophile, correct? When he's talking about shooting leftists. That's another pedophile, correct? By leftists, he means pedophiles.
But I've seen several comments saying this. So online, it is at least culturally...
Grifty, my love! I'm so proud of you crushing it on your streams. Everybody should subscribe to this beautiful man.
Believed to be true. He has appeared in gun-related content with Haley Luan, an influencer whose content is based entirely around making the United States military appear fun and bizarrely sexually appealing. Which again, for someone who is supposedly anti-government, he sure does seem to have a lot of wealthy white friends who actively work to uphold the values of the American Empire. Or we could talk about the time that...
This is just like... There's no thought, there's no logic, it's just like buzzwords, and he's so full of empty rhetoric that he's just regurgitating, that he probably is it's probably very crowd pleasing to the people that he's always surrounded by. And he thinks that the internet at large is his echo chamber. It is not. Surprise.
He stole art to use in promotional material for his videos, and then blamed it on his editorial team instead of just taking the
culturally wait, did I
wait?
Okay, I'm gonna rewind 1 minute because I feel like I missed that.
Leftist, and collaborated with Kyle Rittenhouse, who has posted images of himself with an MP40, which is a gun used by the Nazis that he described as the original ghetto blaster. I've also seen people insinuate that Herrera was with Wendigoon in the days of being part of the Boogaloo movement, but I cannot find substantial proof on that.
Then why are you saying it?
But I've seen several comments saying this, so online it is at least culturally believed to be true. He has appeared in...
It is culturally believed to be true. Well, I think Zane fucks dogs, so it is culturally believed to be true that you are, in fact, a dog fucker.
Gun-related content with Haley Luan, an influencer whose content is based entirely around making the United States military appear fun and bizarrely sexually appealing. And
this is why I really think this is such a good example of the fact that there is no point for anyone trying to appease these people. You could be like, these are all mostly, I'm sure some of them are conservative, some of them seem conservative. Most of these people, from what I've heard, Wendigoon is very apolitical, very middle of the road. Disagree with them once. Look at all the other people he's mentioned who weren't even conservative. Them was too conservative for him. So there's no point. You are far right to people like this. They are communists. There is no point in ever trying to appease these people.
Again, for someone who is supposedly anti-government, he sure does seem to have a lot of wealthy white friends.
Oh, he has white friends.
Hold the values of the American empire.
His white friends.
Or we could talk about the time that he stole art to use in promotional material for his videos, and then blamed it on his editorial team instead of just taking the responsibility.
Oh, we're
then,
back to
of course, there is his username. To the Algonquin people, the Wendigo is a negative spiritual symbol that is to be avoided and whose name is to never even be said out loud or written down. So I know there's a bit of a hypocrisy there on my part, but we kind of do have to say it for academic purposes, so apologies for that.
For academic purposes, so he has been an artist, a critic, a businessman, a queer, and an academic.
Algernon Blackwood's horror short story called The Wendigo. People have for hundreds of years taken the creature and used it for their own means, including Wendigoon in his very name, which is something that indigenous people have been very critical with him now for years. This next thing that I'm trying to argue is not to discredit his feelings regarding to his own personal history. But what I will say is that Americans who are white or partially white in rural areas love to claim a percentage of native heritage for bizarre conservative reasons.
Conservative reasons? What conservative reasons? So he's now going to question his race. The audacity. The same people who tell you that no matter what ridiculous thing somebody identifies as, you can never question somebody's gender identity, but you can apparently question their race. Makes perfect sense. Giovanni, thank you. You're the greatest. I think they're actual communists. They're just posers who like the aesthetics of communism. Very true. Yeah, good point. Obama is partially white.
Reverence for the land and fascistic nostalgia for a time that never existed and stuff like that. He has attempted to deflect from criticism over the use of the name by saying that his grandfather was Native American, and that he learned these things culturally through him. But I personally have to look at it from the hypothetical
but fuck his grandfather
perspective, where, say I had a black or mixed grandfather in this situation, and black people were telling me that I was doing something that was racist or offensive to them. I would then listen to what they were saying instead of claiming that I had the right to do it.
That's interesting, because earlier a Native American told you to go fuck yourself, but you weren't listening to him.
Because I had some melanin in me. Especially if I were more or less raised within a primarily white cultural area, like the Appalachian Mountains are. And also on top of that, just, frequently associated myself with white supremacists. There are 26 million people.
Who are the white supremacists? Who are the white supremacists? We've yet to see one thing of anyone being a white supremacist. Where are the white supremacists? Are the white supremacists in the room with us right now?
80% of them are white, with the majority of the others being Latinos. And if I had no cultural connection around me to that non-white percentage of my history, then what really would give me the right to dictate whether or not what I was doing was appropriate? I really would have no
What
ground
gives
to
you
stand
the
on.
right?
The other thing that I would add to this is that Wendigoon and I are practically neighbors, and I know this area.
You guys, he's coming out with so much crazy shit rapid fire. I can't catch all of it.
Very well. Okay, so I live in Asheville, North Carolina, and between that and the reservation, you have the community of Lake Junaluska, which isn't actually even a real town. You can walk across the whole thing in a matter of minutes. You got Waynesville, you have Maggie Valley, and a few other small drive-by communities. And beyond that is the Cherokee Reservation. Wendigoon lives somewhere just on the other side of the reservation.
Why not just
That
give
is
his
not
fucking
me doxing
address,
him.
bitch?
He has said many times publicly that he lives in East Tennessee, and I'm not even saying what town he lives in. According to the latest census, there are only 23 black people who live in Maggie Valley. There are 15 Native Americans despite it touching the reservation. Most of this area used to be sundown towns. It is about as white as you could possibly get. Deep Appalachia is very white country, and for the most part,
am I the only one who finds it a bit creepy that he's next to me in this town, and then you have to go through this town and this town, and there he is? Like, it's a little creepy, right?
is exceptionally racist. Genuinely in this part of the country, you have to assume that any white person you meet is racist unless they show you otherwise. Almost all of the—
What? You have to assume any white person you meet is racist until proven otherwise. Okay, Zane, I believe that you are racist because you have not proven otherwise. Holy shit. See, here's the thing. When the shiny, smiley face veneer comes off of leftists judging everyone by their immutable traits, you will then see the ugliness and the rot and the bigotry beneath it. And it is right fucking here. You have to assume they're racist until proven otherwise. How is this the same video? How have we been watching the same video all this time? Oh my God, I can't take anymore.
These little towns are well over 90% white. But if you were to drive through Maggie Valley, you would—
I'm a white guy that lives in Appalachia, and people like me are racist by default. I think it's just you, buddy.
Busts of Native American braves, carved wooden eagles, vintage paintings of buffalo, super racist generalizations that idealize the idea.
He did the hair sweep. What? You're both doing the hair sweep. Oops, he's now affiliated with infamous homophobe Mike Harlow.
Of the noble, good kind of Native
I don't want to be
American.
affiliated with
and
him.
Then you'll drive onto the reservation, and it's just run down and poor as shit except for the casino. He has said that the Wendigoon name came from his cultural connection to native lore through his grandfather's side. But I can assure you that unless you were on the reservation itself,
how can you assure
native
anyone?
Culture has no aspect in the general lives of the people around here, other than the racist trinkets that depict them.
So now the Native Americans are racist too.
And as I said a moment ago, the Wendigo is Algonquin, who are nowhere close to the vicinity of the Cherokee, who are in the southern Appalachia region and throughout the lower sections of Middle America. The Algonquin people are Canadian and a little bit Northern American. To insinuate that he can use the Wendigo name by citing local cultural native customs is completely absurd to a person who lives in the same general vicinity as he does. It is obvious that he just thought Wendigos were cool and has come—
Yeah, it's creepy, Ramiro. Sure do know a whole lot about his personal life. It's creepy. It's like envy mixed with it's
up with some seemingly strange backstory lie that is easily proven to not be true, unless, you know, his grandfather is Algonquin and just moved to Tennessee. But if that were the case, I don't know why he wouldn't just come out and say that by now. And the reason why he doesn't
say
is
what?
Because it isn't true. There's a lot of bizarre religious-like mythologizing around his past that I—
Can someone please explain to me why you are never allowed to question someone's gender identity, but you can question their race?
particularly hate.
These people are the biggest hypocrites on the face of the earth.
Horror began with oral folk tales in Appalachia that are passed down and told.
Envy and lust.
I assure you, as someone who lives near him and has for most of my life, this is total bullshit, and is some weird, false, cultural, imaginative idealization of the American South that is not actually true to the real Appalachia. We aren't sitting around at night talking about the goddamn Mothman and shit. I even came from a poor family, and he didn't. When I was a kid, I
came from a poor family, and he didn't. Do you want a fucking cookie? I don't understand the point of all this.
Seen people riding into towns on horseback. He admits to being raised by millionaires who got their money from crime. He just likes...
And said they lost all of it. What's the point, though?
spooky stories, which is fine. So do I, obviously. But to come up with some weird folksy reason as to why he became a folklore YouTuber that somehow culminated with the destiny of local oral tradition is the kind of language that is used by members of a cult of personality. They might as well claim...
This is interesting. He's lying. I have fam in Appalachia. They definitely talk about the Mothman. I talk about the fucking Mothman. The Mothman is awesome.
That he was born on a fucking mountaintop. Nobody talks about it. But don't you think it is extremely weird and off-putting that all of his fans call him Dad? Isn't that really strange? What follows is an exchange between two anonymous indigenous people about how they feel about him and his behaviors.
Anonymous,
watching a YouTuber named
Anonymous indigenous people, and we're gonna cut to a picture of them, and it's just him in a mustache and a beard.
Named Wendigoon for a long time, and I noticed that his username always made me feel weird. He often uses Wendigo imagery in his merch, and made it a part of his brand. He says that his grandfather is Cherokee and taught him the legend, and I'm not going to make assumptions on if he is lying or not. But I feel really weird still. It feels really disrespectful to me to use that name. I'm not sure if I'm being...
Ooh. Brian says, Mikey, I'm from Appalachia, and I very much guarantee my people are not racist. There's the occasional idiot, but overall we aren't racist. Let this idiot come to West Virginia and I'll teach him.
Baby about it, or if there's something wrong here. He has also said some shit about cultural appropriation that put up some serious red flags for me. The Wendigo...
So, cultural appropriation, but you can wear Native American clothing? Like you were doing in this video? Like I said, the rules apply to everyone except them.
Comes from the Algonquin people. I don't think Cherokees come from that group. Plus, he's presenting the white people concept of a Wendigo. You can call him out, but he has 3.5 million subs. His community will probably hunt you down before you ever get him to shut down. What follows is the comment...
I'll criticize you and you'll be in the doctor's office again.
Where a native person called out Wendigo for his use of their spiritual symbol, to which he said to them, I'm actually going to make a video on this in order to make a direct response, but for now, cultural appropriation is a good way to alienate one group of people from the other. Whenever a society makes advancements in art and literature, and then another society gatekeeps others from interacting with it, it makes the creators seem inhuman and odd. The easiest way to create prejudice is to convince others that a group of people should not be interacted with. I have spoken
this guy sounds pretty based.
Who love the concept, yet only those who have no value in its existence say I shouldn't talk about it, inciting an indoctrinated superiority. Furthermore, when we stop talking about cultures, they die. This is especially applicable to Native Americans, who use spoken word to pass down their stories, and if we do not continue to speak their stories, their culture dies before we do. Lastly, I was raised in Appalachia, and my entire life has been filled with stories of the mountains, and creatures that lurk in the dark. My culture is as American as any, and I recognize the importance in keeping the fire alive. I in no way mean this to attack, or to be direct, just a simple reply. If we develop the idea that we can't speak of certain people, then we're not...
Like hell, we don't talk about the Mothman. We festivals...
He's basically using the I have a few black friends excuse to tell indigenous people to fuck...
You just did that! You just did that! You just said, here's two random anonymous indigenous people. The lack of self-awareness.
Fuck off, and to not bother him, so that he can continue without criticism to make a lot of money by selling plushies of a monster that was invented by a white British man that is ultimately making fun of their culture, as well as plastic figurines, posters...
This is 100% this. The beautiful thing about America is we are a mishmash of cultures, but if these people had their way, we would all be segregated. And it's really the only possible outcome. Like, look at the results of this ideology as it is spread over the past years. Where are things better? Where do different groups of people get along with each other in a better way? They just pit every group against every group, and nothing they say makes any sense. Nothing they say applies universally. Friches, thank you so much for the super chat. Like you say, why am I single and he's in a relationship? It makes me ask just how much easier dating is for leftist gays. It's worse than we thought. I think someone here said though, like he probably doesn't have like
and other
huge standards.
Wendigos. I don't know if he fully realizes the irony of being a rich and famous person taking a symbolic figure from a smaller native group of people that he is not connected to in any way, that is at least in part to them originally used as a metaphor for colonialism. The reason that this comment is publicly still available is because Wendigoon archived it by posting a screenshot of it early in his channel's life to his Reddit page, as a clarification of his
I feel like this Wendigoon guy's gonna look out his window and see him staring into the window. That's very creepy, kind of stalkery vibes.
Position on why he should be able to use the name, saying, "Hey everyone, so I hate getting political, but this keeps coming up. I'm showing this comment reply now, so my opinions can be made known going forward. I've also blocked out the original commenter, and please do not show hate if you see it on the video. Also, I'm at 50k. I love you all so much. Also, I have received comments from natives who advise me not to use the term Wendigo, as it is a bad omen and is dangerous. That is entirely different from not talking about a group of people altogether. They genuinely believe the legend and want me to be safe. They're cool. Thumbs up."
Sorry, dog knows how to open the door.
It has become a more common thing for people to call him out on his beliefs, his behavior.
So he's telling people don't send hate to anyone.
And the merchandise that he makes
That's kind of cool
off of. It became so much of a conversation that he even put out a statement trying to shut this down, saying, "Some rude and slanderous things have been said about my character, and I just want to clarify that I am not right-wing or bigoted or anything besides thankful for my opportunity to make goofy YouTube. The only thing I believe in is love."
Like I said, these people think that they're fucking Miss Cleo. So he says he's not right-wing, but he really is. He says he's not a bigot, but he really is.
God,
he says he's Native American, but he's really not.
You know, the ex-cop who makes death content. The Wendigoon shared a picture of the two of them hugging
Death
not long
content.
after this. Can be found in the comments of this post asking if Wendigoon wants him to start killing people who said that he was right-wing.
That's a fucking GIF! Did you see? He posted a GIF that's like, "Want me to kill them for you?" I've probably used that GIF many times. He's threatening death against people.
Bad public statement that says absolutely nothing substantial. And that's the point. I quote tweeted this and said, "Not that I have a stake in this whatsoever, but this is such a non-stake."
Yeah, you really sound like somebody who has no stake at all, no investment. I mean, does this guy think that he's just gonna like get everyone to shun the Wendigoon guy who's got millions of subscribers, and what? He'll be chased off with pitchforks and torches, and then he'll gain all of his subscribers? Like, was that the plan here?
Statement that doesn't even address any of the issues that folks are criticizing him for. Someone using their religion as a shield in the same breath as claiming that they believe in nothing politically is a red flag. "Oh, I'm just a goofy, wholesome boy. Please don't ask me why I follow less than 500 people and one of them was Kyle Rittenhouse. Don't ask me about all the guns that I post pictures of. I promise I have no strong beliefs."
It seems like he really gets his feelings hurt when pedophiles die. And like I said, it relates to the stuff that he was saying at the beginning, because how can you claim that Nancy in A Nightmare on Elm Street, oh, she stood up for herself, she defended herself because the police wouldn't do it? That's exactly what happened with Kyle Rittenhouse. You can't have it both ways.
Apolitical, really? Why are you slandering me? I really only care about this because if you have that large of a platform and make your money from being a public persona, then you are no longer fully a private person, and your political beliefs do in fact matter and are a fair topic of debate. You can't get mad if people call you unquestionable things that are said or done if you are making money off of them. And what resulted from some good faith criticism of his use of language was days upon days of people calling me a faggot.
Where? Oh, there it is. Probably somebody with like 3 Twitter followers. Like, okay, it's the internet. You get called names. Deal with it.
Amongst other things, but that was the
looks like one person.
And to be honest, if you're a public figure who is being criticized publicly, and the only people who come to your defense are Nazis, then that can only be read as two ways.
Where are the Nazis? Where are the Nazis? Are the Nazis in the room with us right now?
Either that you're sympathetic to the...
I was going to say that, Romero. Like, maybe you're just being kind of a faggot. Just saying.
Their views, or that you're perfectly fine making money from them, and are comfortable with that ideology being the backbone of your base. And this did go on for like at least a week, where every single time I said anything, my mentions were just filled with the most vile far-right rhetoric from Wendigoon fans. And if anyone ever criticized me, and people's reaction to it was to immediately start using hate speech, I would shut that shit down so fast. I think that
I'm
most
sure.
decent people who work online
I'm
would
sure.
do the exact same. And if they don't want to...
Wait, also, Wendigoon said in the thing that you showed, don't send hate to anyone. So he did. So, like I said, never capitulate to these people, because he did the exact thing that this motherfucker is requesting. And surprise, surprise, it's not good enough. It's never good enough.
Be seen as a big group of Nazis, then let's see how they react to this video's existence, because I am certain they will be very level-headed about all of this. Right in the midst of this going on, a very funny thing happened, and that Wendigoon followed me on Twitter. I was not following him at the time. He never publicly told people to stop calling me a friend. He never once reached out to me privately, but he did follow me, which means in my eyes that he 100% knew what was happening, because I did tweet about it several times, and then followed me to let me know that he knew, and that he was watching, and that he intended to do nothing to stop it. Why else would he follow me in that exact moment? He has never interacted with a single one of my posts, not one like, not one comment. We are not friends. But he does follow me. He follows next to nobody on Twitter. What other motivation could he have had there to follow me in that specific moment, other than to be a method of quiet and deniable intimidation? What other way could that have been read from my perspective? If you think it was entirely coincidental, which he may argue it was.
It was an act of intimidation, following him on Twitter. So I'm so sorry to my friends in the chat here. I didn't mean to intimidate you in such a way. Follow me on Twitter at @MikeHarlow, and I will intimidate you right back. Let's just intimidate each other. Let's have an intimidation party. Holy fuck, this guy is out of his tree.
Then I've got a sack of magic beans I'd like to sell to you. That was the moment that pushed me over the edge to make this.
Yeah, exactly. So he follows Zane and Kyle Rittenhouse. Does that mean Zane is far right? Also, sounds pretty cool. Like he follows people across the political spectrum.
Video.
Sounds like a
there
pretty
are other
cool,
very
tolerant guy.
From him of transphobia and homophobia, like when he allegedly sent.
Okay, I've been promised some homophobia. Please do a homophobia. I want some of the homophobia. It's June. It's alphabet month. I need to counteract that a little bit. Give me some homophobias.
Calling Chris Chan, a man who mutilated his body with a box cutter because 4chan said he was a girl.
Chris Chan raped his mother. This is so... The list of people being defended by him now are pedophiles and mother rapists. And you guys in the chat, let me know the lore here, because I'm not completely up to date. I know that much. I believe started identifying as a woman after that. Now, I've seen a lot of the people that he's been targeting in this video responding to it. And like I said, most of them are very either apolitical or middle of the road. And a couple of them I've seen kind of trying to, what's the word? I don't want to say appease the left. It kind of is. But I don't know, just trying to be very respectful. And we'll still call this person a she. I watched a great video the other day by, it was a small YouTuber who was responding to this, and I agreed with everything he said, except then he's calling Chris Chan she. And I'm like, let's not do that. I think it is very, very important when a woman is sexually abused by a man, we need to acknowledge that it is a man. When you sexually abuse women, you lose your right to gender identity. Fuck you, Chris Chan.
Holds a
Oh, yeah, that's right. He started identifying before this so he could date lesbians. He was a woman before. That's right. He became a woman to hook up with lesbians. And who wouldn't want him? No, his tweet is completely accurate.
Deep hatred for men and most women, decided to be a girl so that he could hook up with lesbians,
there it
and
is.
now abused his mom. She is disrespectful to and delegitimizes trans people.
It's true.
Like he, a very public...
Like, is that really who the transes want to claim? Lay off Chris Chan.
Straight married
Our representation matters.
Somehow is the authority on what legitimizes a trans person's identity. He is...
But you're an authority on what makes his race.
Tried to cover this up and has denied that it happened, but I think there's enough evidence to say that it most likely did. One user said...
That's the funny part, is that many of us who call out the insanity of gender ideology are it is the more pro-transsexual perspective.
At one point, he's been constantly misgendering her on Twitter despite being corrected numerous times, to which Wendigoon said, Show me one time I misgendered her on Twitter. Actually,
No,
please
don't call him her. Don't call him her. You know better. I mean, I get why he does it. I get it. It makes sense, but don't try to appease these people.
My content if you're going through my replies and monitoring followers who may just be unaware of Chris Chan's entire lore. Perhaps people just not knowing something doesn't mean that they're a transphobe. But if we go back and look at old screenshots from this time, you can see that this account is quote tweeting Wendigoon's transphobic tweet. But if you go to that account today, that post is now quote tweeting a deleted.
So now he's to blame for anyone on Twitter, the millions of followers he has, anyone who quote tweets him.
Tweet, which to me shows that more than likely Wendigoon went mask off with his transphobia and then deleted the tweet sometime afterwards when he realized that
he deleted it because he didn't want to deal with the hassle of having to deal with people like you.
People would be mad about it, but there's a very small chance that this is not true because I did not take the original screenshot, so make of that what you will. We could talk about the time that Nick Spears did a video about the disturbing movie Iceberg, who is a great horror trans creator, and I really hope that she's not mad at me for mentioning her here, because I think she's very cool and you should definitely go read her books. But Wendigoon famously did a very popular video on that particular iceberg challenge as well. And in the comments of her video, he said, "We will be watching your career with great interest," which is just kind of gross, because in a way it is similar to him following me. It is him telling her that he sees that she's doing similar content to him, and his presence in the comments is undercutting her video.
It's delusional.
Also at the same time, seemingly makes
it's a Star Wars quote, but wait, so first of all, I think that's like a kind of just a nice thing to do when a big YouTuber comments on a smaller channel. But so if he ignored her, he would be a transphobe. But if he comments in a friendly, supportive way, transphobe. There's no winning with these people.
Look like he supports trans people. Like in the responses to his comment, people are saying things like, Wendigoon says...
By the way, I'm still waiting for my homophobia. I was promised a homophobia. I'll be very upset if there's not a homophobia coming.
Trans rights. Well, meanwhile, he's simultaneously tweeting about Chris Chan multiple times. We could talk about another time, where someone...
As is always the fucking case.
made a YouTuber gay sex alignment chart and put Wendigoon as a sub-bottom, to which he responded to them and said, "What did I do to hurt you?" Which, you know, clearly is a joke, but also the worst kinds of straight guys when they make jokes related to queerness, almost exclusively direct the punchline at femme gays and bottoms.
If the ass plug fits, that's all I got to say. The gay sex chart. I think I followed the guy who made the gay sex chart. I'm offended I wasn't on it. Go follow Doomer Coomer. Is that the gay sex chart guy? I think I already do. I'll make sure I do. Giovanni, you're the greatest. Thank you so much. Imagine white knighting for Chris Chan and thinking you're helping trans people. That's the thing, though, with the modern trans movement, is there is zero gatekeeping. Anyone can self-identify into it. Brian, you're the best. Headed to bed. Thanks for the fun. Love you, bro. I will take one last sip for you, my love. Thank you so much. Guys, if you aren't, go subscribe to this beautiful man right here. He is amazing. Giovanni, is homophobia in the room with us right now? Who hurt you? Truly the most homophobic thing ever written.
Because
you think that's homophobic? God, like, come hang out on my channel sometime, bitch.
Lesser than masculine tops. He has multiple times said that he supports queer people, but I think his actions in private clearly paint a different picture. He once tweeted, saying, "I do not care if someone is gay or straight. Sexuality is no one's business but the individual. Don't make assumptions. I make an effort to stay away from..."
It's so funny, by the way, how, like, gay people of the past who were not radical leftists and sane ones now, that's like all we ever wanted, was for sexual orientation to just be a non-issue and just, you know, boring fact about you. But that's, again, no longer good enough.
Politics and social issues. Which, you know, first off, equating sexuality with politics kind of already shows what you kind of think of the issue.
It shows what you think of it! Your examples of leftist films was, oh, well, this person was a queer, and this person was a black, and this actor was a gay, and this was a black. You're doing that! Am I crazy? He contradicts himself 1,000 times in this video. Thank God we're so close to the end. We are so close to the end. Not only that I have to pee, but like I feel like my brain has to pee. My brain has to take a dump after this, let me tell you. Yes, straight men dislike being called effeminate women because they would rather bone a woman.
And second off, clearly, as we have seen, everything that he does has deep political motivations. And to argue that he's just a
where are the deep political motivations? I only see deep political motivations from you. This is the most transparent, most calculated attempt at a smear campaign that I've ever seen.
YouTuber is comical. Far-right figures are often the only ones who hide their harm under a false shield of wanting to seem like they have no strong beliefs.
Remember when people said if the gays get married, then the commies win? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Yeah, glad we proved them wrong about that.
At all. Because their real views are so socially abhorrent. And the thing that people kept saying...
So far, the views that we've heard that are so socially abhorrent are what? Liking guns? Wearing Hawaiian shirts? What are the abhorrent views? I've yet to hear a real breakdown of what these abhorrent views are. And like I said, remember, this is half the country.
To me in all of this was, why do you even care? Which, if you watch the comments under the video, I guarantee you will happen again, with takes like, oh, he's just a YouTuber. Why does it matter? Or, so what if he's a conservative? Is that a problem? Which, the answer to that is yes. But the reason that I care...
Ladies and gentlemen, the definition of bigotry right there. Let me do a little Google right now. They probably changed the definition, but I'll check. Let's just take a look here. Is that a problem if he's conservative? Yes. So the definition of bigotry: stubborn and complete intolerance of any creed, belief, or opinion that differs from one's own. So according to the dictionary, Zane, you are a bigot. I'm sorry to tell you.
Because this does not belong in horror, or anywhere. I care deeply about horror.
This doesn't belong anywhere. What? What doesn't belong anywhere? Knowing people who have different opinions, what does not belong anywhere? What has he named that is so egregious that doesn't belong anywhere?
Everything that he does has demonstrated so far in his career that he should not be welcomed in our spaces, or even, just in public in general. I think
I'm glad we're so concerned about fascism. I'm glad it's conservatives that are fascists. So he should not be in public in general, anywhere. Shouldn't be allowed in spaces, shouldn't be allowed in public. This is the world we would be living in if these people got the complete and total power that they want. These are the sorts of gulags we would have. And keep in mind, he is talking about a relatively apolitical person who is not any sort of extremist in any way. He has said that centrists are fascists. So it is anybody who's not a communist, is anybody who is not a radical leftist. So, a lot of people who are more in the middle might try to appease them more than I do, but they'd be right fucking next to me in the gulags.
That these things clearly showcase a repeated pattern, in my opinion, of racism and homophobia. While on top of that, being very...
Remember, Mikey considers himself queer. He's one of yours. Fuck you. I ain't queer. I am a homosexual. I ain't no queer. Ugh. Yeah, straight up saying it out loud. You would think that there would be some shame in it too, but this is sort of what happens. You're seeing in real time what happens when someone's echo chamber, when the bubble of their echo chamber bursts. Aw, thank you guys for the super chats, Giovanni. When anyone and everyone can be trans, then no one is trans. Interesting paradox, isn't it? Yup. And I mean, they're the ones who have hurt their own credibility and are creating such backlash. I mean, there have to be some parameters. You can't accept every literal motherfucker to come in. Zaid, you basically made it through the whole thing. You deserve a medal. All of you deserve a freaking medal. Thank you so much for being here. I gotta go practice my homophobic violin later, Mike. It's been fun. Glad to have you here, dude. Ooh, I like this. We are homosensuals. Very titillating. I like that.
irresponsible and dangerous with his large platform.
Dangerous.
I think that anyone who supposedly accidentally starts a neo-Nazi hate group and fully acknowledges that they did that should not be accepted within society at all. They should not be celebrated. They should be treated for what they are. Because remember, kids, when somebody shows you who they are, believe them.
Oh, thank God it's over. Oh my God, it's over. There were other people involved in this? Thanks. Oh, I wouldn't want to be thanked in this. Holy shit. When people show you who they are, believe them. And we have Zane. Please, he said he's taking a month off. Please come back in a month and call me homophobic. Please, I will feel very unfulfilled if I don't make it on the homophobic Nazi list. Oh my God. I was one of his subs, if you can believe it. I was one of his freaking subs. Giovanni, you are the greatest. I owe you the biggest thank you. You are the greatest. Joseph Goebbels used to love putting down, in my opinion, in his essays and propaganda, agitprop. This dude's just lucky he dropped his video during Brandon Herrera's congressional run. Otherwise, he would have been as relentlessly cyberbullied as Tony Gonzalez. Thankfully, their attention was split. Dangerous. Don't drag me into this. You're in it now. You're one of the Hawaiian shirt Nazis now. Welcome to the party. Yeah, Trina, he showed us who he is. Holy shit. Oh my God. So yeah, he deleted that video. I can't believe we spent all this time watching one video, and I cut it down. I gave up like halfway through, but the first half I cut down a bit. Oh my God. So yeah, to fill you guys in, so he started like editing stuff out. He would just look at it, would get shorter and shorter and shorter, and then he deleted the whole thing. And he's had all his half-assed apologies, and I think this is really encouraging though, because like I said, I saw this video when I was subscribed to him. So I got a notification when it was first up. So I saw it before it became a shitstorm, and I never dreamed that there would be such a pushback, because I don't think that would have happened even just a couple years ago. So I really do think that the tide is turning, and that people are really getting sick of this the lies and the gaslighting and the bullshit of radical leftists. I mean, Zane is doing the same thing. Yeah, he keeps dropping in my opinion. I have a Hawaiian adjacent shirt. Maybe I'll wear it tomorrow. You got to wear it on our next hangout. I should repost the whole thing. Thank you, Mike. I'm objectively a worse person after watching this. Ramiro, we were already terrible people. Like, come on now. Yeah, I think it's funny, though, that he showed all those polite comments for like an hour straight. It's like, you won't get that here. All right, well, you guys, I have to pee, but my brain is like molting after that. I can't. That was miserable. I'm typically very anti-apologies. I need to apologize to, and just like that, because it can get so much worse. I was wrong. Viewing party can get way worse. Oh my God. I was able to drive to my sister's house to check on the dog, go to the hardware store, drop in to get lunch, come home, and the video was running the whole time. You guys, every single one of you, first of all, thank you so much for being here. You guys are the greatest. You all deserve a freaking medal for making it through this. Oh, this is Joseph. This is amazing. Zane did exactly what his beloved Palestinians did, threw a punch and then cried about being the victim when he got hit back. 100% this. All right, well, I need to pee and like go for a walk, hug the dog, touch grass, do some things. The gay sex chart. Somebody needs to put me on a gay sex chart. I'm very offended. It's homophobic. Thank you guys so much for being here. Despite what we were watching, this was really fun. So I should say it's Alphabet People Month. So I'm going to be doing a lot of live shows. I have a couple videos I'm planning. I'm going to get all the best homophobic gays here. B, thank you for being here. Joseph, Esteban, you guys are the greatest. If it's your first time, welcome to all our virgins. Subscribe to the channel. If you feel so inclined, join my locals. I'll update the description because I'm bad at that and I forgot. But this is my locals. Subscribe to it. Help support the channel. Become a channel member. And come hang out on our streams. I think I'll be back Monday or Wednesday or something like that. I know I'm doing a show Wednesday, maybe Monday also. But you guys are the greatest. Oh, Jacob, before you bounce, you're still in Orlando. I am still in Orlando. I don't know if you're in Orlando, but let's hang out if you're in Orlando, because I am in Orlando. And I love it here, and it's amazing. And I guess now that we're done with this, I can take off my Nazi Hawaiian shirt, because I think this is the first time I've ever worn a Hawaiian shirt. But, you know, all for the Fuhrer. All right, and on that note, I love you guys so much. You're the best. I will see you next week. Mwah. Bye.